You know, I was just thinking, has the internet gone too far? Why am I allowed to just, like, stream my voice and my gameplay? Who allowed this? Who said that this was acceptable? Who said that I had any good ideas or it was remotely entertaining? I mean, anybody can stream. Why are we just allowed to just stream our consciousness onto the internet? What if we have bad ideas? Who knows what could happen? What if there's bad people on the internet with bad ideas and they're allowed to just play games? Just play games and spread bad ideas? This doesn't seem like a good system. Ooh, we need somebody that can tell me that I'm not allowed to stream. You stream Fortnite? I guess that's as bad as it gets, Killers Like Blood. I guess if people are streaming Fortnite, then I can't possibly be causing a problem, right? Right? Also, Michelle, what's up? How are you doing? Oi. Moi, how are you doing? Can you follow me? What? Is this follow for follow? Killers Like Blood. You're not supposed to ask questions like that in people's chat. That's not good etiquette. Oh no. Killers Like Blood, how dare you? The criminals are cracked at Fortnite. That's what they teach in gay jail. They teach you how to play Fortnite. It's crazy. It's crazy. I went to gay jail for 20 minutes for jaywalking. And then I learned how to play Fortnite so good. And that's why I only stream that game. Also, hi there, Nezmi. What's up? Floggy. Hiya. Floggy, were you the one that was asking questions about, you were asking questions about Cookie Run, I think? Yeah, you were. I can answer all your questions, all your burning Cookie Run questions. I'm doing pretty good, not sleepy. Nice. Moi is wide awake, and that just reminded me that I have coffee in the other room. I should go get some coffee. That's a good idea. I'll be right back, okay? I'm gonna go grab my coffee. It's all warm and hot and fresh and delicious. Yum, yum. Yum, coffee. Tasty. Ah, yes. Delicious. Attack the streamer! Ah! Kato, how dare you! Okay, poof. Now you can attack me. Go ahead. Let's see it. Come on, Kato. Come on, put him up. I'm ready to go. Also, check out the Ghibli mug. Peep the mug. Love it. This was a birthday present from my sister, like a long time ago.
Himalayan, how dare you? I cannot believe that you have hit me. Himalayan, I will never forgive you.
Also, Ahsoka, what's up? Woo-doo-doo-doo-doo. What's up? Tayaki, how are you doing? You're stressed today, Himalayan? I'm sorry to hear that. Hopefully I can distract you from whatever is stressing you out. That's my job. It's head distractor. That's what I put on my application for rent, is that I said I'm a professional distractor that works on the internet. So I'll do my best. Ahsoka, what's up? Evie dancing? Oh, heck yeah. The mug is so cool. I love it. Let's see. It's got Spirited Away, Ponyo. Let's see. I don't see any Castle in the Sky. I see Totoro. I see Princess Mononoke. I see... what's it? Howl's Moving Castle.
Weird how I'm explaining all of this, huh?
Yo! It's Pride Month, so I'm giving you Pride bits. Weird how I'm explaining all of this, huh? Hey, A-Star, thank you for the Pride biddies! Oi! We're starting the stream out. Right, baby! 100 Pride biddies just to get things rolling. Thank you so much. And, yeah, as you were asking, A-Star was asking me if I could make it to the top of the Fortnite Battle Pass, and I'm gonna be honest, I don't know if I'm gonna make it. I don't think I have much time. Actually, it's done now, isn't it? Because it's June. No! It looks like I'm not gonna be getting Doctor Strange. That's too bad. That's too bad. I don't really care about Doctor Strange that much. Also, Doctor Strange in Fortnite, why would I want to be like a time wizard in a gun game? I don't really get that. I like being robots or like, I don't know, like battalion members or something. I'd be a stormtrooper. That would be cool as heck if I had a stormtrooper. It's until the 4th? Okay, reset Saturday, so we might have a chance. Maybe I'll stream Fortnite. I'm not sure. If I can get some friends to play with me, I'll stream it. How much have I missed? The last time I watched a stream, you almost had no beard. Well, to be fair, beards grow very quickly. This is like a month of beard, I think. I think this is like a month. I've also been trimming it just a little bit. Kenny, a Fortnite streamer? Merch, you haven't been around here too much. We've streamed Fortnite a couple of times. Okay, A-Star said that they're down. Okay, so we got one person to go with us. It'd be cool if I could get like a couple, maybe I can get like a couple of streamer friends to play with me. A lot of my friends play Fortnite now. It's because of the no build, Mercs. It's because of the no build, okay? I hated the building in Fortnite. Now it's gone, and it's actually just like a gun game. It's just like pew, pew, pew. And it's pretty fun. I actually enjoy it. But yo, Mercs, how are you doing? Welcome back. And but today, no Fortnite today. We're gonna be playing more Sandrock, baby. More Sandrock. I'm excited to finally be able to garden in this game. Also, we need to pick somebody to date in this game. We've been playing it for a couple of days. It's pretty dang fun. It's still in early access. It's an absolute wreck. It's an absolute wreck of a game. I get horrible frame rate. Perfect. Hey, yo, the Ego Check's here. What's up? How are you doing? More Sandrock. I kind of can't stay away from it. Date in the game? Yes, we're going to be dating in the game, so we have to pick which hot single we're going to go after. Did I miss something? No. No, there's dating in this game, I think. Like, there's hearts. There's people that you can... I don't know if you can marry them, but you can do something. Sandrock is a Gundam. I wish that there was freaking giant mecha suits that you could walk around in and, like, blow up the city. That'd be rad. Date everyone in the game? I don't know if you can date everyone in the game like in Stardew. I barely gotten any information about this game, okay? It's, like, brand new. Want to be famous? You bet I do, Alexis. Thanks for the offer. I don't think I have any mods right now, so just ignore that if y'all don't mind. Also, Gonda, what's up? How are you doing? Oi, 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 oi. I might be opening up some what are they called? Like, I might be getting some new mods. I might open up tryouts, you know? Everybody can do some like gymnastics, running. It's all based on physical prowess. So if you're like physically fit and you work out a lot, I would love to have you as a mod. But yes, I need like a couple more probably. Or are we going to be gay or straight in the game? Listen, Dimalion, you're just like those people. Listen, don't just because if somebody says that they're bi and they happen to be dating a different sex at the time, that doesn't mean that they're straight. My character's bisexual regardless. What is this about being physically fit? Kato, I need super strong mods that can punch bots and stuff. Listen, modding is not just about sending good messages and managing the chat well and being around. It's about being extremely strong and being able to beat up spammers and stuff. That's what we need. You need to be physically fit to be a mod. Oh, bummer. There goes my chance. Listen, Moy, you just need to do some push-ups, okay? You just need to do some push-ups, just like our character, Giga Chad. You just need to, buy a gym membership and start doing some lifties. Also, I raided somebody last night. I don't know if any of y'all stuck around, but they were a pretty cool dude. And they were talking to me a little bit about this game. They were playing the same one. And they were saying that you can put things in your house that give you more stamina. And that is also something that I really want to do. We need more stamina. More stamina. I'm weak as heck. Hey, yo, Mage Sage Chris. I like the rhyming. Thank you so much for the sub. Yo, 6 months, baby. Thank you so much, Chris. Oi, oi. How are you doing? Welcome to Sandrock. Welcome to Sandrock. I'm going to introduce you to all of the locals here. All of the locals in town. We're actually going to be... so who do we like? Who's the hottest member of society? We haven't even met all of them. Haven't even met him. We got Yan, who is an awful, awful human being. I hate this man. I'd like him to explode. I want him to be set on fire and sent out of town. Mort, super cool. He's basically my friend Darren the Wizard. Jasmine is a child. Mabel is a squishity head woman that looks like half Stewie, half watermelon, but we can't date her because she's already married. Got random, beautiful Amira. You got Miguel, the very concerning leader of the church that is totally not available. Got Grace. She's a worker at the saloon, so she's a bartender. She's got a permanent bandage on her legs, so that's pretty attractive. We have a bird. There's no bird dating in this game. There's Zeke. Zeke is not emotionally available. He's just an old man. All he cares for is plants. Danby is not available some reason. The youngest member of the church. Okay, this is a child. You guys. I couldn't quite tell. Cooper is a disgusting human being that should die. Ernest is the hot young reporter that we've already lied to. So I think that our relationship is off to a great start. Unsure has a name that is so bad that I couldn't even consider him as a mate. I'm so sorry. If you're named Unsure, then I am unsure as to how I feel about you. Katori is unavailable. Jensen is too old. I'm just kidding. Got Burgess. He's either married or celibate. I don't know. Got Chi. Chi's kind of cool. He's a little bit basic. He's a little basic, a little nerdy. I kind of like him. It's basically never mind. I was gonna say it looks tiny bit like Daydreamer Dan, but Daydreamer Dan is not basic. Don't take that out of context. Ryan is unavailable. RVO and his sister came to. I don't even remember meeting this person. It says that they're charming and clever. So I guess I don't know if I got that from our interactions with them. It says he's always trying to make his store more attractive, so he probably cares more about his store than he'd ever care about us. Justice is emotionally unavailable. He's too busy killing things. Rocky is far too busy recycling items. Vivi is a kind old lady. She looks like the Oracle from what's it called? The Matrix. Pin is I'm trying to think of like a family-friendly way of putting this, but he's not nice. Okay, that's the family-friendly version. Grace just doesn't want to get kicked out of the onsen for having a tattoo. I don't think that those rules, thankfully, Ego, I don't think that those rules apply for Gaijin anymore, but you may be right. She's just hiding a tattoo down on her leg. She's not even injured. She's a faker. I only like people with real injuries. I want to allow that message, Dimalion. I'm so sorry. Dimalion said, okay, let's be fully bisexual butterfly. Yes. Apparently, fully bisexual is an offensive term by the standards of Automod. It says sexuality or gender is the reason why that is censored. So I apologize. Fang is emo, but I don't even think that they talk. They barely said anything. I like their aesthetics, but I'm not sure if I like their personality. Elsie looks like a child. What is the difference between Elsie and Jasmine? Like 3 years? I don't see why Elsie is dateable. A feisty young lass. I don't know about this, you guys. I don't know if this is okay. Heidi seems really cool. I like her hair. She seems like a BA lady. Matilda is kind old lady. Owen is the hot owner of the Blue Moon Saloon. Very tempting. Thinking about Owen. Whenever I go to bed, thinking about Owen. Hugo, he's a cool dude. We've been trying to be friends with this guy. And then Mion is basically just literally a carbon copy of us. She's a builder too. She's pretty fun. I kind of like her. So Mion is good. Owen is good. Heidi is hot. Fang is hot. And the rest of these guys are just, well, I guess Chi is nerdy and smart. I kind of like that. I don't know about Arvio and Amira. I'm not sure about these two. She looks too attractive. I think she's out of our league. So maybe we'll just consider Mion, Owen, Heidi, Fang, and Chi. Maybe we'll date all of them at the same time, and we'll see how well like they perform in a relationship. And we'll decide. But we'll try to maximize relationship with those people. Those people, you know, those people. I think so. We need engines though, and I saw that you could talk to the mysterious masked salesman, and he sometimes has engines on him. So we're gonna go look for him before we go to bed. You would drive Mion away because because every time I saw her, I would just yell out, Mion! You'd drive her away. I see. You would just yell at her all the time. That is not a good way to start a relationship, Ego. Even though I think you have a lot more relationship experience than me, that doesn't mean that I can't give you some hot tips, some hot dating tips. Don't scream the name of the person that you're dating at all times. The perfect way to attract another human being is by saying their name, because it's genetically proven that if somebody's favorite word is their name, everybody's favorite word is their name. Let's see. So where's that? I don't know actually what the route of the masked salesman is, but he just walks around selling trinkets and such. You said you got a message that your dog can move in next week. Was your dog injured or something, Michelle? I'm sorry to hear that. I hope that your dog gets moving soon. Thank you for the lurk, Floggy. I appreciate it. Let's see. We're looking for the salesman. I'm not sure if he's even in town. Maybe he walks out of town sometimes and just leaves. He sells his wares to the cacti that are around here. We have Pin, who's a disgusting human being. He's very rude, and also I've heard that no spoilers. I don't have any spoilers there, but Pin definitely is like a villain or something. He turns into he's a bad man. He's the bad man. Is unsure. Still don't like your name. Sorry, buddy. I don't see the masked salesman. He might not be available. Was that a doggo? Yes. There are random dogs and cats that walk around town. Here's a cat named Captain. He says, meow, meow. Very powerful words. You can tell why he's the captain of the military. Oh, look. Here's the lady that's hiding her injury. Right? Is that Grace?
Hey there.
Hi, Grace. You want to chat? The Gigglers have graduated from aggravating antics into launching coordinated attacks. This may be a precursor to war. At least I would assume that's the case, but what do I know? I'm just a cook. You need to believe in yourself more, Grace. You're not just a cook. You're a cook with political opinions. That's got to count for something, right? Look, we all get to have opinions. That's part of our citizenship to humanity. We get to have opinions on everything. Also, are you a real human being? This is a fake human being. This is an NPC in the world. I'm afraid they're undateable. They're unrelationshipable. They're unfriendable. Also, this person's fake too, I think. Yeah, Faye is a fake person. You cannot have a relationship with a fake person, you guys. Also, Salty Sander, what's up? Welcome back to Sandrock. Welcome back to Sandrock. We're getting back to our Sandrock shenanigans. Back to the shenanigans. Today, we will have a farm. Otherwise, I will explode. That's my promise to y'all. The end of the stream will be me in pieces around the studio, and I'll have to hire somebody to turn off the stream, okay? If any mods show up, hopefully they can help me shut down the stream after I explode. Wait, the other people you were talking about are real players? No. They're just not NPCs. They're real fake people. Real fake people that are totally dateable and have real emotions. Listen, the developers of this game, whenever they created the dialogue for those characters, they used emotion, right? So that means that they infused emotion, right? So they do have emotions. But in the NPC characters, there's no emotion in their dialogue. They're completely fake. Okay, there we go. We got a tiny bit of water from our dew farm. We honestly just need to make more dew machines. Which seems slightly silly because are we now playing Free Guy? If there's a Free Guy video game, I would hate play it. I would hate play it for sure. In fact, I'm tempted to make another dew machine after we make this big engine thing. So we're supposed to build this so that we can help the man who does all the gardening in town. So we need 2 engines, and I cannot craft them. I cannot craft them. I have to either find them in abandoned ruins, in hazardous ruins, the salvage center. It doesn't even give me the full list of where I can get the engine. This is a good time for me to figure out how to use the encyclopedia. So let's look at the machines. Does it only show machines that we've made? I think it might only show machines that we've made. That is not very helpful. So we have to acquire a machine before we know how to acquire the machine? That seems very silly. There's a condense... So, I think it's considered a relic. You love that movie? I'm glad that you did, Ahsoka. Somebody has to love it. Somebody has to love Free Guy. Let's check our mail. Who sent us anything? Have we gotten any mail? We got Nia said, "Erg, today's been so crazy. I swear you wouldn't believe it. You remember little Ron from down the road, right? Well, he was going out this morning, and he slipped and hit his head real bad. Luckily, I was nearby and heroically dashed to his rescue." Wow. Really talking yourself up. "His nose was bleeding, his face was a bit swollen, but he was all right. I took him to the hospital and they fixed him up. His ma gave me so much food as a reward. Like, so much. I couldn't even finish half. You would have, though. I swear, you always manage to finish your food before I've even started. Well, anyway, I've sent you some. I don't remember ever having dinner with Nia. I don't remember Nia ever watching me eat. Who even is Nia? Is Nia a member of this society? Have I met them? I don't think I've met them. They're talking up how I eat so much, but I don't see them on this list. I think that they're one of the NPCs that we haven't met yet. This is a travesty. Nia's pretending like they know us. Maybe this is their way of making friends. Lying. Oh, look at the flying cactus. All of these decorations around here, all the cacti and ghosts and stuff are for the festival. They're not supposed to be here. Somebody has placed them against my better wishes. Free Guy's very rewatchable. Very rewatchable. I mean, there are a lot of, like, what are they called? In Free Guy, there's like a bajillion references to things, and like there's a million like game references and stuff. So I can see why you would say it's rewatchable. You could probably like catch a bunch of different bunch of references and stuff, bunch of Easter eggs. There's definitely Easter eggs in the movie. I want work to be done. Are you still working right now, Kato? You've almost made it. You've almost made it. I don't know when you get off, but you're almost done. We need to chat up the whole town. Until 5. Yeah, I think that you're on a different time zone than me, right? Because it's almost 5 where I am. I need to drink this coffee before it goes cold. Cold coffee is about like 50% less delicious. This music's getting kind of spooky. I think that's because of the decorations.
Oh, how's it going with the hydrogel? I'm gonna overlook this
I hate this man. I'm glad that we don't have to talk to him anymore. Let's get that out of here. And apparently we have encountered one of the NPCs that we are looking for. I think her name was it Neon? Nyan? Niani? I don't remember. They sent us a letter, but they've never met us. We have to find them. You indulge in a cold brew? Now, cold brews are good. Now, an actual cold coffee is tasty, but this is black coffee. And black coffee is... Well, I guess a cold brew black coffee is not too bad. But a cold brew needs to be, like, properly cold for me to enjoy it. We've never been in here before, so we're gonna find out. You're in Minnesota. You're just a complainer? Kato, you are welcome to complain anytime that you want. That is your human right. Those are the important human rights that nobody talks about. The human right to complain about literally everything. Vending machine. We can get pantaloons. Okay, so it looks like we earned these awards for walking around in this place. Choose level. We're gonna stick with the level that we're on, I guess, and figure out what the heck you doing here. I don't think that you use stamina while you're in here, so maybe it's a health thing. Maybe we just play until our health fails us. And does time keep moving in here? It looks like time freezes and stamina means nothing. But there's a timer and layers. So I guess we get to go through 3 layers. And maybe there's treasure at the end. Looks like the enemies are dropping goodies. I need to keep my eyes peeled in case there's any like lootable items around. So that we can take full advantage of the money that we spent. It's a damaged hauler. He doesn't have any legs or he's only got 1 arm and we just killed him. Minnesota is a nice state I have never visited. Minnesota's in the northern end of the US, right? And is Minnesota to the west or the east of the Mississippi? I think it's to the west. I'm very bad at geography. Also, Fire Bubble, what's up? Oi, oi, oi. Fire Bubble is here. We're talking about Minnesota. There's a bunch of chests around here. Oh, I forgot. I think that you can break chests as well and get some extra goodies. Yes! You can get old parts off of them, which are kind of a frustrating item to get. So it's nice to... He said, I like it here. You just wish that you lived in Twin Cities instead of the northern half. Okay, so Minnesota's great. It's just your area of Minnesota's a little sleepy. Is that the deal? There are definitely some gross, sleepy places in Texas as well. What the heck? Why can't I attack? Okay, it wouldn't let me attack for a moment. I think they stunned me or something. There we go. Just double stun lock. Double stun lock. Take them down. Very nice. The Mississippi actually starts in Minnesota, runs through the state and down the eastern border. Okay, so it is... So you are to the west of the Mississippi. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. I almost embarrassed myself in front of the entire internet. And Minnesota's on right on the edge. Okay, okay. I'm rebuilding my American map. I feel like people that are not from America in the chat probably know American geography better than I do. And you know what? I wouldn't have it any other way. Okay, damaged hauler. There's just a bunch of robots down here. They barely do any damage, but it would probably be good for me to bring food down here just in case. And we wouldn't even have to focus on, so we'll use stamina food for the mines, and we'll use health food for this like dungeon crawling thing. Just need to make sure that we don't waste any of the delicious treats that have been left around. We want to loot absolutely everything, because we had to pay a bunch of stamina to get in here. So like half of our day is already fried. It's to the east of the Mississippi? What is it? No, I think it's to the west. Thank goodness. Boing, boing. I can remember Minnesota's shape. Minnesota's up north. That's where people say bag instead of bag. They have a funny way of pronouncing things, and I like it. I think we, lots of people moved down to Texas, so I definitely have met some Minnesotans. We definitely had Minnesotans in my, what's it called? The homeschool co-op that we were in. Homeschool co-op works like you only go a certain amount of days to class, quote unquote, and they'll give you homework for the way that ours worked is that they give us homework for the next week. So we would do homework all the week. Then on Friday, we'd go to the homeschool co-op, do like 1 hour of each class. I think it was 4 periods. And then the next week would start, and on Monday, we would start doing the homework that they assigned. It was a very weird system. But the thing that's nice about co-ops is that all the parents don't have to like learn everything. So there was like one parent that was good at math that taught math, and my mom taught science and history different years. But my mom actually has a teaching degree, but it's a teaching degree for like younger children, so it wasn't too helpful for me because I did private school whenever I was the age that she is taught to teach. So, you know, I got the short end of that stick. Rainy Reveries, what's up? How are you doing? That's so cute. Such a cute emote. You can confirm that they say bag instead of bag. Yes. I knew it, but there was at least one. There was one particular family that I'm quite sure was from Minnesota. Give me the goods. What am I? I'm picking up bronze bars. That's going to save a lot of time later. Now we don't have to smelt copper and tin and mine it. and smelt the bronze as well. This is very convenient. I definitely am gonna come back here. What's up, Brad? How are you doing? Brad, I'm sorry, I haven't gotten the new server yet. I have a friend that has a 7 days to die server, and we haven't had any problems with it. I think I'm just gonna ask him what service he uses. This game looks fun. It's an interesting game, Rainy Reveries. It's got a lot. There's a lot to it. So there's like this combat dungeon crawling that I'm doing, and then there's also farming and mining and relationships in town and missions and commissions. There's like so much going on. But it's early access. They're still working on it. I'm hoping that they keep improving it a lot. I actually have really good performance in indoor buildings. And this is apparently indoors. I only have frame drops in the overworld. So like overworld main area is really, really choppy. Today I'm going to be incredulously busy. So no 7 days for you. I mean, I did check to see if there's anybody on the server before I started streaming. Not that it would have stopped me from streaming. I was just curious. Bonk. Bonk. Y'all have been playing the heck out of 7 days. All right. I think that I'm level 12 right now, so I can definitely fight robots that are like equal or even slightly above my level. I am level... Oh, I should probably avoid that explosion. Oh, I'm level 13. Okay, so I'm way older than these robots. These robots were born yesterday. Get out of here. Also, you get made fun of whenever you say bagel. Root, and Vegas. Can I guess the way that a northerner would say those things? Let's see. So normally it's bagel. So do you say bagel? Right? Because you say, oh, I have a handbag. So you must say bagel. Do you say You do? It is reversed? That's kind of cool. I kind of like that. That makes sense. That makes sense. By y'all's pronunciation rules, that makes perfect sense. Oh, you can just buy health kits while you're here. That reminds me that I might have health kits on me. No, I think I put them in my chest. What does this food do? Does this restore health or... It does restore health. Let's eat this food. So far, though, the food that I have has been, like, way more valuable to just sell. So I probably shouldn't have eaten that. You said... What else was it? Oh, also, good night, Fire Bubbles. Hope you get some rest. Looks like there's a boss in here. Nice. Roof is rough. Rough. Get up on the roof. Get up on the roof. We need somebody to fix the shingles. The shingles on the roof. Whoa! Okay, he's got a slam attack. Make sure I don't get hit by that. It's pretty easy to stun lock. Nice. Hollow doesn't stand a chance. Oh, big stun. Just avoid this big attack, and I'll be all good. Bingo, he's down. We learned about the holler by killing it. What was the other thing you said? Root? Root. So do you say ret? Got a couple of potato rets going through the ground. Evaluation. Finish time didn't use buffs. Is that true? I didn't know that there were buffs in this game. That makes them really easy to avoid using whenever you don't know they exist. I guess we made it through, but we can't pick up this item. So we probably need to throw out some junk. Is there any stuff that I know I can get rid of? We have one of these. Let's just get rid of this. How do we abandon? Yes, abandon it. But we picked up a power crystal. That's good. It rhymes with book, so it's root, rook. It rhyme. Basically, I say them to rhyme with book and root. Root, ruck, root, reet, rim, ramp, romp. And he said Vegas, so is it like Vagus? Og Vegas. Oh, I see. So now, did I just go to B? No, I got a B evaluation, and I got an engine for that. Did I? I don't remember getting an engine. I have a condenser on me. Is that what that is? Oh, I think that's a condenser. So I got a B ranking. How am I supposed to get an A ranking? This is middle. So we just did upper level. You could do middle level, but you have to be level 14 for that. I'm too weak. Vegas and Bagel. Vegas and Bagel have the same thing? Vagel? I feel like I'm pretty sure it's half mix of how things are pronounced and how they aren't. It's just a little, they just like tweaking the words. They just tweak the words a little bit. No, this is a different image. So we could get, let's just buy another backpack slot because we can, which is ridiculous. So we just didn't get one. We just didn't get an engine, but you can get an engine for doing the exact same thing that I did. We just didn't get one. What is this? Is this the rock? Is this the rock that I dropped? Look it up. No, we got an engine. We did get an engine. What the heck? Thank goodness I bought some more slots. Actually, that's exactly what we needed. Fantastic. Now, can we leave? Exit area. Okay, fantastic. You'll have to hop in the community voice chat so that y'all can hear it firsthand. This is important. I need to know. Nitrado servers for 7 days to die are good. Do you use them for like any other hosting services, Ego? Yeah, we need 2 engines, Brad. We need 2 engines so that we can learn how to make plants. There's nothing that says I know how to garden like 2 engines. So if we can, I'm going to really quick turn down. Okay, game speed's already as low as it goes. That's good. You can just adjust that on the fly. It makes days go faster. It makes things craft faster. It's very weird. You can just switch it on the go any old time. And it's a game mechanic. Like, you're supposed to switch it. It's not even cheating. It's strange. Here we go. Ocean Wolf, what's up? How are you doing? Happy Thursday? Thursday? Is it Thursday? Is it the day of Thurs? Or is it Friday? What is today? It says sorted. So is this even... yeah, this is pulling items. Okay, good. I'm just going to autofill into these boxes. It looks like we need another box. So maybe we can make that... maybe we can make that real hasty, like... Let's get... there's a mini storage box, but we want wooden storage, man. That's an upgrade. Now that's an upgrade. I guess we'll put it in a line still, even though this is getting messier and messier. What's really cool about this game that I really like is that you can pick up full boxes. That is an awesome feature. So it doesn't really matter where we place these. We can fill them up and it won't cause any problems for us. We should probably keep all tokens and things of the sort on us at all times, but the crafting items can get pulled directly out of... this looks like a decoration. Crafting items can get pulled directly out of the boxes as long as they're on your property, which is absolutely wild. And is a very convenient feature. We need to keep this on us because this is part of the repair process that we're working on. But we'll just slap everything else in here that I know is used for crafting. Get the salt out of here, get the stone out of here. Yeah, it's especially nice to put items over here that you know you're going to get a lot of, because then you can just auto stack them. Look at that. We still need another box. Hey, what's up, Nurse Fuzzy Wuzzy? I'm sorry that you're still feeling sick. I've still been coughing up a storm. Maybe we can still go get another engine. It says we need a hydrogel core. Where the heck are we supposed to get a hydrogel core? But all we need is an engine. Oh, this is the core. Okay, so all we need is one more engine for this. Let's set these scrappers to scrapping. Let's have this one process stone scrap. And the scrap is just stuff that you pick up off the ground, and it lets you really easily get some like higher end items without having to craft them, which is very convenient. You have to make sure that all of these engines and processors and everything require fuel, which I'm putting in them, but it also requires water, which is why I keep filling up this water tank. We have plenty of water right now, though. We just need to get more of these little dew masters. They barely collect any dew, and it takes 10 dew to make 1 water. Mini storage has, it's 5x3. This is what, 5x4? Yeah, it is 5x4. It literally only gives you like one more level. I'm kind of curious what other types of storage there are. So far, we just have mini and wooden. So I'm guessing there's just like one that's called big. Or maybe there's a medium one first. Wooden bookcase. What does this do for you? I think it just lets you store stuff. This is a techno calendar. You can put it in the museum. And it looks like it is a relic rather than a decoration. But our character also could maybe put on some of these clothes. Let's see. How do we compare clothes? I'm just going to automatically put on all of these things because I assume that they're going to do something. We'll put on all of those. I actually want to read what the stats are. Let's take this stuff off. We'll take off all the stuff and we'll compare the... We'll keep the headgear on because that helps us walk around in the dust storms. This is way better, I think. Ability power is a little bit lower. Less critical chance. No, this gives you reflect damage. And it's 29 defense versus 39. So the Desert Defender definitely has better defense. Do we want more defense or like all these special abilities? I don't know. We only have these pants, so... This gives you defense points, this gives you defense points, and this gives you critical damage. This gives you defense points. Okay, so we'll just be basically beefing up our character. Very basic beefing. I'm going to keep the reflect damage. I don't know what that means, but I like the sound of it. We'll just slap on all these defensive things, and bingo! We're looking great. And we could probably sell... We can sell these other clothes. Clothes are kind of expensive in this game, which is good. Do a little bit of cleanup here. I'm gonna make it so that my currencies are up here. This is my fishing stuff, which I don't really need, but what the heck, I'll just keep it on me. Crafting thing, and let's go to the museum. See if we can donate this. And we could go back to the ruins. We'll go through the ruins one more time. We'll get another engine, and we'll be freaking golden. We'll be golden, I tell you. We'll be golden gods. Beefy. Yes. The beefiest. That's a beefy looking frog. Is that frog in pain? Or is it pleased with how beefy it's become? Boing, boing. Okay, so it's not Friday. All right, it's not it's not Friday. I'd like to give a public service announcement. It is not Friday yet. Yeah, if it reflects damage, then that should not... I mean, I'm kind of curious if the reflect also means that you don't take the damage, or if it just means that it pays it back. Either one, I think, would be good. I'd take either one. This still has 2 days to go, and this is a cooking station that we're researching right now. So in a couple of days, we'll be able to cook up some goodies. Be able to cook up some delicious treats. Some tasty tasties. Also, Human 1 is here. What's up? Hey! Human 1, I'm playing its janky early access game. Oi, oi, oi! Can we get a... Oh, wait. I don't have any mods right now. Okay. Watch this. I'll do it myself. Bingo does that. There we go. Hopefully the game won't crash now. Bingo does it. Oi, oi, oi. You've been playing Fortnite? Ooh. Human 1, I was just talking to everybody about how I have not made my battle pass yet. I've not made my battle pass yet. You guys, Human 1 is a super duper cool creator. Super sweet person. Great vibes. Plays fun games. You should absolutely give them a follow right now. You should give them a follow right now. And also, while I'm at it, let me also give a shout out for Brad, who's a super cool homie. You guys should definitely check out Brad as well. Brad and Human 1 couldn't be further from each other as far as content goes. Human 1 does like a lot of cool just chatting and stuff, as well as lots of like, there's some horror games in there, there's some Dark Souls in there. And Brad does a lot of retro gaming. He's very good at retro games. But also variety as well. I guess if both people do variety, then their content's not that far apart, but it's a different kind of variety, all right? It's a different variety of games. You should check them both out. You said, time to get ready for the gym. Let's get freaking ripped. Let's get freaking ripped. Good luck with your workout. A different variety of variety. Indeed, that's what I was going to say. A different variety of variety. Okay, we playing Fortnite? I mean, I kind of want to get Doctor Strange just so that I can have him in my collection. I was thinking about streaming Fortnite tomorrow. I was thinking about it, though. Who knows how late I'll be up tonight? Who knows how long this game will keep my attention? We're gonna go to the breach. We're gonna fight through some robots really quick and snag another engine. Ah! And we need another B evaluation. We need to do no better than last time. They got Nintendo and a bunch of Nintendo tapes set up on the TV in the den. Huh? They got a Nintendo and Nintendo tapes. Is there a Nintendo console that uses tapes? Are there Nintendo movies that are on VHS? What are you talking about? Let's get the damaged hauler out of here. Get out of here, you absolute rascal. I need to get my engine at the end of this. I don't even care about killing you. You're too weak. You're too weak for me. Although, we might actually run out of health. So I might have to purchase one of those health items that's at the end of the levels. A B evaluation? Indeed. Dodge roll in this game is right click and left click is hit. It is ridiculous. It's so strange. That's what my grandma used to say back in the day. They do kind of look like VHSs, I guess. The like NES and SNES cartridges look a little bit like tapes. They look like they might have reels of film in them, right? Kenny doesn't know what a VHS is. Excuse me? How old do you think I am, Kato? We used to have a huge collection of Disney VHSs. It took us forever before we transitioned to DVD. I watched VHSs all throughout my childhood, shaking my head. Listen, I'm not a Zoomer and I'm not a millennial. I'm on the ragged edge so that neither group likes me. I'm in the uncomfortable in-between zone. Let's see. I watched Blue's Clues when I was a kid. That was my favorite show. And also, I'm gonna die now. I'm going to die because Blue's Clues is too amazing. I'm just gonna run past everything. I don't know if I'm gonna get a bad evaluation for this, but wait, do I have to kill these guys to get out of here? How the heck do I get out of here? Grab. Maybe you have to beat the enemies to open the door. That would not be good because we're gonna perish. We're gonna die. We're not gonna get a B evaluation. I should have bought stuff at the beginning. Maybe I can run back to the beginning and get healed up. We're gonna try it. It's almost impossible to dodge their projectiles unless you're just running full speed away. That's how I judge people's knowledge of old things, as if they know what a VHS is. It's not even that old. Nice. We're gonna purchase one of these things and see how much it helps. The hemostats. Okay, that kind of helps. So we probably need like a couple more. Which is very expensive, but we really need this engine and I don't want to come back in here. We don't have enough stamina, so we're either gonna have to buy stamina, wait another day, or just go ahead and buy these health things. Who knows what an 8-track is? Oh, listen, I had a Walkman when I was a kid. I don't know what you're talking about, this 8-track nonsense. Guys, everybody quickly flex how old you are. Quickly remind everybody of devices that nobody has anymore. Quickly, it's the only way to prove your worth. Okay, I probably shouldn't be fighting everything at the same time. They're doing so much damage to me. I need to focus on one-on-one interactions. One-on-one interactions. That's the only way to make a relationship with these robots. Yeah, let's focus on this one. You can kind of stun lock things relatively good. Also, what's up, Canned Pies? Hello, it is I, Canned Pie. I am also quite late by the look of things. No. We're just starting off this stream hot. Don't worry, Canned Pies. You've only missed like an hour. We haven't even been playing this game for an hour yet. No worries. You're right on time. How are you doing, Canned Pies? Hope you're having a pleasant Thursday, assuming that today is Thursday. Hope you're having a pleasant day that it is. So how am I gonna dodge these guys? What are their attacks? I've just been wailing on them. It looks like we can stun them pretty good. Yep, it's just one-on-one. I was rushing groups like a dum-dum. And that does open the door. Dang. Is today only Thursday? Is it? What is the day, Human One? I don't know. I lost track of days a long time ago. It's part of the streamer agreement. As soon as you become an affiliate on Twitch, you're not allowed to know what day of the week it is anymore. They keep it hidden from me. What is it? You wanted it to be for... Okay, so it is. So it is Thursday. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. I thought I was lied to. Cause you bet I don't have my phone on me. It's dead right now. My phone is dead AF. Old parts. Welcome to the old parts, stranger. Eh? Where's the machine? Oh, we have to continue down one more. Why did you murder your phone? Because I didn't plug it in last night. Because I'm a maniac. All right. I didn't plug it in because I was playing games on it. You're just playing games on your phone all night. Dang it. Do I need to buy more of this? I don't have enough money. I don't have money for this. That's $100. You only get like 200 for a commission. But this is an important mission. And now I know that I'm supposed to fight these guys one-on-one. This combat is kind of slow, but it's kind of fun. It's kind of fun, hacky slashy, but it's not very, it's not extremely engaging if we're being honest. Whack. Destroy treasure chest. We have no need for the treasure chest any longer. I need to watch what's actually, like, injuring me. Ah! Damaged sweeper is working better than the undamaged sweeper. What the heck? I'm more scared of the damaged one. You guys, I saw a TikTok that said damaged people are the most powerful. And I think that I'm seeing the truth. I think I'm seeing the truth of it. Pac-Man to the point where the joystick gave me carpal tunnel? Oh my god. Carpal tunnel? That doesn't sound like video games were better back in the day. It sounds like they injured you more. I don't want to be hurt by my video games. Although I have played PC enough that I always get like a red mark on the bottom of my hand. But that's probably just because I'm twisting my wrist. Because I'm a wrist Andy. You're not supposed to be a wrist Andy. You're supposed to use your whole hand. You're supposed to use your arm, not your wrist. You silly gamer, you. Woohoo! Your friend had a Pac-Man arcade table. Ooh. I am definitely extremely tempted by those big stand-up arcade cabinets that you can just buy. That are like super cheap. They're like $300 or something. But I don't know. I feel like if I'm gonna pay money, I should get an authentic cabinet, to be honest. I think that they're like called Arcade 1-Ups or something. That's the company that makes them. I mean, it's kind of a cool concept. I like the idea of having like that size of a gaming thing in my house, but I'm just not sure about I kind of feel like it'd be smarter for me to just like troll on those. I've definitely gotten advertisements before for those websites where like arcades will shut down and they'll sell the like old components. Or they'll sell the old machines at like bargain prices, or they'll often do an auction for the stuff. That seems pretty cool. If you could like save up some moolah and then win an auction for like old machines. Okay, there's nothing there. I'm gonna have to get more health again. I could skip these sweepers though. I do not have to fight these sweepers because the door is unlocked. You really want a 4-slot Neo Geo arcade cabinet? I don't even know what that is. That's so amazing. It's so amazing that I have no knowledge of this item. Hey, what's up, Di? How are you doing? I saw you in Onmi's chat. Playing some Trackmania. Oh, baby. I did. What? They locked the door. I'm locked in here with a sweeper. No. The mods are back in town. Hey, what? How'd you hit me? I dodged away. Oh my god, this game is ridiculous. They do not make it clear whenever you're taking damage. It's just like a tiny little... It's just a tiny little word on the screen. It does not feel visceral at all. It feels like they just get free shots on you. You don't even notice when they hit you. How am I supposed to learn how to dodge? The door's still locked. Oh my god. We have to beat up this damaged hauler. He's guarding the door. Okay, so I saw that. I should have been able to dodge that. I gotta dodge sooner. Meow, 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 meow. We beat him up. Tin and Curry got their arcade machines from a place online. I should ask them. Maybe whenever I become like a huge streamer, like Curry and Tin, if I become like famous and rich, then I can buy cabinets like they do. It's a 3-slot Neo Geo arcade cabinet, but with an extra slot. Oh, I see. So that's what a 4-slot is. It's a 3-slot with an extra slot. Genius. It looks like I'm earning money for doing this though, so I guess it's not too bad to just be buying health like this. In fact, I think I'm gonna ball out. There's a boss on this level. I feel like a dummy not being able to dodge his stuff. I even have my like extra defensive stuff that's not helping me. And it doesn't look like I'm about to level up or anything. I already leveled up combat. Holy moly. Okay, it says 20% more HP when using items. Too bad I just used all my health items. Dang it. Let's just upgrade our sword. What the heck? We're using this sword right now, and now we get we just got levels on it so that we can do like longer combos. We'll see how well that works. It's just a boss on this level. Oh dear. Okay, I know how to dodge this. Ironically, the bosses are easier to fight than the minions because the bosses like telegraph their attacks way better. See, look, it's as clear as a bell that he's about to attack you. You can just dodge it. But all the little minions are impossible to tell what they're doing. Ah, he's dead. Can we have more bosses, please? Could we just have a level filled with bosses, if you don't mind? On Me is a fun place to chill. Immaculate vibes. Oh, yeah. Definitely immaculate, like, relaxing, chill vibes. We love some On Me. Bonk. Okay, did we get an engine for that? If we got an engine, then I am pleased. It was worth everything if we got an engine. And we did. Nice. Everything that we ever wanted has come to fruition, you guys. We can now build the aerogel machine engine thing. Nice. Kenny, do you have dinosaurs on your shirt? You bet I do. Dinoed up. Ta-da! Dino shirt. Dino shirt. In all seriousness, they used to make Neo Geo cabinets, 1, 2, and 4-slot models. You could select the games and play on one machine. The owner could put up to 4 games in a 4-slot model. So it's like a model. It's like a cabinet of a Neo Geo is an actual console, right? So you can. So it's like a. That's just making me think about the like console. Like machines that used to be at McDonald's with the Nintendo 64. Oh yeah, that reminds me. Whenever we were in Vegas, Opsty and I went to like a game shop that had like DDR in the back room and like a bunch of arcade cabinets, and they had like a standing Nintendo 64 like model that you could play, and they had, I'm trying to remember, I think that there was an NES model. They had something running Metal Slug. It was very cool. They had a little section with a bunch of like historical consoles. Like they had the Virtual Boy set up. It's very cool. That's where I was tempted to buy Balloon Wonderland. Okay. Engines in. Boom. Moisture farm will be fixed, I tell you. Okay, so we got now we just need a hydrogel condenser. Do we make that here? Do we make that ourselves, or do we just take these components to the? What do I do now? Where do you make that? The mission is to fix the moisture farm. So we have. Oh, I think I just put that out of my pocket. I think I just took it out of my pocket and I put it in a box. I think that's all. We should have all the. Yeah, here's the condenser. Okay, so now we just need to install it. But it's almost through the day, so we need to just go to bed. Just gonna go to bed. We'll set everything to scrapping. And we'll just go ahead and do a little bit of... We'll get a little bit of extra scrap because we have some more stamina. We have more stamina, and that's like the most frustrating thing in this game is the fact that stamina go away so fast. So we need to make sure that we take full advantage. Wait, how is it Thursday? Well, you see, so the week starts with Monday. Or Sunday, depending on how you define week. My week starts on Monday. And then it just continues along. Like every 24 hours, it'll change into the next day. And you can also like detect days changing by the sun going up and the sun going down. Whenever the sun comes up, it's the beginning of a day, and whenever it goes down, it's the end of a day. And that's just a basic measurement for days of the week. So you got to go through 4 of those cycles, 4 or 5 of them to get to Thursday. I define week with a picture of Earl. Got him. Got him. I'd love to arm wrestle you, Die. I'm excited about the arm wrestling competition that we're gonna both be a part of soon. I can't wait. I've already bought my tickets. Oh, wait, we need a... Let's see. I'm gonna go through... I'm actually gonna remove this. We're gonna use the mechanical scrap, because that has much more useful components. Copper bars are already cooking. Let's go to bed. I'm so freaking tired, you guys. I hope y'all are tired, too. Ba-ba-ba-ba. But you don't lie, Die. I am weaker than I was whenever I was younger. I used to work at a horse barn, and I'd basically just work out all day. I don't care about the Lantern Festival. I used to be stronger. I've become weak in my old age. So I think I'm going to, I just got an achievement unlocked on that grind set. Very fitting. I think I'm going to start going to the gym after I move... because I'll hopefully have a little bit more disposable income. Hopefully. It's gonna cut my rent in half to rent a way bigger house with friends. So I get to hang out with friends, save money, and have more space. What the heck? And hopefully I'll have enough casharoo that I can pay for a gym membership or something, because I want to get ripped. I want to get freaking ripped. I want to be Armstrong style big. I want to be so big that I can cosplay muscular anime characters. That's what I want. That's what I want most in this world. We'll put this here, put that there. We need to go install the hydrogel like right now, because we should be able to farm like really soon after we do that. Let's just make sure that our furnaces are rocking. We do not have tin. That is too bad. There is no tin. There's no tin in the entire world. I'm just going to set this to making glass and bricks, because we'll probably need those later. And the components that we use to make those things are not very hard to find. I don't have my camel anymore, so it's going to be kind of slow. You're going to be looking for a roommate in August? In August? Brad, I'm sorry. I've already made the decision that I'm going to move in with these people. Thank you for the offer, though. Thank you for the offer. Maybe next year. Maybe next year, because I think my friends are going to move to Canada. My friends that I'm renting a house with, they're gonna say, "See you later, America," and go to Canada, or at least that's their plan right now. Boing. So I might be out a place of living. Okay, to the hydro farm, to the gardening man. We have all the components to be able to make the plants grow again. Canada. Yes, they're both. One of them's an artist, one of them's a programmer, so they're hoping that they can find jobs over there. I don't know what they would. I don't think they're gonna move until they find jobs, though. So they might just be lying to themselves. Listen, Canada is just a dream for most Americans. Most Americans, they say, "I want to go to Canada," but they can't figure out how to do it. Canada is it's too magical. It's too magical for Americans. Look at us floating around this building, whacking it with a hammer. Ta-da! That's how you fix things. Pardon my coughing. I still have COVID. That's what you're thinking? No options. Oh, you're wondering what you'll be doing? I'm still wondering what I'm gonna be doing. Also, this game's lagging out the butt. You're making my stream lag, you stupid game.
You know, if you weren't able to build this,
I like Zeke. He's kind of cool, chill guy.
Basic farming. In this heat and condition, most of the crops would have died.
And it is like Narnia. You can only get there through walking through old coats.
It was that bleak.
You can only get to Canada through old coats and mothballs.
For all of us.
Also, their king is a lion.
Let me do some cleaning around here. Then I'll teach you a few things about desert farming like I promised.
Thanks, Zeke.
I'll let you know.
I think I have to do a bunch of missions before he'll teach me how to farm. I'm so mad. I'm so mad at this game making me go through all these hoops. I was talking to the guy that we raided last night, and apparently in the game before this, like, your neighbor is immediately gardening and teaches you how to do it so that you can help them. They're like, oh, can you help me make like a crop box? Can you help me make fertilizer? So they like teach you right off the bat. And in this game, you have to play for more than 6 hours, go through a quest line and a quest tree, continue the main story, and get all this complicated stuff just for him to teach you how to farm. It is ridiculous. It's ridiculous. I'm extremely angry. But we have to farm. I mean, look, I can't let my anger get me down. I can't be too distracted by my endless rage. Oh, thank you for the food, canned pies. Thank you for the... You are reminding me that I do want to play Minecraft at some point. Maybe we'll do the one block challenge again. The one block challenge is fun. Doing a hardcore map would be interesting. But I've been playing hardcore Minecraft offline, and I keep freaking dying. I keep dying, so I don't think that I'm ready. I don't think I'm ready for the big time yet. I keep exploding. I'm just having a happy little mining experience, and then all of a sudden a creeper comes up behind me and says, hello. Hello, that's an interesting, it's an interesting amount of blood that's in your system. I would like to remove some of it. Oh, look at all these items. You seem to have built yourself a nice house. It sure would be a shame if someone was to... Okay, so we need materials. We need we need bronze bars, which we already have. We need thick rope and plant fiber, which we might already have. They're just sending us back to our house. Plant fiber and thick rope, right? We definitely have plant fiber. I think that you use plant fiber to make thick rope. So we just need to look for the rope. Looking for that rope. Where's the freaking rope? That looks like fiber or string or something. I don't know. Whenever you click on the things, it doesn't tell you what they are. How am I supposed to know what all these dang items are? Is there a button to show description? What is that key at the bottom? It looks like a... How am I supposed to show the descriptions? Okay, there we go. Goodness gracious. Okay, now we can see them. Rubber, thin thread. Okay, I don't think I have any thick rope. I think you have to craft thick rope, and I just haven't made much of it. I think I remember what the sprite looks like. Where's my thick rope? Alright, I don't think we have any. We got copper wire, though. We need 2 thick ropes. We already own 0. Okay, so we didn't have any. Nice. This is... this work table works instantly, which is nice, because everything else is on a timer. Now we've got to... What? Repair fence? I was working on the wrong mission. No! How am I supposed to... How do I learn how to farm? Where's that mission? Where's that quest? What? I'm helping this guy fix a fence? I don't want to do that. I don't want to help Cooper. He's a stinker. Okay, well, I'm accidentally doing a different mission. And I don't have the mission for farming. That's all we need. All we need is farming. That's all I wish for in my life. Here's the weird grid grass. We're back to the grid grass zone, where it looks like somebody put a giant waffle iron on the land. We'll fix your stupid fence. It says no escaping. That's what that symbol means. No leaving. This is a fence. You're not allowed through it. Now we talk to the man that owns this property, and we'll, I guess, maybe we'll talk to that old man again. Maybe we have to accept the mission. I was not listening to him. That was my mistake. Should have listened to the man. He was telling me exactly what I needed to know. And what did I do? I skipped past all of his dialogue because it's a real snooze. Is Cooper up at the church? Cooper should be at the church. He needs to get forgiveness for his sins. He's been an awful member of society. The church, he should just live there at this point. He's got so much to confess. Alright, Cooper, where? Whoa. Game's lagging out. Game's about to explode. This is just too much fun to put on one computer screen. Peach is the most famous person in the world. She's recognized for bringing people into the age of light. Peach is the most famous person in the world. It seems like a good time to meet everybody, but I think I've met all these people. Fine work, youngin'. With builders like you around, it'll be in tip-top shape in no time. Okay, sweet. He gave us 2 pieces of bread. Guess I can just talk to everybody since they're all bunched up in here. Why do you hate Cooper? He's just very rude. He's been very rude, and he's just kind of a big meanie. He's just kind of a mean man. We had conversations with him earlier, and he was like, ow, he told me, listen, you dumb youngins don't understand. Whenever I was a kid, nobody asked anything of me. I had to go out there and get whatever I needed. I had so many siblings.
Everyone loves rules.
Sign me up.
Dance. One is all that's now the
He wants me to have a dance off? What the heck? So he was like talking about how you have to go out and get it, pull yourself up by your bootstraps. And then the very next conversation I had, he was begging me to fix his fence. And I said, oh, okay, are you going to pay me for this? And he was like, what do you expect? To get paid for doing work? That's ridiculous. He like scolded me. And I was like, didn't you just tell me that you don't get things for free and you never ask anybody to do anything? And then you ask me to do this work and all you do is pay me in a couple of slices of bread? That's ridiculous. Hey, let me see if I can remember how to say your name. I think I know you from Oopsie, right? Is that Ekared? Ekared? I've definitely heard Oopsie say your name a bunch of times. Uh-huh. It is an Oopsie clown. A fellow Oopsie clown. Thank goodness. How are you doing? It's nice to meet you. I don't think that we've said hi before. We've definitely been in the same chats. Oi! How are you doing? We're playing this janky early access game right now called My Time at Sandrock. It's the sequel to My Time at Portia, which I never played. A pleasure to meet you. Well, hello. Ekared, how are you doing? Do you stream? I'm trying to remember. Are you a streamer? Are you a streamer? Or a viewer? Or a viewing streamer? Or a streamer viewer? Okay, I've talked to everybody in town that went to church, so we only have the heathens to talk to now. Now we've just got to look for all the Satanists that are hiding around in town. Let's see. Can I donate? Yeah, I want to donate this techno calendar. See, Katori, she's the head of the Satanist cult. And that's why I like her.
Catch you later.
Catch you later. Is she from Boston or Texas? I'm confused. I'll catch you later, cowboy. I'll see you later. Howdy do. Donate an item. Okay, I can't donate an item there. What about here? What is the point of making exhibits? Really donate? Sure. This game is so weird. What? Why? We can donate items. They can't be viewed whenever you're far enough away from them. So they only spawn in whenever you're standing next to it. I mean, I know that you get rewards for donating things. Like, you have to donate 40 items to get this. A bag meant to be worn by the waist. Despite its convenience, bags like this were deeply unpopular. What do they do? What are these items? There's a Relic Restoration machine, which would be convenient because then I don't have to walk all the way here. I'm not convinced this game isn't trying to be Stardew Valley. Oh, it is, JPEG. It is. It's trying to be Stardew in 3D with more stuff going on. Oh, you are a streamist. Nice. You taking a little break? That's good. It's good to take time for yourself. I know how difficult it can be to take breaks from streaming, but I had to take a break last year and this year for like a couple of weeks. And last year I like burnt out super hard and I had to take like 3 months off. So I'm glad that you're taking time for yourself. But I look forward to watching your streams, I'm not gonna lie. I'm a filthy lurker, but I'll definitely peep in. You shall slide to bed now. All right, hop on the slide straight into your bed, Moy. Hope you rest good. Oi! Moit, thank you for being here. Oh yeah, I want to get acupuncture done. I wonder what this does. Oh, acupuncture resets your knowledge points. Nice. Looks like it has a free skill reset. That is nice. And speaking of skills, we've actually unlocked more knowledge. More social knowledge. These are locked. And I don't... These are locked in a way that you... If I do this, then I'll unlock these. But these are like permanently locked for now. I do not know how these get unlocked. But this will allow us to have a quality bonus knowledge, which gives us extra reward when turning in high quality items. Commission rewards are higher while ranked in the top 3. There's a ranking? There's a leaderboard? Rewards gained when completing a commission on the same day it's issued increased by 5. That sounds useful, because I normally do commissions that I can do in one day. But this gives us extra XP for completing commissions, so awesome. We know that there's acupuncture near now. Cool, cool. A few months here, you're going to be back come summer. Nice. Summertime, baby. Summertime is streaming time. What kind of games did you stream? Or will you stream? Or did stream? I mean, you will stream them. You will stream them. I'm holding you to it now. Are you another Animal Crossing streamer? Seems like everybody that I run into is an Animal Crossing streamer. Or a retro gamer. Those are the two peeps that are around here the most. It's either retro games or Animal Crossing. I guess I fit into the Animal Crossing category, but I haven't played Animal Crossing in 3 days. Let's actually go pick up a commission right now and take advantage of our new skills. Oh yeah, I saw the person that I was watching last night was doing like a lot of rolling through town. It seems to be kind of quick, right? You just can't do it constantly, otherwise you'll run out of stamina. It looks cool anyway. I want to watch the animation. Also, let's try to figure out if there's like a leaderboard in here. There is, okay. So the best person is Stinky Yan with rep points, and there's annual and monthly rewards for being top tier. Giga Chad is number 5. That's us. We're not doing so good. Our rep points are looking kind of weak. Let's see. What can we can make some thick rope real quick. This is not much money though. If we did bronze blades, that'd be nice, but I don't think that we have any more bronze. Thin thread, we already have loads of thin thread. In fact, we might have it on us right now. Nice. You played a retro and indie. You've played Earthbound, Chrono Trigger, Cave Story, Sims. Probably just gonna do some game dev and pixel art streams. That is super cool. You do game dev stuff? That is rad. That is rad as crap. We were actually talking about game development last night because of how like some of the systems in this game are really shoddy, so it kind of just naturally made us talk about game dev stuff. But I used to be super interested in game dev business whenever I was younger. And I was thinking about maybe working on more stuff. I've never been very good at pixel art, though. Never been too much of an artist, but I do love programming systems and stuff. It is fun. Fun! Game dev stuff is hard, though. The actual, like, game design is very difficult. It's just a hobby for you. You used to be a programmer. Ooh, that is cool. I've just been self-taught. I was not officially taught anything. But I did, like, my mom gave me... I was homeschooled, so my mom assigned me to make a game. She assigned me to make a game as my, like, senior project, I think. But I never finished it. I got stuck in development hell. I should have, The problem with this game is the same problem that I was running into, which was I just bit off too much. I had too many ambitious ideas. I should have just made like a basic app. That's what I should have done. If I could redo it over, I would just focus on a very simple concept, and then I would refine it a lot and make it fun to play. I'd start with a very basic concept and then just make it like that mini game, make that into like a little bit of like a gameplay cycle or something, like a good gameplay loop. Make it a lot more basic. This is the same thing that we ran into the other day, where it just wouldn't let us accept commissions, even though one day we did like 3 commissions at a time. I don't know what is determining whether or not I'm allowed to do more commissions. But I should pick up game dev as a hobby again. I just have so many things that I'm trying to do at a time. This is less struggle. Trying to learn how to play piano while I'm also trying to learn Japanese. While I'm also trying to learn how to stream. Oh, thank you for the sip die. I will drink the rest of this coffee and maybe go refill it really quick. Okay, boom. We don't even have any more scrap. We should probably go to the mines today. We should go to the mines, I say. And maybe just autofill some stuff so we're not carrying as much. I'm still weirded out that we can't take any more commissions today. Yeah, playing games like this makes me really think that I could make a cool game. It's very encouraging. These are like the exact same item. This is the same item? Is this equipped or non-equipped? This is a better pendant. We should put this on. It has 1 plus to defense. It's blue, so I guess that means that its rarity is up. This rarity is higher too, but its defense points are 3, and this one's defense points are 3, so they're exactly the same. And they're worth the same. No, they're not worth the same. I'm gonna use the green one then if its stats aren't better. Actually, nah, I'm just gonna take blue because I like the color blue better. Here we go. You've never finished a game. You've just made 1,000,000 prototypes. I would say I've done the same thing. I've just made a bunch of prototypes of things. I've never finished a project, but I've started a lot of projects. Are these pants better? What are these pantaloons? These are actual pants, not shorts. But which one's better? I think that this just gives you way more HP, more ability power. No, a little bit less ability power. And this has a damage taken bonus. So I guess I'll switch to the pants though. I need defense. And I'm still kind of curious about how we make components for the house that gives me more stamina. Maybe that's at the work table? Let's look for decorations. These are just boxes. This bookcase is for holding things. And it's not limited to books, it says. But there's no decorations there. This is a refiner. This is a grinder. I guess we have to buy them. Supposing we have to buy them. I want to pick up this chair and see what its stats are. F is pickup. What are the stats on this chair? Well, I don't want to just pick it up. I want to put it in my inventory. There we go. Simple wooden chair. Does that give you any benefits? It says item effect is HP up. So you get more HP if you put this chair in your house. Just like in real life. Here we go. Here we go. Now I'm just thinking about all the game dev stuff that I tried to do. I also taught like a little class at our homeschool co-op. I was just teaching kids how to use Game Maker Studio. And we just made like a simple platforming game. Just very basic stuff. We made like coins that you could collect, sound effects. The physics worked pretty well. And I think that we even dipped into the like little script editor. Because basically if you want to do anything, you have to eventually code. I kind of want to make another dew collector. And we're not making anything else, so why not? We can make a drying rack. This is for food. I'm guessing we just like put meat on here. We need wooden boards, bronze bars, stone bricks. Actually, no, it's just stone turns into bricks, turns into stone slates, so. Oh, that's a stage support. I'm dumb. I was looking at the wrong thing. We should try to make this. See if we can do some like very low level cooking on this thing. Nice. That was really easy to make. Put the drying rack here, I guess. And what can we put on this thing? Meat? Yeah, okay, we can make jerky here. What does the jerky do? It gives you stamina. Salted fish gives you stamina. You can make paper on here. So these are all stamina boosts. Nice. And we can make jerky. And we'll be able to make salted fish in a minute, too. You gonna make some dinner? Nice! Enjoy your dinner. It was nice to see you. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. Oi, oi, get some grub. Get some delicious grub. Look through that, and let's go mining, I guess. I'm still kind of tempted to... Oh, wait. We already made the drying rack. Nice. So we will make... I don't have the intermediate work table. What the heck do you... What the heck does this require? Why didn't I make this earlier? It's marble slabs, copper wires, hardwood sticks, and old parts. Why didn't I make this already? An intermediate work table. I just have a normal work table there. So I haven't made it yet. Maybe I didn't make it because we were too busy working on that, like, aerogel thing. We need marble slabs, which I'm going to have to make. Copper wire, which I only need a tiny bit more of. We got plenty of old parts. And we need hardwood sticks. So we have to break, like, some proper good wood. Gotta find some good wood scrap. But we need some... What was it? Was it copper screws? Say screws? Marble slab. Oh, it's wire that we need. We need a couple more copper wire. Got plenty of copper for that. And marble is made from these furnaces, I think. I could speed these up. But, that would make time go faster as well. It said marble slabs, not marble bricks, right? Yeah, marble slabs are from the processor. So we turn bricks into slabs. Great. And it's 2 for every 1. And we need 6, right? Yeah, we need 6, so that means that we need 12 marble... We need 12 marble bricks? We can only make 9 right now. That's too bad. We're gonna have to go get some more marble. More marble! The marble is from Hard Rocks. Okay, I guess we're gonna wait 30 seconds really quick. And we don't have any more scrap. We'll get more scrap whenever we go to the mines. Earl is on the look for that good wood? Die. It's true. We gotta get that hardwood. The harder the wood, the better it is. You remember being very excited to learn about Game Maker as a kid, but you don't think you managed to do anything cool with it. Ooh, but Tayaki was playing with it. It's a great program to just play around with and maybe get you a little bit interested in development. Get you a little interested. You can make a lot of stuff with it. I bought a bunch of modules for it, and I even got the I got the iPhone exporter for Game Maker as well. And I made some things for my iPhone, like a very basic little platformer game for the iPhone, but I never published it or anything. But they have a new Game Maker now that I do not own. That would be very expensive for me to acquire the licenses and stuff. Okay. So most of our pockets are empty, which is good. But we'll just autofill real quick and we'll go to the mines. Bricks here. Let's load it up. Load it up. Empty your pockets, friends. We're about to go into the mines. Nice. Plenty of room. So let's go mining for a bit. We'll leave the marble bricks smelting. We got the marble bricks and we got the copper wire going. Hardwood stick is on the processor. Do we have enough? We can make 2 more. Is that enough? I think it might be. Well, we're going to leave this. Let's go mining really quick. And if we come back and the stuff isn't done, then we will just speed up time. Marble brick is the most important thing that we need, but I will also accept tin because we need to make some bronze. Hard rocks are the ones with marble, and I guess those are on the surface, so maybe we don't go to the mine? I just wanted to dig. I just wanted to mine. Oh, we don't have a pass. All right, well, that makes my decision easy. We're gonna not buy a pass today. We're gonna just mine the rocks that are outside. It'll save time anyway. Yeah, you have to pay money to be able to go to the scrapyard in this game. You can't even just get crafting materials in this game. You have to pay for it. You have to pay for access. It's exclusive. It's an exclusive cleanup club. Could get some hardwood out here too. Bingo! Destroy the hard rock. And we've got some new knowledge. And gathering knowledge is the best knowledge. Gem finding knowledge. When mining, have a 10% chance to receive an extra gem. When mining, gain a 10% chance for an extra power stone. When mining, get a 10% to find niter. Is that how you say that? When mining, get a 10% chance for a data disk. Stamina points max goes up. Should we go for that? Yeah, let's upgrade our stamina a little bit. And let's see. We can upgrade our plant knowledge if we wanted. Quality goods knowledge, mass production. Does this make it go faster? No, you just get 10% more XP for making items at the work table. That's a bit of a weird thing. But this decreases the price for land expansion, which would be kind of cool. So we should work on that, because I want to make my property gigantic. Who made this town's infrastructure? EA? That's short for Electronic Arts. Electronic Arts is like, sorry you guys, you can't go to the restaurant district unless you pay for a pass. And then, whenever you make it to the restaurant district, then you can pay for your food. Listen, you have to pay for access to give us money, darn it. Man, this is exhausting. My poor body. We should probably look. Does it take stamina to look through wood piles? It does. It does. That's a lot of work, you guys. It's a lot of work to dig through all this trash. And we need to go find more of these hard rocks. I see one over there. Because that's where the marble is stored. The marble is stored in the hard rock. I learned that in rock class. Is the study of rocks geology? Right? Isn't it? That's called geology. This is some quality wood. Nice. But I have the restaurant season pass. That means that you get $5 off whenever you go to restaurants. But you still have to buy meal tickets as well. There's a different currency for meal tickets. That's it, you buy it with crystals, which you can't earn during normal gameplay. You have to buy crystals from the premium store, unfortunately. Yahoo! Science. Geology. I'm learning so much about rocks by hitting them very hardly. Got some free manure around here. Can't believe that they're just giving this away for free. Okay, more marble, please. More marbles. I want to win Squid Game. I need 20 of these. Bingo. I kind of like my pants, but I feel like this environment is much more conducive for shorts. I feel like we're going to overheat out here, like I am in real life, because my AC is off, because my electricity bill was so high. Ah, I'm boiling. Oh no, our streamer, he's boiled. Oh yeah, and I need to do that sip that you asked for, Diam. I apologize. I apologize. I have been slacking. I'm a slacking streamer. Listen, I'll blame it on COVID, okay? That's what I've done this whole time. Did we get any? We got some fine wood scrap. That's some fine wood scrap you got there. Mind if I process it in my recycler? So we don't need any more recyclers because we never need them. But we could use another furnace. We could use another furnace. We could use like 2 more dew collectors. We need to build some stuff. We need to stop focusing on helping the townsfolk and focus on helping ourselves. Copper wire. Bingo. Hardwood stick. Bingo. Now we just need 6 marble slabs. Always necessary for processing and advanced crafting. You need to have a nice marble slab on your table. It's the only way that you'll be able to unlock the knowledge of the universe. Yeah, still don't really know how you make furniture that's actually helpful. We could try to go buy some furniture, but it's getting a little late. It's getting a little late, and our poor little character needs some sleep. Let the marble cook overnight. We could also go talk to Evan or whatever his name is. I like him. He's a nice guy. We got some food scraps. We might find some rusty fish in there. Some forgotten pig bones. He's not even here.
Hello.
It's just Grace.
I was interested in the origins of the Day of Memories, so I did a little research and, well, it's weird. Everything started after a bizarre tragedy that happened underground during the Age of Darkness.
The Age of Darkness. Yeah, this game's got
So
lore.
long, partner.
In case you were wondering, this game's got lore.
Today's the Day of Memories. There's a
Day of Memories. Wait, today's a special day? I didn't even realize. I've just been running around, getting up to no good. I didn't even know that there was a celebration going on. I'm gonna sell my old pants, sell this shirt, this other shirt, this ring, and what? I thought that I put this techno calendar in the... I thought I put that in the museum. Do I have another one? Got gold. But I think that we use that for making jewelry, so we should probably leave that alone. Alright. We made a little bit of money there. We need to get up to $3,000 to expand our land. Then we'll have enough land for anything. Let's see if we can start a cutscene so that I can go fill up my coffee. I'll still be listening from the kitchen, don't worry. They say it's the Day of Memories, so I feel like there's a cutscene somewhere around here, right? I can smell it. I can smell character development from here. Oh boy. Everyone's here. That's why... Wait a second, but I just saw somebody at the Blue Moon Saloon. I guess work stops for no one. I already know all these people. Maybe the people that I haven't met yet are like not in the town yet, and I need to unlock them via questline.
Hi. On this day.
See, we get
I have
one.
made it
We
my-
get 1+ relationship each time that
Yeah.
we talk to them.
Hello. Justice told
We
me
get like
patrolling on holidays.
3
Be seeing you.
for doing like little
man,
missions for
holiday
them,
always makes
and then if we do commissions for
Catch you
them,
later.
then we get like
And Bonnerock,
10 sometimes.
take her easy.
Tiger Daisy. This character's accent's very odd.
Hey there. And Bonnerock, we do the candle thing too. But we also make sure to cook the favorite dishes of the people who
I
aren't
can't
around
place it.
anymore.
What is this
We
accent?
thi-
Sounds like parts of Australian, parts of British, and then parts of like Texan.
And Bonnerock, we do the candle thing too. But we also make sure to cook the favorite dishes of the people who aren't around anymore. We figure it's our best chance of getting them to stop back in.
See, the way that he said more sounded like a Texan. And then he said... Let's see what...
And Bonnerock, we do the candle thing too. But we also make
Candle
sure to cook
sounded
the
like
favorite dishes of
Texan.
the people who aren't around anymore. We figure it's our best
Figure.
chance of getting them to stop back
He said
in.
figure, which sounds like British. Figure, but he also says candle. we figured that these candles would be useful.
Take her easy.
That just sounds like he's got food in his mouth. It's very confusing. I do not know who this character is. Also, I don't know what just happened. Everyone gathered together, stood there for a minute, and then nothing happened. Excellent. I talked to them and they were like, well, it's time to break up the party. The builder's here. Let's all go home. The only marble I need in my life is the one that represents me flinging... What? The only marble you need is the one that represents me flinging down a hill, risking its life so that I can best other chatters. Chad marble. Oh, you're talking about marbles. You're talking about marble racing. Okay, Dai, I hear. You want marbles on stream. I understand. Lots of people have asked for more marble streams. I'll think about it. I'll think about it. Maybe we'll play marbles. I'll get partner because it'll attract a bunch of people to watch, and then I'll never play marbles again once I harvest my partner badge. We can't make any marble slabs yet. We're just going to go to bed. We're just going to go to bed. I'm so sleepy anyway. Back to the house. Chad marble. You should be a Giga Chad marble. Giga Chad Marble just teleports straight to the end. Now that the moisture farm has been repaired, the price of... It just said something about the price of food. I think that the price of food went down because of the moisture farm. Because there's more food now. We need to go back to that farm and see if they'll teach us how to make a farm of our own. And we need to save just a little bit more money and upgrade our area, because otherwise it might be kind of hard to do farming. Because I'm already kind of filling up my area. It's Yanny. Hey, there's my favorite builder. Got a second to talk about your workshop rating? Yeah, because they rate your workshops in this game. Hey, Scott B, what's up? Yo! What's up, what's up, what's up? Oi, oi. Happy Pride Month, happy Pride Month. Again. I already said it. I already said it yesterday. Legit partner strat. How many months are you willing to play marbles and only marbles? I mean, yeah, what you do is you can create like a system for playing marbles so that there's like meta game going on. I've seen also a big strat for marbles is that people will play like other games like Stream Raiders or something to keep the interaction up. I mean, marbles is super interactive, to be fair. The interaction with me and this game is basically y'all can make things pop up on my screen. We can talk about anything. I'll respond to any message. That's where like most of the fun comes in. But in marbles, like you're directly involved in the game. I mean, it makes sense that people like it. I played marbles like on other people's streams for quite a while, and it was big fun.
This is gonna take forever.
We need 6. Is that the exact amount that we need? It is. Nice. So we've just got 8 minutes to go there. Today could be a speedy day. I could make it a speedy day. Where we just like zoom forward. Make a desert planting toolkit. Okay, so this is our introduction to planting. We need the basic planting kit might be assembled on the assembly station. I'm not quite sure. I'm gonna speed up time so that we can get this assembly done. So is the game getting better now that you've played it a few days? It's definitely better. I get it a lot better, Scott, but it still has a lot of weird janky elements. We just unlocked the like dungeon crawling aspect of the game. The dungeon crawling is fun in and of itself, but I feel like it's showing the cracks in the combat. I feel like the combat looks a lot worse now that I've done the dungeon crawling, because it's kind of bad. But we're just about to unlock my favorite thing in these sorts of games. Well, actually, normally my favorite thing is fishing, but the fishing sucks in this game. But my second favorite thing is the farming. So we'll see how fun the farming is. We're just about to unlock the like toolkit you use to make planters. You think Salty has a monthly marble contest or something? Oh yeah, and if you play a lot of marbles, you can also do like, yeah, giveaways and stuff like that. It makes a lot more sense to do giveaways if you're playing a game like that. Because otherwise, it feels like you can only do that during events and things like that. But it is getting better, Scott, for sure. It's getting better. It does seem like this game's gonna take like a lot of... It takes like a lot of work to craft anything. It looks like it's gonna take a ton of work to have relationships with anybody. So this might just be like an extreme grind game where they just stretch out the... They stretch out the content really, really far. Let's do a mission for Owen, because you get 7 relationship points. Whoa, but you get 20 for this? For bronze blades, just for making bronze? How many days do we get? Get 5 days? We could do this. We could do that in 5 days. We just need bronze. We could do that. Extreme grind Stardew? Yeah, Stardew doesn't feel so much of a grind because Stardew has so many things to do during the day. And also, like, you can figure out what the... I guess giving gifts in this game is going to be the thing. But I really have, like, no idea what gifts they'd want. I feel like I'd have to just go to the wiki and look it up. In Stardew, I have a mod that tells me what people like. And also, Stardew feels like... really satisfying with how the gifts work. because you get so much experience, so much like relationship experience from it, and also it doesn't let you just spam gifts. It feels very satisfying. I like the way that Stardew handles it. Stardew is not a grind. It's lovely, just the way you described it. Sounds like this is a grindy version of Stardew. Alchemist Fire! Are you ragging on this game? How dare you? How dare you? This is my new favorite game. This is my new favorite game, and I will hear no negative feedback about it. Let's see. Of course not! I'm just teasing you. Let's make some salted fish. Oh, wait, this costs salt? How much is this worth? 17? We paid way more for this salt. That is not worth it. We had to buy the salt because I don't even think that you can make it. Okay, the time is zooming. There's a dance-off right now. What? Where's the dance-off at? I'm going to slow down time really quick and try to find the dance-off. I think that there's a dancing minigame. I want to do the dancing minigame. Where's this? Is it at the stage? Ah, they're dancing. This is dancing? I want to dance too. Dance off. You're not registered to compete in the dance off. How do I register? Not registered. Who do I register with? This is the festival store for doing the dance off, but how do... it just says I'm not registered. How do I register? I want to dance! Did I not register in time? I want to... Who's in charge of this thing?
Hey there.
My relationship just went up by 2 by talking to her. How do I register for the dance off? No! I want to dance. This is a real barn burner. I agree. This is making me want to burn down a barn because I'm not allowed to dance. Look, Burgess, Heidi, and Owen are all dancing. But I'm not allowed to? Jensen, sign me up. The cash register? The cash register is for redemptions. So, like, you can redeem the tokens that you get from dancing to get, like, these fancy clothes and some furniture. But I don't know how to sign up.
Hello.
I think I may have had to sign up earlier, but I didn't know. I wanted to dance. This is the one mini game that I wanted to try because it looks kind of like a rhythm game. And I like rhythm games. Let's just talk to Arvio in his funny accent. No, come back! Arvio, no! Arvio disappeared! Oh, wait, he went over there. He just teleported. No big deal. I'm not registered to compete. ... How do I... Can I just do, like, a custom jig? Here we go. All right. What you guys think about my dance? Do I get an award? How do I sign up? Maybe I just had to do it earlier. I don't know. It's too bad. There's a sign-up sheet to the left of the stage. What? There is? Where? Is there? You said that there's a sign-up sheet to the left of the stage. I don't see it. Left? There's a donation box that I can't interact with. This looks like the sign-up sheet. Press E to dance. But I'm not registered. And I see no box. I see no sign-up. What the heck? It's just advertisements. I don't know. The poster on the pole? This one back here? This looks like an advertisement. It doesn't look like that's interactable. You can't even interact with that either. You guys, I don't know. I don't know how to dance. Like in general, but also I don't know how to dance in this game. This should be the registration right here. Maybe you just had to do it earlier. Maybe it's just too late. Maybe everybody's already registered. Rhythm games are awesome. You love Project Diva? Oh, yeah. Project Diva just came out on the PC. I just saw that it came out. I was kind of tempted to pick it up. On the PC, I play Osu. I play, what is it called? DJ Max. I always loved, I always play DDR whenever I can. Why does this look like ABC Mouse? What? What are you talking about? This game looks like ABC Mouse? What is ABC Mouse? Well, I give up, you guys. I don't know how to sign up for that. That's too bad. I was so excited. You're having McNuggets? You know that you can't survive on chicken McNuggets? Eat your dang vegetables. You can't survive on chicken nuggets. Eat some dang vegetables. We need bronze blades, bars, and gear. So to make these, we've only... Oh, dang it. We can only make one. We're going to have to go to the mines to get the stuff for that mission that I took. That was a mistake. It was a mistake. We'll have to pay for this. You saw Hatsune Miike live right before the Rona happening? I'm so mad! Salty Sander, I bought tickets for Hatsune Miku. I had tickets to see a live show. I had the tickets and they canceled the show because of Rona. I had the tickets. They were coming to Dallas. Ah! But it was during the summer, and all of them got canceled. I had like six different shows that I was going to go to, and one of them was Hatsune. But I missed it. I wish that we had an earlier showing. Now we can make iron stuff. Nice. We can make, so... Intermediate work table looks like it's just straight up better than the work tables. So can I just sell this? I don't see a use for this table now. Why didn't it just let me upgrade my existing table if it's gonna just completely overshadow it? Yeah, because this can make... Ooh, you make the basic planting kit here. And yes, we absolutely need more bronze bars. We have to go mining. In thread, wooden stick, water. Yeah, it looks like you can just straight up make everything here. You can make fences, feather duster. Now I can make bronze frames too. We need a recipe for a bronze rivet. Bronze rivets. Okay, nice. We can make like a bajillion more things, and I now have a worthless table. Worthless table that they let me keep. Can I sell it? I can sell it for 28 bucks. You can also upgrade these, each one of these tables. Or I guess you can't. This says that the machine's at max level. Nice. Europe was just in time. I can't believe it. What an absolute ripoff for Americans. Okay, is my time going as slow as possible? Because we'll actually run to the mines even though it's getting late. It's getting late, but we'll just use up all our stamina and we'll pay for entry again. It's not like the holograms would catch the Rona anyway. We're worried about the people. They could get viruses. That's true. You could get computer viruses. Achoo! I just got the... Why does that sound like Mario? I just got the virus. Oh no! Oh no, Luigi, stay away. I have the coronavirus. Oh no, Mario. Mario, that is not good. Oh no! I have the coronavirus. Cough, cough. Who is that? Hatsune Miku just showed up. Eat your damn vegetables! Some quests need to be done quickly. Oh, do they now? I like to take my time with my missions. Let's grab some copper ore. That's half of the bronze experience. But what we really need is that sweet, sweet, delicious tin. Tin. Yum, yum. Also, there's a bomb there that I didn't notice. And I accidentally avoided it. Bonk. Bonk. Tin. Now we shall continue deeper, and we shall find some more tin. I think we have plenty of copper, but I'll just grab just a tiny bit more. Salty Sander, there's not a thing in the world that I want more than to be a voice actor. There's no goal that I have that is higher than that, or what I want more. Also, Nervous Corvid, what's up? How are you doing? Did you change your name color? Or has it always been that way? No, because you're nervous, Corvid. We have another Corvid around here that's got a green name. I think that might be the same color. Oi, nervous Corvid. How are you doing? We're playing the early access of this janky game. Hope you're having a wonderful day. Hello, hello. I'm trying to search for 10, but it looks like I'm gonna run out of stamina. I'm lacking the stamina. Well, how do we get out of here? Where is the exit door? Is it over here? Also, Lavender Petals. What's up? Welcome back. Welcome back. We're back at it again. Back at it again with the nonsense. We're learning how to make planter boxes. We're about to be able to do gardening. Thank goodness. It's the thing that I've most looked forward to in this game. I do not know where the exit is. What the heck? I've done this layer like 3 times and I still don't remember where the exit is. I'm running out of stamina! No! We need to buy furniture for our house to give us more stamina. Yeah, no, but it's been a minute. Hi, my name's always been Blue. Yes, I remember now. You're our most recent birdly friend. Oi! Nervous Corvid, what have you been up to? It's good to see you, though. Oi, oi! I've had to take a little break, so I don't think that you missed too much now. I had to take a break and go to a friend's wedding. Friend's wedding in Las Vegas. We broke through. I found the exit. And we can grab just a little bit more tin before we leave, thank goodness. This is what I need. You're the one I want. You're the one I need. Exit schmexit. Make your own exit. Pulls bomb out of pants. I'm making my own exit. Alright, we got all the tin on this layer that I can see. Grab just a little bit more copper, then we'll be out of stamina. Back we go. Bonk. Bonk. Nice. Now we need... Okay, we're done. We're done now. We're leaving the ruins. See you later. We're still on level 3. It'd be cool to make it down to level 4 for the first time. Not a whole lot. Your mom came down with a Rona. Oh, no! I've got the Rona right now, Corvid. Oh, dear. Oh, dear. Everybody's all COVIDed up. It must be this dang old Omicron. You said, hi, Kenny. I'm very nervous and scared about this next week. What is happening, Demo Lion? What the heck is happening the next week that's got you so nervous? If you press F, it shows you the exit. What? During the game, it does? Lavender, thank goodness you're here. Thank goodness you're here. Where the heck would I be without you? I will press F so many times. We're gonna go straight to mining tomorrow. We're gonna mine some more. We need some more tin. Yeah, we all got the Rona. I know. What the heck is up with that? Must be this dang old variant. I mean, to be fair, I went on a vacation, so I was kind of asking for it. I mean, I wasn't literally asking for it. It just kind of happened. We got that, and no scrap to go through. There's nothing on the assembler right now. What were we getting up to? Ooh, we can make an apprentice cooking station now, and that means that we need to go back to the researcher guy. This is rubber, bronze, marble, and a copper pot. And that's from an intermediate work table, which I think is what we just made. Nice! Okay, sweet. We're right on the money with this one. But we could get... I guess we have plenty of water right now, but I kind of want another dew collector. They're also really easy to make. But I do have to kill animals for this, which takes stamina. And I would have to use my stamina for that. Maybe we'll save that. And we'll make the... Let's make the cooking station, because this'll help with our stamina anyhow. Hardwood. We already collected a lot of that. Marble slab. We need to make some more. Got plenty of rubber shells. Bronze bars. We were just making those. So it's 3 marble slabs. And this has a permanent light on? That's kind of cool. It's kind of cool. Surprisingly lit. We'll get these going. Think of the follow. Is that JL Lyle? JL Heil? JL? What's up? What's up, JL? You're at a friend's house. Today's her birthday? Is that what you're nervous about? They went with planter boxes. Last time I played, you could plant in the sand. No, it looks like you do have to make planter boxes, unfortunately. And we need to go to bed. Let's go to sleep. We need that sweet, sweet stamina. He says he took a break, but he appeared on a wedding stream. Therefore, I think it technically counts as a collab. I should write that. I'm writing it off. I'm writing it off. You're right. It was a collab. I was doing a collaborative. I was on 2 different streams. I was on 2 different streams, and I was also networking, Dai. I was networking and meeting people in my industry, and I was making connections that can definitely lead to profits in the future. Right? Because right after we came back, the Crane couple raided us, okay? It was clearly a business expense. Can I write off the $800 worth of hotel that I paid for? I definitely need to. Kuri was teaching me how to do my taxes the other day. I definitely need to get good if I want to be a small business boy. Because the government will screw you out of as much money as possible. Civil Core, nice. Leave that alone. No money. No free money there. Marble slabs on. And we need a cooking pot, which we got to make here out of copper, I believe. Nice. Everything that you make on the work table is instantly made, which is so convenient. And now cooking. And now we cook. Slap that on the speed bar here. Alright. We'll put down the cooking station. It doesn't really matter because we're about to expand our property. I'll just put it over here next to all the crafting stuff. Get recipes, cook new dishes. Once you get a new recipe, you can make it in the cooking station by pressing a button. Let's see. Get new recipes by experimenting. Test different combinations and cooking methods, ingredients, spices. Oh my god. When making new things, you can choose a cooking method. Oh boy. So you can cook multiple different types of ways. I've got a steamer and a cooking pot, and you can get an oven and a wok. That's kind of cool. So if I wanted to steam, can I make steamed hams? Do I not have any food that I can put in the pot? There's ingredients and herbs, but apparently meat is not an ingredient. Although I suppose I dried out all my meat. But I do have fish. Why are fish not an ingredient? I do not know. It was super rainy here, and you got it so no sun to kill the Rona germs off. Oh yeah, because doesn't Rona suffer under hotter conditions? Whenever it's warmer and sunnier, then it makes it go faster, right? Like it kills Rona. I can't spread as easily. Nervous Corvid, you're bummed because you don't want to be in lockdown for your birthday again? No, not lockdown birthday. I guess my birthday was spent streaming, but you don't have to. I'm sorry that you look like you're gonna have to be locked down for birthday. That's no fun. Sunlight kills Rona. I did not know that it was sunlight itself. Can we make some more water? Oh yeah, the basic planting kit is what we're working on. And we can make it. We're done. We did it. We did the thing. I didn't even barely notice. We can make 3 waters. It looks like our dew is, barely keeping up with it, is what I need to say. Yeah, we definitely need another dew catcher. Because we're barely making it along here. We might have to buy some water in a bit. The grass is greener. We need to... You've got your desert planting toolkit. Time to head back to the moisture farm. Okay, so we need to walk back there. But we're definitely going to need more water. So let's make another dew collector. I think we need sea salt for this thing. Got some wooden sticks. Need basic leather. Need marble bricks. Stone trough. Okay, so stone trough and marble bricks. Stone trough, we need 2. And where do we make marble bricks at? These are marble slabs. That is more advanced than we need. You make marble bricks here? Yes, you do. And we need more marble for that. Can we make any more bronze bars? Yes, we can. We'll set both of those to cooking. Let's go talk to Zeke. And we can hopefully learn how to make a farm. In the Netherlands, the government acts like Rona isn't a thing anymore. Yeah, it seems like a lot of countries are opening up and everything. And the economy's kind of in the crapper right now. So I'm not too surprised. Yeah, things are just a little bit of a mess right now. People are still getting super sick. Inflation's gone crazy in America. The NASDAQ has shot down. It's kind of crazy out here. We're living in strange times to be sure. Let's head over to the moisture farm and talk to Zeke. Meow, 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 meow. Come on, Giga Chad, let's go. Always buy the dip. Hey, Tin's here. I'm just holding. All right. If I could, I would buy the dip. I would definitely buy the dip. If I had more money to invest, I would. But I already have more money in investments than I have in my bank account. I wanted to keep it like 50-50. And now it is slightly unbalanced.
Hey, the hydrogel is working great.
It's unbalanced. I already have more money in the stock market than I have in my bank account, so I should probably stop. You gotta stop somewhere, all right?
Then you just gotta play. Once you're
Thanks for the information, Zeke. I think I'll be able to figure it out. I just want to be able to actually farm. Thank you. You can buy seeds here. This is a long walk to buy seeds. Also, Tim, what is up? What is up, my dude? We're playing this janky game. This Craftopia-looking abandoned game. I mean, it's in early access. This one's not abandoned yet. The last one that they made in this series, the My Time in Portia, that got abandoned. So they're still working on this one. They haven't abandoned it yet. We still have more time. Isn't planting crops in the desert impossible? Far from it. Well, not that far from it, but it is possible. Great. The short of it is only some plants can survive in the sand. How do I plant them? You pick up a shovel. Okay, so it looks like you do just farm in the dust. Just dust farming. How do I upgrade my soil? How can I make things easier? Well, it never gets easier. This is me in therapy. This is me in therapy. How do I make things easier? Well, it never gets easy. We have our planting toolkit. Unlocks planting just by picking it up. Nice. Okay, let's go plant some stuff. You're downloading Diablo Immortal. Is that what? Diablo Immortal? Is that the Diablo 2 remake? The Diablo 4 that's coming out, or is that the Diablo mobile app? Which one is it? They don't take out planting in the sand. You just skipped over explaining it all. There's so much explanation. I wish that this game just had like, what is it called? The best kind of tutorials are the ones that are informed by gameplay. I want the gameplay to inform me on how to do it in a very basic, the quickest manner possible. I don't understand games that take tutorials and just dump tons of information on you. Like, just tell me the minimum amount of information that I need to know right now, and then let me experiment or learn how to do it. I don't know why games think that tutorials are fun for people. Tutorials are never fun. Tutorials are never enjoyable. If they could all be 100% skipped, I think everybody would do that. If you must tell me something, tell me it in the fastest way possible, with the minimum amount of reading and the most amount of actually doing the gameplay that they're teaching me about. Let us go learn how to plant, because I would rather just learn on the job than read all that nonsense. Okay. Desert plant. See, here's a tutorial right off the bat. Bingo. Except for this is boring. I'll figure out how to do it. Create a straw grid. Harvest. Select type. Okay. So we can make straw right now. And I'm going to just put it in this corner because apparently it doesn't matter where you plant it. Looks like you can make a grid. Nice. No plants to water. So the straw is just a holding type, or is this like Maybe I have to just wait. You can't harvest this. Select type. The only 2 types that I have are biocrust and straw at the moment. But I see that there are other options on 2 and 3. So we can plant a seed here. Plant a sandrice seed. Sandrice seed. Sandrice seed. Nice. And we need water, which I would have to pull out of here. Because I don't have any water in my inventory to plant these. Number 4, I guess, is fertilizer, it says. Nice. 5 is to root out a plant. And then 6 is to remove the soil. So 2 different types of cleanup. And these are like... I'm slightly confused by the fact that you make either straw or biocrust. I guess it's just to make like a surface to plant on. We don't have enough dew for water, but if I exit this mode and go here, I think I can pull water out of here. Let's add 1 to our inventory. I certainly hope that it doesn't take an entire water for a plant, but maybe it does. It does. It takes an entire unit of water, which is a lot, by the way. But this is our first time planting, so I'm going to go ahead and just take all the water out. If I need to buy more, that's fine. I'm just going to water all these plants, and hopefully... What? Oh, it watered it even better. Oh, it just did a better watering job because I had 2 water? Dude, I'm going to have no water for my developments. Okay, we might have to go purchase some water, unfortunately. I was wanting to use my money to expand land, but it doesn't look like that's going to be an option. We also need to make bronze blades for that mission that I forgot about. We probably don't have too long to do that now. We're out of bronze bars. We need 4 copper gears total. If we can. There we go. Set those to developing, and these bronze bars are ready to go. Just need to collect them. The straw grid just holds soil in place. Okay, so it's just like basically marking land for plants. That's easy enough. Oh, it's the mobile PC free-to-play game. Okay, Diablo Immortals. I'm kind of tempted to try it. I mean, I love Diablo 3, so I'm kind of tempted. You definitely need to tell me what you think about it. I'm curious. I'm going to refill my coffee really quick because I'm kind of thirsty. And let's close this. Maybe we'll have to... There's another dance-off? There's another dance-off happening? What the heck? Can we sign up for this one? It said dance-off in like a few minutes. Let's see if we can sign up before it starts. No, there's nothing here. How do I sign up? How do I sign up for this? It hasn't started yet. No, it only has a festival store. I don't know how to sign up to be a dancer. There's nobody here either. This is kind of awkward. Wah-ha, wah-ha. Jensen's getting ready to dance. Okay, we're not allowed to dance. We've been kicked out of the dancing guild. Oh yeah, we need to go back to the mines, and we also need to kill animals so that we can get some leather. Need 2 marble bricks. This thing's done, so we can make... Oh wait, we can't make bricks. We have to get more marble. Ah! We need marble, leather, and tin. Excellent. Everybody needs some tin in their life. Let's kill some of these wildebeests really quick. For some leather. Might have to go buy some more salt as well. Whoa, did he have bronze on him? No, he had 2 copper bars in his pocket. Where are these animals getting all these fine crafting items? I'm so sorry. I have to steal your bronze bars that you keep on you at all times. No, the dance-off is about to happen, but we're gonna miss out on it. Also, I'm pretty sure that we have more stamina now. But I don't remember getting any stamina upgrades. We'll just kill these lads. Then we need to grab some marble. And then maybe we can go to the mines too. We're really stressing out our stamina limits. We might stress out our inventory as well. We just need hard rocks. Hard rocks. Did they respawn yet? It looks like they did. Might be a daily thing. You know how rocks are. They just fall out of the sky whenever you go to bed. Here we go. Also, I'm seeing gems come out of these things. Bloodstones. Maybe we can use bloodstones to make some fancy jewelry. This is a crafting day. This is the day of craft. Can you break this thing? You can. I wonder what it contains. What is inside? Okay, there's marble, dreg, stone scrap. Whoa, wait, marble's good. All right, we broke it. No more monuments. And there goes the dance off. Dance off is happening, but we can't sign up for it. Character grunts are so dramatic. Yeah, you got to set your character's voice. There's like 4 options per gender, I think. And I tried to pick the most Giga Chad one that I could find. Well, maybe we should just go for any 10 that we can find. We got like half stamina, but it's basically free for us to go in here. So even if we don't get anything, it's worth it, because we have to pay weekly to go in here. We already paid the entry fee. We might as well just hop in here and look for the exit. The little doors that lead to the next level are really tiny, which I need to keep in mind while I'm looking for them. Okay, we already made it through this section, through a door that was in one of these corners. There it is. Okay, so we're on to this next level, and we already harvested all the tin that was laying around. So I guess we can start looking for that exit. Sometimes the exit is through the floor as well, and you just like fall into a void to the next level. So that might be what's going on. Should try that first, because it seems like we'd be through everything here. Okay, I guess we're just gonna work along the walls and try to find this exit. Got enough stamina to make a little bit of progress. And we'll get back to our crafting, and we need to go buy some water. Like I said, I wanted to save money to expand the property, but it looks like water is gonna come first. Getting data discs all the way through here, which we definitely need to spend on some research. Looks like we're going around the stairs right now. Might be getting close to the exit. Okay, that's pretty much all of the stuff that we can do so far. Ooh, that might be the exit. I can't quite tell. Let's leave. Boom! We used all our stamina. Oh yeah, the F! I forgot! You can press a key that supposedly helps you get out of here. Also, Fluffy Giraffe, what is up? Hiya, hiya. I hope you're having a wonderful day. You can't get over how every video game grunt makes you think of Ocarina of Time. What? Is every grunt is Link's grunt. It's because Link did it first and best. Link is such a noisy gamer. Whenever Link gets things done, he makes sure that everyone around knows that he's working really hard to take care of the kingdom. Very anime of him. He's just trying to show off how much effort he's making. Man, Scott, I wish I'd listened to you sooner. Got some stone scrap. Get that moving. Stone scrap. Got some rubber. Although I am tempted to use these things a little bit less so that we can save water. But we're gonna have to pay for it either way. Now we have some more bronze, but is it enough to make these fans? Oh, we still need our there we go. Our gears for it. We need 2 bronze blades. Bingo. And we already made it. Nice. So now we shall complete the order. We need the research to be done. Let's see. Do we need to put anything else on the smelter? We need 2 of these marble bricks for our little thing here. And we're gonna need leather as well, which I think we can maybe make a little bit of. Raw animal skin. Basic leather, we can make 3 of them. All of that is instantaneous crafting, thank goodness. So we got enough leather, and we got a stone trough, and we'll have marble bricks whenever that's done in 3 minutes. So let's go into town, finish the mission, research some stuff. Hey, Ann, what's up? Are you having fun with this game? It's pretty fun so far. It's very janky. It's very janky, but it is fun so far. It's basically very like Harvest Moon style game where you get like transplanted into a new city where everybody's like farmers and ranchers and stuff like that, and you can build chicken coops, you can make a farm, there's combat and dungeons to go through. It's very Stardew Valley. It's like 3D Stardew Valley, but worse in almost every way.
We'll meet again.
Let's see. We need to do some research. What should we research next? We have our cooking station. We can upgrade the cooking station, even though we haven't made a single thing yet. But maybe it would be better to... Let's see, there's the dew collector. We could upgrade our furnace, processor, or grinder, but we don't really have a reason to do that yet. A civil recycler. That might be nice to upgrade the recycler. But we also don't have a forging machine, tailoring, or jewelry machine yet. Maybe we should make one of these first. It'll take 3 days to research. I guess we gotta research everything eventually. You could use more data disks to speed up that research. But yeah, it's a very odd game, and it feels very like uneven, and the combat's kind of weird, and basically everything feels a little bit awkward. But there are definitely some fun things to do. You can still date people in the town. So you just need to like talk to everybody and give them gifts and stuff. Let's see. The farming's really weird. Like I just learned that you build the ground that you will farm in. So it's kind of like building planting spots. You don't use the hoe. You just build a spot for it, either out of grass or bio crust, and then you have to water it by hand, and it takes like 1,000,000 water. Water is definitely one of the things in this game that's like very hard to obtain. That's why I was making another dew collector. It just collects like a couple of dew in the morning. I'm just getting enough water for us to like keep our developments going. I don't think that I'm gonna have enough water to water the plants yet, but I do see the we have enough money to upgrade our land though, so I'm gonna do that. I guess we have to water this. We'll use. Oh, I've got 10 water here. Can I like not use all 10 on this, please? Okay, so it spins a max of 2. There you go. Hey, Citrusy TTV. Thank you for the raid. What the heck? Citrusy. Oi, oi. Thank you so much for the raid. How was your game? How was the stream? I super appreciate the raid. I'll give you a shout out. Let me just load up this water. Oh, you got the chicken nuggets, Dimalion? Nice. Citrusy, it's nice to meet you. Oh, thank you, Di. I forgot that you were here. My bad. We've been talking this whole time. Hi there, Platypus. Platypus Retilient? Redolent? Oh, you were playing Hades. Nice. Okay, I was going to ask if you were playing this game. I freaking love Hades. Who's your favorite character, if you don't mind me asking? Who would you date? Who would you date if you could date any of the characters in Hades? Oi, oi. Nice to meet you, Icy Monster. Icy Monster, Platypus, nice to meet y'all. That's your first time playing on PC? Nice. That's the only platform that I've played it on. Meg and Thanatos, without a doubt. Thanatos is the edgelord. Edgelord, I definitely like Thanatos. I definitely like Well, I guess I can't say that I would date Achilles because he's already got a date. Achilles, I would never break him off. But the who would I say? I do definitely like a Drunken Daddy. Drunken Daddy's pretty rad. I want Zeus to be my literal father. Like, I don't want to date Zeus. I want Zeus to literally be my dad. Who would I date? I mean, literally, the character that you're playing is definitely dateable. Zagreus. Zagreus would be tempting IRL. Wine Daddy is awesome. I love Wine Daddy. And I do love... See, like, I want Zeus and Poseidon to be in... I want them to both be my dad. I want them both to get married and have me as their child. Although he's your uncle in the game. I guess they're both uncles, but I want them to be married and for them to be my fathers. So dad, but not daddy. Well, what's funny is that my dad, which I call him dad now, but whenever I was younger, we used to call my dad daddy. And now that I've been on the internet, that word is ruined for me and I can never say it again. We called them daddy and mama because we're country folk like that. We're simple folk. We're simple folk. We don't understand kinks out here. There are no kinks in Texas. But yeah, now absolutely not. Daddy-o or dadu. Yeah, no. Now I just call my dad dad. Or I want to call him by his first name, but I feel like I'd get in big trouble, even though I'm an adult. Mama, dada. Yeah, dada's not so bad. That just makes you sound like an infant. Just makes you sound like an infant. Nothing wrong with that. Okay, grab this. Call him Pop. Pop sounds like that sounds like a drink. Papa. I love it when you call me Big Papa. Throw your hands in the air. Pappy. No, that's Pap. Now wait a second. Pappy, Papa, and Pop are all granddad names. Also, why are you spamming names for father? Those are all grandfather names. Come on. Come on. Give me a break. We're gonna put down another dew collector. But yeah, I hope that you enjoyed Hades. How far are you into it, Citrusy? I've played Hades for like 70 hours. I initially was gonna try to stream it, but then whenever I tried, I freaking sucked at it. And I was like, this game's too hard. And I played it for like 30 hours offline, and then I was like, oh, okay, now I get it. Now I can stream it. And I did stream a fair bit. But it sounds like you just restarted, so you're probably back at the beginning, right? You've got to the final boss on Switch, but today you made it to Asterius. Ooh. That's even more impressive because it's so hard at the beginning of the game. So can we make salted meat? No, that's milk. Would milk and meat go together, you guys? In a cooking pot, maybe? Cooking pot with meat and milk. There are no new recipes available for the chosen ingredients. Oh. So it just literally tells you if it's not like a working ingredient? Oh, well, that's kind of weird. That's convenient and weird. Okay, so apparently it just tells you if it's not a combination, which is kind of nice, I guess. Let's see. If you're brave enough to have milked meat. Very tender meat. I mean, anything's a recipe if you're brave enough, that's true. Maybe we should make another dew collector. Looks like we're gonna need a lot of water for planting. And water's very expensive. Just requires marble and leather and stuff. Yeah, let's just work on making another one. What the heck? Let's do it. Let's just get it done. There it was. There it is. Also, a lot of the things that you use to craft this thing are just like are Instacraft items. Things that you don't have to like wait forever for them to process. Stone troughs are instant. The wood is instant. Leather's instant. The only thing that we have to wait on is marble. Something else that we need to do in this game is buy more furniture. I still don't have any furniture. It was so hard at first. The first couple of games were Tartarus. Oh my goodness. Honestly, that game is still very difficult. I hate that I hate that third area. The lava area, not too bad. The beginning area, not too bad. That third area is absolute torture. It's still so hard, and I can only beat it if I have like the right combo of items. Hades is very difficult. We've beaten our dad. We beat down our dad enough times to beat the game. I won't spoil it, but we have technically beat the game before. Let's see. So we should probably just go to bed, and maybe tomorrow, we've already got the research going. There's a new mission that we could start, so maybe we go to bed, we start that mission, we get maybe a commission? Do I have any commissions running right now? I do not. Okay, this says make a desert planting, talk to Zeke, harvest sand rice, so we're already working on that. So I'm gonna schmoof my buns over, get a commission tomorrow, start that mission, and what was the last thing that we need to do in town? What was it? Oh, we should shop for furniture. Okay, we're gonna go to bed. You've never beaten Hades though. Ooh, that's super fun to stream then. That's a super fun stream choice then. Because beating the game for the first time is feels so good. If you've never beaten Hades, I can't wait for you to find that perfect, just broken combination. Oh, Die, good night. Get some rest. Thanks for chilling, Die. Thanks for modding. I appreciate it. Get some good rest, my friend. It's been nice chatting with you. It's been nice chatting with you. Got a little text in there for a second. Whoops. Also, ma'am, thinking about it. What are you thinking about? Ma and Da when not mum. Mum is a good name. I like mum. Dad's fine. Mum and dad are that's very nice basic names for parents. Because I'm from Texas that my parents are like, are you gonna call me mommy and daddy? Mama Persephone. Persephone. Which one is that again? Persephone is your mommy. I do love both of the mommy characters in Hades are also really great. Can I just date everybody in that game? I like Night Mommy and Day Mommy are both great. Why is everybody in that game is hot? Everybody is hot. That's just the Hades experience. The Hades experience is bisexual and streaming live. We're gonna, let's see, can we make any more leather? We're gonna need more sea salt, which is expensive. Oh yeah, and do I have enough money to expand? Oh please. Oh please. Yes! Yes! Big property! Huge property! Nice. We could move this stuff if we wanted to, but we should probably... Well, this little corner's worthless. What are we gonna put in this corner? That's exactly what I said. Not gonna lie, you chose Hades because it's Pride Month and the game is a buy panic in a nutshell. Let me just say this. Okay, now these might not be connected, but let's pretend like they are for a second. Listen, before I played Hades, I didn't know I was bi. After I played Hades, I figured out I was bi. Okay? I'm not saying that one caused the other. Listen, correlation is not causation. We all know this, but I'm just saying the timelines do line up pretty well. Here we go. Is that because the game makers want us all to question our sexuality? Listen, if you're questioning that is totally valid. Questioning is a totally valid position to be in. You do not have to decide. You don't have to put a label on yourself. If you're questioning, you don't have to say a single thing past that. And that's totally valid, and it's a good place to be in. Being open is good. So if literally, like on a serious note, if a game makes you feel more open to exploring different parts of your mind that you haven't, then that's awesome. I mean, lots of different things can do that. And fictional characters is a legit way for people to like figure out things about themselves.
You mean the first?
If you're like attracted to a character that's a gender that you're normally not attracted to, then that's totally legitimate. That's how a lot of people find out. Is this a new board? These are new types of commissions. There's another type of commission board. And it looks like it's based on loot? And everybody is trying to teleport through the door at the same time. Okay, so this is one of the things about this game. There's a million things going on. There's 5 or 6 different types of currency that I've counted so far. Like, there's this core currency for doing core missions, and you can only buy this stuff from this store with this specific currency. There's like 6 different types of currency. There's 2 different commission boards. It's ridiculous. It is ridiculous. In the Greek, Lord Zagreus is bi. In some Greek stories, he's gay. They're just all over the place. They can't decide. They can't decide, these dang fictional characters. We can't figure it out. But yeah, Citrusy, no. Get out of here. Get out of here. You just streamed. Thank you for streaming and for sharing the game with everybody. And thank you so much for bringing your friends over here and trusting me with your community. Citrusy, please get some rest. And maybe get a snack before bed. Make sure that you're nice and cozy. Hope you enjoy the rest of your night. But yeah, thank you again. I'm glad that I got to see you. We got to talk a little bit. Oi, now get out of here. Now get out of here and get some rest. Boing, boing, boing. Like all those stories that I've heard about people really liking certain cartoon characters growing up, that's how I figured out, that's how they figured out the, like, whatever they did. Like all those stories I've heard about people just really liking certain cartoon characters growing up. Yeah, like lots of people definitely had sexuality panic because of fictional characters. That is true. I've heard a lot of stories about that. Boing, boing. Some of the characters are reoccurring. I can't think of one right now, though. Thank you. Will do. Take care of yourself. And just in case, unclench your jaw, drink water, and posture check. Okay, yeah. I'm going to get my buns up and pour some more coffee. That's true. Thank you, Citrusy. Thank you for the reminder. Let's do another thin thread mission. These are easy. That's easy. Bingo. Thank you, Citrusy. Enjoy your night. Nurse Fuzzy Wuzzy says, I knew my eldest kid was going to be part of the LGBTQ plus community whenever she was a year old. She used to get a hold of Victoria's Secret catalogs and she'd look at models and stroke the pictures. That does sound like signs. Sounds like signs. Signs of what is to come. Boing, boing, boing. Glad that you're supportive of your children, whichever way they want to go. Oh, we needed more salt. I forgot about that. Haka, what's up? Oi, oi! Haka, you need to unclench your jaw. Everybody, unclench your jaw. Posture check, everyone. Okay, I'm going to step away from the computer for a moment. And this is your opportunity to make sure that you're sitting comfortably, that you have snacks, that you have water, and that you're not all tense, all right? I'm going to give y'all just a minute, okay? I'm going to give you a real quick minute while I go fill up my coffee, okay? I'll be right back. Whenever I come back, y'all better be cozy, all right? You better be cozy. Coffee acquired, and I now have a piece of bread for a snack. Wait, we're not all tents? Yeah, make sure that you're not a tent. Otherwise, somebody might camp out inside of you. If you don't want COVID to camp out inside of you, make sure that you're not a tent.
Hey, Kenny Oreo, did you know that you're a 10/10ths person?
What?
That's true.
10/10ths? That's a whole person. Anne, are you saying that I'm a whole person? Oh my goodness. And you're a 10/10ths person too. You're 10 out of 10. Would vibe with again. Would play zombies with again. Absolutely. Without a doubt. Listen, I couldn't ask for better peeps to hang out with while I play this janky game. This janky, uncomfortable, weird, goofy, silly game. Teehee. Also, we're not going to be planting plants over here anymore. The plants in the future are going to go behind the house. Behind the house so that it's in the shade most of the time, and this bread is delicious. Congratulations, Nurse Fuzzy Wuzzy, on figuring out what you like and for being confident enough to wear with pride. I'm glad that you figured out what you wanted and that you lived in a place that you were allowed to do such things. Oi, oi! I'm proud of you. Now we're playing a lot of vampires. Oh yeah, you're playing that V Rising game. What is the main point of that game? Is it like Diablo? Because it looks like Diablo. I just bought this game though. I'm not gonna buy any more games. I don't have money to just be like spending on games right now. Times are tough, okay? I need to sucker you back into playing some more zombie games.
Love to everyone
Scotty!
in the LGBTQIA+ community. Also, Kenny, you're awesome.
Thank you, Scott, for the 500 pride bits. Oi! Can we get some, like, Eevee dances in the chat or, like, any pride emotes that y'all happen to have? Oi! And Ann, thank you for the 100 biddies as well. I appreciate it. Oi! Scott, you're an awesome person. You sorry sucker. You sorry sucker. V Rising is a mix of Diablo 3 and Valheim? That's a weird mix. But kind of interesting. Maybe I'll watch some gameplay of it. Oi, oi! Haka's got the pride. That looks like a pride juggling emote. I should get rainbow balls for me to juggle. In fact, I'm gonna juggle a tiny bit right now. I've been juggled for a while, and I'm gonna eat this bread and juggle really quick. Okay? Just one moment. Go! I need practice. No! I'm rusty. Oh! Okay, there we go. There we go. First juggle of the month. Just a little bonus. I want to learn some new moves. I've been watching some juggling TikToks, and I'm kind of like, ooh. It looks like a lot of work, but I want to learn some more moves. I've only got like 3 or 4 moves. You juggle on a daily basis? Dude. Dimmelion, where are your juggling TikToks? Boing, boing, boing. Your Rusty needs some WD-40. That's how you make yourself good at juggling. Just make sure that you spray enough WD-40 on the juggling balls. It makes it extra tricky, so you gain experience faster. Oh yeah, we need to go, let's go kill some animals real quick. Let's go kill some of God's creatures, some helpless animals. We'll kill some of these, get some leather. And we need to buy some salt as well. We need salt. Listen, there's not enough salt in this chat. You guys are too wholesome. You guys are too wholesome. Need more salt. Can we get some more gamer salt, please? Maybe if we get sweatier at a game, then we'll be able to get some more salt. Just grab some leather, just some local leather. There we go, farm fresh leather. In this game, you can also buy barns, chicken coops, and a stable for you to be able to keep like a horse. But I have not gotten that far in this game yet. There's still like a lot to do. We're on our grind right now. We're on our grind. Grab some more marble out of here. And what the heck? Let's just go ahead and harvest the stuff and well, we could go to the mine. Yeah, let's go back to the mine and keep looking for that door. Down we go. Kenny, I'm one of the lucky ones. My parents were super supportive and would shut down the haters. That's awesome. Having supportive parents around is like literally the best thing for young LGBTQ plus folks. And then I guess the next thing would be having, what the heck? Is this what just happened? Then I guess the next best thing would be to have like really supportive other adults in your life, like either youth pastors or like teachers and stuff.
Well,
then I guess you need friends. I mean, there's a lot of people that can support you.
But I didn't expect
Y'all
them
guys
to
are
send
kind of
some
like my
random
support, I
individual.
guess.
Nevertheless, you're here now. Proceed with your extraction plan. I won't complain.
Definitely all the cool people that I met on the internet through Twitch
You
are
do
the
have
reason
a
that
right?
that I felt so confident. You got a dip? Hey, we'll see you later,
I'd
Alchemist
look on your
Fire.
face.
Thanks for chilling with us.
Perhaps you're
Time to
not
go
a
home from
rescuer,
work.
but a
Nice.
fellow
Cool
prisoner
beans.
instead.
I look forward to hanging out with you whenever you come back, or
Okay. Well,
just
you
enjoy
can
the rest of
join
your
the
night.
Capoton.
Thanks for
Let's
chilling.
look around this area to see if.
Yeah, it looks like we're not gonna need the F trick, Scott. It looks like we just got thrown down here with a full inventory. No! Oh, I forgot to dump all my stuff. I do have enough money to give me one more pocket slot. Oh no! I picked up his pick hammer. Is that better? Am I supposed to give that back to him? That's a really nice tool.
I fell into this area.
Am I supposed to give him back his pick hammer, or can I use it? That'd be kind of odd way to, Hey, Calico, why are you yelling at me? Hi, Calico. Oi, oi! Calico, why are you screaming? Let's see. We got full pockets full of junk. Oh, we can get rid of here. We get rid of these throwing rocks. We don't need these. Abandon them. Abandon the rocks. We can also eat bread. Oh, this is a critical chance. No, I guess I'm just excitable. Calico! It's me yelling back at you. Oi, oi! How are you doing? Callie. It's Callie. It's Callie. Callie's here. Calico cats. Calico kitties. Abandon the vood. We're gonna have to throw... Yeah, there we go. Okay, we got the damage ladder. Perhaps the machine could be repurposed. Silence. We shall destroy this. Not another word out of you, Chi. Why are you even down here, man? Why is Chi in this hole with us? Look, our inventory's full again. We're gonna have to throw out some more stuff. Rib meat? Gross. Who needs rib meat? No thanks. I just need room for copper screws. There's another damaged ladder. Hopefully this will stack, right? Here we go. Nice, they do stack.
Wood, stone,
Wood, stone, scrap, basic components. Okay, let's just see what we gotta do to get out of here. This is a bunch of junk.
Well, build it.
We need a bunch of ladders. That's the point. Okay, let's install one ladder. To complete, we need 2 ladders, 2 bronze plate, 2 more bronze plates, and we have all the copper screws. Okay, good. More ladders. More ladders. This is such a dumb mission.
This
I don't
machine
wanna do
reminds
this.
and son. Oh, I could also wishful
Go
thinking.
away,
in any case.
Chi! Silence!
I know to just break everything. You're really tired, Callie? Scotland called at 3:30 a.m. this morning about the flat that you wanted. You're already setting up for a place to stay? This is so exciting. Calico, it's turning real. It's getting real. It's getting real. There Callie goes, moving to a new country. That's so exciting. So exciting. Callie, it's gonna be awesome. Now I can fix it.
In any case,
Bingo! Now we can make it back to the surface, and let's go dump our items before we mess up again. Ah! Callie's moving to a new country. I want to move to a new country. Calico, you tell me how it is. You tell me how it is for a Texan to
Finally.
live somewhere else.
How serendipitous that you were the next to fall into that cabin.
It's too dangerous for you here.
Science. According to civil,
Came here for
unfortunately, I'm
science.
glad you asked. In order to fit biology,
I'm glad you asked. How could you make it simpler? Ah, this
In
is
any
fascinating.
case,
Let me help you.
once you
Ah,
found the
yes,
piece-
fascinating information. Thank you, Chi. Thank you, Chi.
Hey there.
We made a mutual misstep. We could maybe date this guy. Our relationship with him is actually pretty good so far. He's still doing research for us. It's gonna take 2 more days. To the surface! We need to go dump everything. And it looks like he wants equatorial mount pieces. There's 3 equatorial mount pieces that he wants. Is this a dating sim? There is a dating sim contained within this game, Calico. This game is a whole lot of everything. And none of the things that it is particularly good at being. So it's kind of like a jack of all trades sort of game. Jack of all trades, master of none. But there's definitely some enjoyable parts of this game. There's definitely fun to be had here. Okay, we're gonna put marble here. Put that there. Seems like most of the enjoyment that's gonna come out of this is like, I feel like from just making a ridiculous amount of machines. Like I feel like if I had a huge property that was filled with tons of things that were automated, and I could just like zoom through the story, that'd be kind of cool. Oh, we're supposed to buy salt, but I don't have any money yet. We can sell this techno calendar. I could have swore that there was another couple of things that we can sell. Let's we can sell the work table because we already have an upgraded version of that. We'll throw this leather in here. The techno cup is considered furniture. What? It's literally a cup. I thought that it was like, it was supposed to be put on like a building or something. Okay, this is more types of currency. We can sell this. Cannot get rid of our basic planting set. We're gonna put that up here. Gold we're not supposed to get rid of yet because I think we're gonna make jewelry out of it. We can, oh, we have vinegar. We have vinegar, but I didn't see it as an option for this cooking thing. Maybe we can't use vinegar yet. Yeah, it should be in this herbs section. But I don't see it. Huh, that's weird. I have, do I have to keep it in my inventory? That would be unfortunate. Is this one of the only crafting stations that requires it to be in your pocket? Because I have soy sauce and vinegar. Let's try it with it being in my pocket. In fact, let's pick up, I guess we'll pick up all the food and see what happens. Got sea salt. Let's put egg and sandfish. Oh, there's also this gross weird honey. You can eat ant honey, so I guess I'll put it there. So we might have to make a chest for food. We might have to make a chest for food that's right next to cactus leaf. I don't think you can eat that. There's rib meat. That's probably food. And then cactus fruit's definitely food. Sand leek is an herb. Oregano should be an herb. It says it's used for flavoring dishes, so you can put it in here. This is for medicinal material. Let's see, sand rice is food. Okay, nice. Hey, welcome back, Kato. You got your workout done? Oh no! You're sore. You angered your knee even wearing a brace? No! Come on, knee. We're just trying to work out and get ripped. We're just trying to be sexy and ripped. You silly old knee. How dare. Okay, what? We're trying to cook things, but the system's very confusing. Okay, what if we put an egg, meat, and rib meat? It says it doesn't look so good. No! How am I supposed to figure out how to make stuff? Because it said that you're supposed to experiment. Let's put meat and... Soy sauce says it's made from beans of the same name, adds color to dish, both literally and metaphorically. I feel like you'd put soy sauce in the wok stuff, right? So maybe sand leek. It's edible. That's good. Vinegar, a classic and beloved seasoning. But adding too much can ruin a dish. Ant honey? What about honey and meat? There are no new recipes available for the chosen ingredients. So does that mean that we can't make anything else with meat? Or does that mean that we can't make anything else with these two things? The last thing that I made, it just made junk food. It made garbage. Hey, what's up, Positivity Boy? Yeah, more Sandrock. I'm trying to understand this game. And we unlocked farming. We unlocked farming. Thank goodness. That's what I wanted the most. Oh, it looks like we can't we can't process food scraps right now. We have to get the upgraded recycler to do that. Look, we made plants. Plants. Also, Champion of the Raven Queen. What's up? Oi, oi. We got more friends popping in. And we expanded our property too. I actually need to kind of move everything real quick. Let's move it back to the fences. Swing for the fences, y'all. Bonk. Grinder, go over here. Bonk. Music's so dramatic right now. I think we're gonna put all of our garden behind the house in the future. We need more dew. More dew. The stinking plants use so much water. It hurts my soul. We need to go get some salt, and we need still more. Well, actually, we'll have enough for this dew collector. We just have to go get some more salt. More salt, more salt. We should move these boxes, too. I kind of wanted them to just be super convenient, though. I thank you for the sip, Calico. I will take it out of this coffee right here. Black coffee. You need water too? Okay, here, I'll take a sip of water as well. 2 sips for the price of 1? What a deal. What a deal. Let's get some more salt so we can make some leather. Also, I wonder if he sells recipes. He's got rice. So like meatloaf. Am I supposed to... The grassy flavor of cilantro adds wild notes to the baked meat. So there's baked meat and cilantro in here. So maybe we can try and make some of this stuff just by reading the ingredients. Barbecued clams. Barbecued clams. Maybe there's barbecue sauce in it. Soy sauce, sea salt. This seems like something that's easiest just to cheese, honestly. I don't know if it's gonna be worth trying to figure out how to cook food, to be honest. Might be easier to just wiki it. Oh yeah, we don't have much money. That's not gonna be helpful, but we can sell some stuff. Hang on. Yeah, I picked up items that we can sell. Let's sell our pendant. Sell this old thing here. We'll sell this omelet. And we'll sell... Do I have anything else that I can get rid of? Got a bunch of foodstuffs in my pocket. We can sell the techno calendar because we already donated it. Now we can buy some more salt. Okay, boom. Now we got some salt. Cooper's got a mission for us. Sure. I'll come pull your weeds. Come pull your weeds, you old rapscallion. I do not want to have a good relationship with Cooper. Cooper is a little stinker. He's a little stinker. Oi! But Champion of the Raven Queen and Positivity Boy, how have y'all's days been? How was your June 2nd? What was the June 2nd experience like for y'all? I'm gonna get the leather figured out. Are they still doing dance stuff over here? You want a sriracha pork stir fry? Maybe we can do a cooking stream sometime soon and I can learn how to make a wok. If I bought like a bunch of cake mix, maybe we can make like a rainbow cake. Rainbow cake, anyone? Cooking streams are kind of a pain though. I'm hoping that with the new house that I'm gonna move into, hopefully it'll be easier to do cooking streams. There'll be a lot more room. Here, it's much more complicated to get like cameras into the kitchen and stuff. There'll be a lot more room in the new place, and I could even get help from roommates. That'd be cool. I'm gonna put this directly in the corner so that we're not wasting any space. There we go. Actually, I think they were already set up, but we'll just... No! Slightly. There we go. Did you not hear back yet? No. We do not know if our application has been accepted yet. I mean, I'm kind of just assuming that it's going to be a no, but they did say that it could take like up to 5 days or something. It could take a while. But we don't know yet. They won't tell us. Just going to move at least some of the boxes over here so it looks like less of a mess. Less of a mess. Ooh, you can put the boxes right next to one another. That looks kind of messy, but much more space efficient. There you go. There was just a long box now. We've got a bunch of food items in our pocket, but I don't know how to. I don't understand this. Can I just buy recipes somewhere? Oh yeah, we were gonna buy some furniture too, but I don't have much money. Don't have any money. I have $4. I guess we could take a commission. Unless we have one running. Do we still have one? Part-time ranching work. He wants me to do weeding for him. This is like a main mission. Oh, I do have a mission. I need to do this in 2 days, but we can do this right now. It's thin thread that she wants. Where is our thin thread stored? This is plant. Oh wait, there it was. Nice. We can go make a quick delivery and maybe look for furniture. At least see what the prices are like. Oh, good night, Ann. Get some rest. Oi, oi. And thanks for chilling with us. I'm excited to hear more about V Rising. I guess I might consider getting it if it looks like fun. Maybe I'll watch a stream of it tonight.
Catch you later.
Watch a little stream, see if it's interesting. That's normally how I decide if I want a game. Even though I did not watch any streams for this, I just risked it all. Just risked a full $25 on a random game that I was curious about. I want to make this my... Okay, track. There we go. You press V. Poppy was playing it? Maybe I can watch some of the VOD. What did you think about it, Callie? Da-da-da. I think it's early access as well.
Hello.
Seems like all games are early access nowadays.
See ya.
The developers are like, why would we finish
Hello.
a game if we can just sell an unfinished game and get money right now?
Catch you later.
Yeah, we got a great relationship with Vivi. Vivi is absolutely a friend to us. I wonder if we can snag another commission. This game's so janky. I don't get why I can sometimes do multiple commissions in a day, but guess we'll figure it out over time. It's the clothes shop. I might be able to buy blueprints for making furniture in this place. They have a bunch of blueprints for sale here. Leather belt, curling iron, wooden barrel. Let's see, wooden water cup, a bed. We already have a bed. Okay, simple chair, simple wooden chair. I guess we don't have a simple chair yet. A working desk. That sounds like something that might give us some stat boosts. You can also just buy with like special rewards. A rustic wardrobe. I love how you put a wardrobe in your house and it increases your attack stats. Could make a recycler for Rocky. Copper wire, a wooden stick. 10 wooden sticks is $300. Let's freaking go. Let's freaking go. My workshop rating is still garbage. I'm as far down as possible. Also, who's Big Head Wang? Who's Big Head Wang? Is that a player? That can't be an NPC. Reminds you of Valheim a little bit in the way that you play. Poppy like the crafting mechanics. The graphics are pretty. It's so zoomed out though. The graphics are impressive even from that perspective. This I've gotta see. Meow 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 meow. Yeah, from the screenshots that I saw of V Rising, the reason why I won't like it is the perspective. Isn't it like overhead or something? It's like one of my least favorite perspectives in a game. There we go. We got our bronze cooking. And I wonder how freaking long does it take for your plants to grow, dude? It's overhead? Yeah. I don't want to sound like a basic gamer, but Sometimes perspective's all that it takes for me to not like a game. Your character's tiny on the screen? Now you're telling me the information that I needed to know, Calico. Thank you. Let's see, what else can we make? We could make another dew collector, I guess. That'd be nice. A basic awning, I don't see a use for this yet. It just says that it creates shade, but so what? We could also save up and try to make like actual ranch improvements tomorrow. But we mostly need money. We mostly need big money, big money. Let's see how many wooden sticks we can make. Looks like we could make all 10 that we need. And we could turn them in right now if we run over here. Nice. And they're over here for the dance off. Oh, it looks like they actually might be singing. Nice. I've got your wooden sticks that you wanted. Thank you for the $300 for these sticks. And I guess we'll chat with you real quick too, to just snag some extra relationship points. Ah! I didn't mean to talk to you. Go away. I don't want to talk to you. But I will for the relationship points. Let's see. Can we get another commission? Let's go. Another. Meow, 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 meow. There's only 2 left. We can do this copper wire one. No, we're not allowed to accept any commissions. Why? Is it only 1 commission a day? Is it too late in the day? Ay, ay, ay. Ay, 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 mamma mia. Do. Well, we can run back to our house. And I guess another thing that we should probably do is go to the water guy, or to the plant guy, and buy some more plant stuff so that we can make a bigger garden. We have more stamina. I'm gonna run to the mines. Do I have empty enough pockets for the mines now? Relatively empty. Also, we have this upgraded pick hammer. Are we still supposed to have this? Tool strength is actually lower than mine. And its dig radius is the same. Quarry output. It's actually worse than ours. I guess we could sell it. We could sell his old pick hammer. He didn't ask for it back, so I guess we'll sell it. Now, let's see if we can find the exit to the next floor. We've only made it to floor 3 so far. So I guess we could try to make it a little deeper over here. Almost got a full stamina bar. Operation Degeliate. Yeah, there's some mission that we can do, but we have to wait for a diagram, it says. I guess that's something that's going to arrive in the mail later. Alright, let's find the exit. There's a door here. And then down here, we still haven't found the door yet. Just need to go down into the hole that I made. Where did I make that? Aha! Yeah, hole straight to the bottom. And now we'll just keep cutting around these edges and look for the door. I feel like we're almost there. Is this it? Oh. Maybe not. Maybe not. Ah! Dead end. Yeah, this looks like this might just be a big chunk in the middle of the screen. I don't know. Mine's a little confusing, but we've never gotten lower than this. Cat Seppi! Hey! Thank you so much for the sub! Oi!
I've had this pin for days, but I've been so busy at work, all I've been able to do is lurk. Codex for cry. Hi girl Katsu 1 hugs. I hope you're
All
well.
you've been able to do is lurk. No worries, Cat. Thank you so much for the lurkies. You've been so busy. You've been so busy. Oi, oi, Cat. Thank you so much for the 3 months. I'm glad that you're surviving at work. I'm glad that you're surviving. Stick with it. You're almost there, Cat. Are you gonna get freedom over the weekend? Are you almost to your freedom? We're almost through it. You can do it, Cat. Oi, oi. Whammo. Whammo. Let's go, Calico. Thank you for the EVs. Barely, you're on day 8 of 12-hour night shifts. Oh my god. Cat, they are working you to the bone. Do they like need more employees, or is this how the job normally is? Do you need more hires? And there's just not enough people to work all of it? Oh my goodness. That is too much. 12 straight days of 12-hour night shifts? Oh. The human body was never intended to deal with all this. The door was like right at the beginning. Oh no! The door was like right at the beginning. I just went all the way around. But at least you found the exit. It's a bit of a bad company being bad. No! I hope they're paying you well, Cat. They better be paying you good. Bonk. Bonk. You said you can even put your cats into it? Cats into what? Bonk. Bonk. Need some power stones. More than halfway done, Cat. You've got this. You're almost free. Let's freaking go. There we go. It's good pay, but you're being trained to take over a second job, so I'll be asking for more. Yes. Make them pay for it. Get that bag, Cat. If you're going to work your buns off, they better keep paying you more. So you're training right now? You're being trained to take over a second job and working 12-hour night shifts 12 days in a row? Mamma mia. Mamma mia. Oh yeah, I forgot that you could press F. Whoops. Here we go. Let's lag our way back over to our property. We used all our stamina. That's what we needed. And we ranked up. Hang on. What kind of upgrades can we get now? Ooh, the gathering upgrades are the best ones. This is the best one. XP gained from recycling by 10%. I'll take that. The more recycling, the better. The more experience, the better. Well, I have been for the past few weeks, but you've actually been thrown into it alone the last couple of nights. You're doing your best with the info that you've got. You're doing training by yourself for this? Oh my goodness. You don't even have anybody helping you train? What the heck? Cat, this sounds like a rough job. Oof. Here we go. What does wait for diagram mean? I guess we can just go to bed. Still got full HP, but we out of stamina. We've already kind of gone shopping for furniture, and I think tomorrow our research will be done. I think. Cat's having to work 12-hour night shifts and doing training solo for a job that they didn't even ask for. This is ridiculous. How dare they treat my cat like that? Another day, another Sandrock. We should work on some relationships in this game and see if we can get into dating status. Who's got the most amount of hearts? Looks like Chi is almost half of a heart, not even half a heart. Let's see. I feel like it'd be a good idea to go on the wiki and just like look up what items they like. Let's see. Yeah, Chi's got like less than half of a heart. This is crazy. These people are so hard to please. Could make some more bronze. That's always useful. Is there any way for me to make steel right now? I think that I just got lucky and found steel because I don't even think that we can make it yet. We got a letter, but it doesn't look like there's any presents. Dear new builder and future customer. Hello. I'm Pablo, a wandering artist who's just finished wandering. I've picked up some new paintings and learned new hairstyles. Okay, so, Pablo's parlor is opened. Nice. Pablo's parlor is open for business, so we can Workshop upgrade. Congrats on building your workshop up to a 2-star rating. Maybe you're not such a newbie anymore, but you've still got a long way to go. Huh? Are you still what are you still reading for? I told you can get a higher level commissions with a higher rank. Okay, so we're allowed to get higher commissions apparently. Nice. Okay. Hey, Floggy. Good night. Get some rest. You just watched the new Ghostbusters movie? Oh, the first true sequel. It's like called Ghostbusters The Next Generation or something, and you say it's good? I'm glad you enjoyed it. Floggy, get yourself some rest. Thanks for chilling with us, Floggy. I'm glad you enjoyed that movie. That movie. Cat, do hope you're doing well, though. You're so excited to get some days off to play this. Heyo. Yeah, it's definitely an experience, this game. I've been doing well, though. I'm getting over COVID. I'm almost past it. It's almost behind me. My mods are coming to Texas, so I'm hoping that I can get over COVID in time to be able to say hi to them. But I guess we'll see. I don't know. A valve, an essential component to use to control the flow of liquid and gas in large equipment. Huh. I am curious about if I can, like, somehow make this water, like, go straight over here. I did not play Time and Portia before. I did not. And also, hi, Lemonberry. Oi, oi, oi. I just noticed you. Oi. I just noticed you. How are you doing, Lemonberry? We're back at it again. Back at it again with this nonsense. I'm thinking tomorrow we might take off from this game. And we might play Fortnite with some homies. That's what I'm thinking. Because I want to finish my battle pass. I've not completed it. I've been slacking. I've been caught lacking. Okay, we got these, and I want to investigate some better storage opportunities, but we also have higher commissions that we can do. Yahoo! You'll be in Texas soon too? Nice! Oi! Cat, we definitely need to meet up and say hi. Say hi. Lynn says she and Alk are at the Airbnb waiting on Jedi. Oh, they're already in Texas? Maybe I'll get a COVID test tomorrow. I think I'm still gonna be very positive though. Is this okay? Yeah, now they have stars on them. So there's 2 stars, 1 star. Maybe we should focus on either 2 or 3 star things to do. Hardwood planks is something that we can do. But we can also use these missions as a way to increase our relationship. Our RVO is the only one that you can actually have a relationship with, though, out of all these people here, I think. I don't even think that you can with Ryan, but hardwood planks are really cheap. That's really easy to make. Rubber shell's not too bad, but I think that this would be an easier mission to do. Let's do that. Grab some money. You'll be with Zach, so definitely. Nice. Nice. Yes. Especially if we can get Opsty to visit again. If Opsty visits again, we're gonna have to go meet up with some peeps. We got to meet up with the homies. Well, you've also been sick, sir. Who, me? Me? I have been a little bit sick. That is true. I'm still coughing. I'm most slightly unwell. Boing, boing, boing. But that doesn't mean that I can't play Fortnite. I should play Fortnite. Okay, let's see. What was I supposed to make? Hardwood or something? Hey, Drex is here. Oi, oi. Drex, are you free? Did Drex break free? I want to break free. Oi, oi. Hi. Drex is loose. Who let Drex loose? Was it one of y'all? Oh, no. Oh, no. Drex is in the wild. Everyone look out. I'm just kidding. We got the hardwood planks going. Do we need 3 of them? We do. Okay. So, 3 minutes, and that commission will be done. We can go to the mines right now, or we could... should we make more dew collectors so that we can make even more water? I feel like we're going to get an upgrade for the dew collector later, and I'm going to regret spending all of these resources on this. But you know what? If you don't do it, you can't regret it. If you don't do it, You'll never have the chance to regret it, so you might as well try. I know that we need basic leather. Let me put in the other components first, please. Yeah, we also need troughs, don't we? A couple of troughs. A couple of trophies. Troughed up. Got us on troughed up charges. Here we go. Do you and Opsty want to go to the Pride with me on Sunday? What? Go to the Pride? What Pride? What Pride where? On Sunday? The Pride Parade? Where? In Dallas? Jax, are you in Texas? Are you just teasing me? Yahoo! 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 Boing, boing, boing. Oh, in your city? What? You want me to fly to your city with COVID? Hey, I'm the kind of guy that brings the COVID with me. Hey guys, no worries, I brought the COVID. Yeah, man. Heck yeah. We need more leather. More leather. More leather necessary. Let's go kill some stuff. Let's go kill some animals. No, I can't go anywhere. There are pride parades in my city. Oh, I'm gonna get a COVID test tomorrow. I get another test tomorrow and we'll see if I'm still contagious. It's definitely still in my system, but I just gotta find out if I'm still contagious. But Oopsy's not even in Texas either. Oopsy's back. Oopsy's back where he belongs in Florida. Meow, 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 meow. But I was thinking about maybe going to the parade in Dallas. But I kind of wish that I had a friend to go with. I think, I do have friendo in town. I've got some gay peeps around. Maybe I can convince one of them to come with me. See, we don't need any marble. Let's keep killing these lads. Not the Alpha Yakmel! I'm afraid so awkward. We took it down. We took it down! We're killing all the animals! I'm sorry! I'm sorry, it has to be done. It's the only way to get leather in this world. And we have to get leather in this world. You'd so go. All your friends are busy Sunday. Oh, no. I will, I'll see. I'll see. Yeah, tomorrow I'll just buy another test. And I'll see. Because apparently all my mods are in town too. Which is why there's no mods in the chat right now. They're all playing Pool and Parcheesi. Here we go. Da, 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 da. What's this game called with the golden poops? That game with the golden poops. Are you talking about the Binding of Isaac? Talking about the Binding of Isaac? That has golden poop in it. That game has all types of poop. You can get every single type of poop is available in that game. Get this and some leather. Nice. More crafting. More crafting. Bingo! In fact, now we've got enough leather to make another one. No, it's the same people as Katamari. Oh, yeah, the other game. That's called, oh, I have it in my library. What was that? The game where you had to, like, make a bunch of friends and then you all held hands and, like, created disgusting monsters and stuff? Yeah, what was the name of that game? By the Katamari creators. Ooh, it had a funny, silly name. I might not be able to remember it at the moment. Does anybody know what that game is? We need more sticks. We got the leather for it. We need another marble brick. Another marble brick, my lord. Maybe we'll... Is today a crafting day? I feel like we need to go mining as well. We still haven't made it to the 4th layer yet. After all this time, all this digging, and we still haven't made it down there. I would alt-tab and check it right now, Calico, but apparently alt-tabbing in this game makes it unstable and makes it, like, crash. Last time that I alt-tabbed for a long period of time out of this game, it had a bunch of weird audio glitches and the game, like, crashed before I could save. So we need another marble brick. It might be time to make another furnace, come to think of it, because these take forever. forever. But I can't make another furnace because I'm busy building this, shaking my head. Let's dump items and go to the mine. Go to the mine, see if we can make it to the next level. Got a bunch of rubber scrap in here. That's good. Maybe whenever we come back, oh wait, is the hardwood done? Oh yeah, the hardwood is done. Let's go turn in this commission. You've never been to Pride before because you had no one to go with, but one day, see, I didn't even know that I was LGBTQ plus until recently, and I was still like, I don't know. I have never really been to that many, like, either festivals or parades or anything like that. I've never been to a bunch of, what are they called? Conventions? I don't know, big, like, social events. The closest thing I'd ever been to was, like, a concert. But I don't know, I guess none of my friends ever went to any parades or conventions or anything like that, so it was just never even on my radar. I just never even thought about going to something like that. And yeah, I kind of want a friend to drag me along somewhere because I don't know how to exist there. Just like I needed Curry and Tin to drag me along to the casino before I was like comfortable. They dragged me along. They showed me the ropes, and I had a good time. And then I could do the same thing for Opsty whenever we visited Vegas. Yeah, I just generally stay home, you know. Just generally a homebody, boring person. I don't do a lot of stuff. I don't go a lot of places. Like even now that I have COVID again, not again, but now that I'm in like lockdown again, my life hasn't really changed at all. Like I live my life in lockdown all the time anyway. The only difference is that I can't go to Walmart. So I already tried the like meat and honey, right? So what about just salted meat? That's not a thing. You can't just salt meat. What if you put vinegar on the meat? No, that's not a thing either. What about soy sauce on the meat? Nope, that's not a thing apparently. Maybe what if we meat and eggs? Meat and eggs. There's no new recipes for this though. What if we had meat and fish? Nope, can't do that. What if we salted it though? Nope, nothing there. How am I supposed to figure out this? Which casino did you go to? Went to Choctaw, went to Windstar. Went to Windstar the first time, and then whenever we went to Vegas, we mostly, I think that we only gambled in Circus, but we went through a couple of other casinos whenever we were being shown around by Ego. But we only gambled at Circus, which is the place that we were staying too. Very convenient. But I did not gamble during the trip. I was just showing Opes how to do it. I was teaching Opes how to waste money. I'm just kidding. Let's go. Oh, Fang's out here. What are you doing out here, man? Meow, 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 meow. I was already spending so much on that trip that I was like, I would rather pay for drinks. That's what I decided that I would rather pay for delicious alcoholic slushies than to pay for the fun of being of gambling, because it's not you stayed off the strip whenever you were there for a convention a few years ago. Yeah, Circus is technically off strip. It's just very close. It's a pretty short walk. On the day that we went to the strip, we did just walk home. But it is technically off strip as well. It's strip adjacent. And thankfully we had a car, which is both nice and kind of worthless in Vegas, if that makes sense. It's like it's nice to be able to drive, but there's traffic literally everywhere, so if you want to go anywhere, it takes forever. It feels like it would be smarter to just walk there, but no. Driving is still faster. It's just the difference between walking and driving speed is much closer than normal. We need some rubber for this commission. I'm just kind of grinding for cash a little bit. Because once we have a bunch of moosh, then we can like upgrade stuff and buy all the ingredients that we need and stuff like that. I need rubber shells, 9 of them. These are rubber shells. I don't know why it's not showing me that I need 9. This is gonna take forever. We're gonna go to the mine really quick. Oh my gosh, I have two level ups. One for combat. Oh yeah, because I was beating up on those poor defenseless animals. Get this, and we have a social upgrade. Let's go for quick delivery knowledge. 5% more. What is it? Reward, it says? Yeah, 5% more reward if you do the commission within the same day. Which hopefully we'll be able to do just now. Let's move the mining a tiny bit. You said you stayed in a little road motel, not a big hotel or casino. Ah, I see. That's definitely a good way to save cash. I really wish that EDC wasn't going on, because that huge electronic music convention is the reason why it was so expensive. Because normally you can stay in a really nice hotel for really cheap. Because they just want to get you. They just want to get you in the hotel. They want to get you in there so that you could pay for drinks and for food and get in their casino. Like you can. I think that I saw that you could pay like $30 a night or less and stay in a nice hotel. But you just have to go on like more off season. And we just happened to be going at like one of the busiest times that they ever have. Okay, let's find our way out. Isn't it this way? Uh-huh. This way. Aren't alcoholic drinks free in Vegas? I don't remember ever receiving a free drink. The only free drink I got was the one that Tin offered to buy me. And the ones at the wedding. But I think the wedding it was just wine and beer, I think, that were paid for. But no, drinks are not free. Remember, I paid like $20 for some of my drinks. I think they were a little expensive. Oopsie bought drinks and had to pay big money for them. Is that a bomb? Where's the bomb? Ah! The bomb explode. Nice. Boing. I hear that all the time at casinos. You have to pay for drinks? You don't have to do that in Vegas. Wow, sounds like a bunch of whiners. For one, sounds like whiners. I mean, whenever I went to WinStar, you didn't have to pay for soda. Yeah, you don't have to pay for soda, I'm sure. But no, you had to pay for all the drinks there, and you had to tip the bartender, too. Yeah, no. Those people are full of it. As far as I can tell, maybe there's places. Maybe they know some like secret spots that I don't know about. You look at them and say, we are far away from Vegas, friends. So sorry to inform you that we are not in Vegas right now. You've heard that if you're gambling, then you can get some drinks free. I mean, yeah, maybe for high rollers. Yeah, maybe if you're like at a table. But no, you gotta pay for everything in Vegas as far as I can tell. Maybe they looked us up and down and they were like, these guys look like streamers. Make sure that they pay. They were like, they're not gonna gamble more than $100 while they're here. Make sure that they pay for those drinks. We're not gonna get anything out of them. Oh yeah, I need to press F to check the area. What the frick? What are these goggles? They like show you points of interest? This is crazy. I can't believe that I never tried it. Okay, I'm going to press F whenever we enter here, and apparently it's going to like highlight useful items. I never even thought of this. I never even thought that these things worked. I thought that you had to upgrade them. Aiming directly at relics lets you lock onto it. So you can see specifically where the relics are? Doesn't that take like all the challenge out of it? I mean, I ain't mad, but it seems kind of weird. You can just hack the system and see through walls. It's incredible. I'm almost out of stamina though. But we made it to another level. That's awesome. Don't see any more tin just laying around. Would like to get some more, but I don't think we're gonna get to. Yep, out of stamina. But we made it to the next level. Nice. Yep, we made it to layer 4, which has... What's different? I guess they have different relics. That's the main thing. But they've all the layers got 10. And I think that it saves the layers even if you reset. So we can always go down to the next layer. There's hardly any layers, though. There's like 6. It seems weird. In Stardew, it's like 100. It's like 100 layers. Seems like it'd be very copy-paste. I don't know. I don't understand this game. In some ways, it feels so small. In some ways, it feels so complicated. Some of the upgrade trees and stuff are so, like, basic, and some of them are just overly complicated. I don't get it. If we make enough casharoo, then we can go back to that plant man and buy some seeds. This is still going to take 8 minutes. Let's speed up time a little bit. Because it looks like we're out of stamina now, so we might as well let the crafting speed up. And this requires, what, a marble brick? Oh, I haven't even started processing marble bricks because I need another furnace, don't I? Well, I guess I could just make another furnace and just retrieve these items. Let's make another furnace so that we can process things faster. Oh, oops, I started the wrong thing. Furnace. There we go. We probably have all these pieces. These are very basic. Couple of stone troughs. We'll have to make the stone troughs again. Nice. Easy peasy. I need to remember how easy these furnaces are to make, because if there's a mission for them, that's easy money. Yeah, now we can go ahead and process marble bricks. Oh, we only have enough for 1. But I don't have the stamina to get anything else. What were we working on? Ooh, there's a suspended tram car. That's to unlock another looting area. But I don't need to make that my top priority at the moment. We have plenty to do. I was making another dew collector, wasn't I? Yes. We're gonna have to make that marble thing again and a few sticks. We need a couple of sticks and a couple of troughs. Some things instantly craft, and some things literally take multiple days. It's ridiculous. Still need a marble brick. Got the trough. So I guess we're just waiting on this thing. Like 45 seconds. Then we'll have 6 dew collectors. Nice. We could maybe go sell some stuff. I have $1,000 now. Nice. Maybe we should, instead of expanding our property again, we could put in a chicken coop somewhere around here. Maybe here in the center, depending on how big they are. Where's the expand sign? Okay, so now it expands this way for 5,000, I'd say. Yep. 5,000 for a level 4. And maybe tomorrow we can run by the town hall and see what kind of upgrades we can make and how big they are. Marble brick, nice. Time's just zooming by. Doesn't look like the rubber shells are going to be done today, so we're not going to get that bonus, unfortunately. But it's only 5%, it's not a big deal. Ah, no, we can't fit it here. It was going to be perfect. No! Dang it. This is upsetting. This is not what I wanted. Ah. No! Oh, this hurts my soul. My soul. This reminds me of raft mechanics. Just waiting for dew to show up. It's the only way to get water around here. Still got plenty of water left. I guess we'll go to bed. Let's slow back down time so I don't get bamboozled tomorrow. And let's see, do we have enough for... We could make 4 more bronze bars here, or... I can't make any more marble bricks. We could make some copper, though. Looks like 10 is the maximum that you can ask it to do at a time. I think I noticed that yesterday. I guess we'll just leave this to its madness. Can I make more bronze bars, please? Queue full, I know, but can we just, like... Alright, there we go. And we'll go to bed, get some more stamina. Tomorrow we should have a bunch of dew. Oh, the rubber shells are close, but I think it's too late to be turning in commissions anyhow. It's alright. We'll get it done tomorrow. Night-night. Also, we could spend some of our $1,000 on some new furniture if we wanted to upgrade our stamina. Our in-house stamina. Enter planting mode and select harvest. Okay, so I think my plants are done. Nice. Getting some fancy new storage chests would probably be a good idea as well. Trees are not allowed to be cut down within city limits. I still don't quite understand what the limits of the city are. Alright, so plants are done. Nice. So we're supposed to use the basic planting kit to dig these up. We have to like enter another mode to just harvest them. F is for harvest. Maybe I don't need the kit.
Looks like you figured it out.
Don't spawn behind me like that,
Take these
Zeke.
as well. Planting in the desert is the best step we can take towards fixing the climate here in Sandrock. Plus,
We
you
need
get
Mother
to eat
Nature.
stuff. Glad to have you aboard. Oh,
Heck yeah, brother. I'm all about plants.
You're going to need more seeds and stuff at some point. Just check out Burgess's store at the water tower. The church is always supposed to stay stocked up. Now, I better make like a tree and get out of here.
Catch you later, Giga Chad. Okay, so we can go to the water tower and his store. Nice. Water tower's way closer, and he gave me a cool hat. Give me a purple hat, dude. Let's harvest this. I kind of wish that we could move this, it says create straw grid, but the ground's still wet? Root out plant or remove the soil. Oh, so that just removes it. I don't get to pick it up. Looks like the nicely fertilized, well, I guess it wasn't fertilized, but the nice soil that we had there, I just destroyed it. And we have to plant straw grids to like hold the ground in place. So we need to get straw, and I guess we can start making a garden. We can make as big of a garden as our water will permit us. And I think it takes like 3 waters per, which is kind of obscene. It actually takes loads of water for these plants. I feel like there's maybe an automatic sprinkler that you get eventually, or maybe some pipes or something. I feel like this game has like a lot of automation options, but I don't know how long they're gonna take to give them to me. This game is extremely stingy with developments. Fill that up. It's up to 20%. The dew's kind of working out, but it's a little slow. I kind of wish that I could automate this somehow. I might have to crawl around on the wiki and try to figure out how to make my systems more efficient. Because it looks like it might take a ridiculous amount of time to figure this out. But we got a letter. Is our research done? Nice. It is done. Forging machine is unlocked. Yeah, I think that some of this stuff might just be hidden behind research. Like, we just got a forging machine. I'm not even sure what this does. It needs 2 metal coils, bronze bars, and marble bricks. This isn't too bad. I know I have some springs. I hope I have enough. I do. I do have 2 metal coils. Dude, we can almost just make this straight out. We just need marble bricks. That's it. We just need to go get some marble from some hard rock. And the commission. The commission. Good money, good money. If we get the commission done, we look for hard rocks. I guess we can go by the water store and buy some straw and maybe some seeds. Do I have the seeds on me? Sand Lake, where would the seeds be? I'm not sure. I think I have a couple of seeds that I got from harvesting. So I guess straw is something that you just have to keep purchasing. There might be a way to get free straw or something. But for now, I think we have to just pay for it. It's too bad. There's been a couple of things in this game so far, like upgrading your tools always requires you to just buy a component. So it's like you're just straight up paying money for developments. Seems kind of silly in a crafting game, but whatever. Yeah, I remember there being straw here. Yeah, so it's 50, he's got 50 straw, it's 3 each. So if I want to make 20 plots of land, it costs 60 bucks. And we could make, well, they got a bunch of different seeds. So there's sand leeks, which you can get normally. You get wheat, sand rice, tomato seeds, a curious hybrid seed that will produce 2 tomatoes and 2 potatoes. 2 potatoes and 2 tomatoes. You can plant cacti, and you can make coffee trees. Plant these seeds, and a coffee tea tree will grow. Oh, what is... It costs discs to buy this? What? It costs discs? It costs research discs to buy seeds? What? No. No, absolutely not. Why would it cost research discs to buy seeds? Where does this game get off? No, absolutely not. I have too much research to do. I'm going to the other shop. I'm pretty sure that I saw that they just charged money. Forget that, man. I ain't getting rid of my discs. This game has the nerve, the absolute nerve of that shop. You think it's more of building a community game rather than just a crafting game? I mean, you say that, but literally like every single other solution in this game is just like, well, you have to craft it. I mean, there are some loot things too. Let's go research. What do we want to make now? We just got a forging machine, which I don't know what it's for. Tailoring is definitely for clothes. Jewelry making. A blender mixes raw materials for dicing things into powder, puree, or other things. This is just a fancier cooking stove, but I haven't even figured out how to use the basic one. It's weird that this Dew Collector's upgrade is a fire-powered generator. Generates power by burning almost anything. I guess this is just like one central power thing. I guess that you can hook up your machinery to this and just power it all from the same materials, but it's not even annoying to power up all the machines yourself. Like I don't really have a reason for that. I'll get the recycler. We'll get the upgraded recycler. Goodbye. Because we have a bunch of food scraps that we can't process yet. So let's go to Water Town. I guess Water World is where we just came from. We're gonna go to the I forget what it's called. I'll look it up on the map. I think the water's still in the name, though. What is it called? It's called the Moisture Farm. Pardon me, not water. Moisture. Very different. There's a big difference between water and moisture. You better get learning. We can also teleport out of here and just teleport right back to our house. I keep forgetting about the fast travel. And we're here already. I guess we could kill these cows for some leather. Oh, wait. These are somebody's pets. We're not allowed to kill them. We're not allowed to kill those Yakmels. Those are slightly different. They're owned by somebody. And these silly little ants, they give you like a ant honey, but also they say barbecue bumble. Maybe their honey is barbecue flavored. It's definitely barbecue food that you can make, but I haven't really figured out how to make it yet. Man, I just need to sit on the wiki and just absorb all of the information and all of the data to understand this game. Because there is so much going on. This is like, oh, it costs discs here too? What the frick? Yeah! Hey, Rosera! Thank you for the 28 months! Oh my gracious! Oh my gracious!
Penny, Mr.
Rosera,
Earl,
almost
friendo,
month one
how we
supporter.
doing?
Thank you so
You
much,
know,
Rosera.
That's a lot of months.
How are you doing?
How has time passed by so quickly knowing you?
Chestnuts.
Much love, friendo.
Chestnuts just money. Rose Willow's just money. Why are these multiple monies? Oi, oi, Rosera, how are you doing? How has time passed by so quickly? It's because we've been playing good games. It's because we've been hanging out with cool people and playing good games. Oi, oi, Rosera, thank you so much. Maybe you just have to buy it once. No, because look, it costs multiple per. Why is it discs? Why is it discs? What am I to do, you guys? What do I do? I could buy chestnut seeds and rose willow seeds for money. What the frick? Why do these cost discs? This sucks. I don't get it. I don't get it. Discs are not currency. Discs are for research. I don't want to spend them. Why would you buy seeds with something called data disk? Shiny discs that contain various information records from people in the old world. Talented researchers are able to synthesize this data and extrapolate key technological factors from them, allowing for fresh inventions. Why do you spend those to buy plants? I don't understand. Why do you buy seeds with these data disks? Am I stupid? Am I stupid? Am I missing something? Am I missing something? Or is it exactly what I think it is? You buy these with data disks? Why? Why does he want data disks? I'm so confused. I don't understand. The data disks are used for research and speeding up research. Why do you buy seeds with data disks? I feel like I'm going insane. I feel like I'm going insane. I feel like I must be misunderstanding this. I must be. Surely you only have to buy it one time with a disc. Surely it's a one-time purchase just for them to research it so that you can then spend normal money on it. I feel crazy right now. Seeds for farming can be planted to harvest chestnuts. I guess we're making frickin' chestnuts because it's the... What? These are really expensive seeds. Maybe that's why they're with data discs, so that you don't spend money to make money, which is dumb. Shouldn't they just make the seeds cheaper? Why would they make the economy work this way? What? So you buy it with discs because this is a way to convert discs to money? Is that how this works? Does this work by you pay data discs to get plants so that you can plant them and make money? Well, why is it these discs? Why are there 10 different types of currency in this game? So there's gold discs. There's like 5 different types of metals. There's commerce badges. There's festival badges. There's badges for the Civil Corps. There's another type of badge as well. Data discs are a currency, and so is money, apparently. Like goals. This game is so stupid. Also, hi, Opsy. This game. I don't understand why it is this way. Who thought this was a good idea? Why are there so many currencies? My soul and heart. Also, why would I plant... If I buy this seed, it'll make 2 tomatoes and 2 potatoes. So I guess that means that it's worth 36 plus 54. So it's like $80. So 2 data discs is worth $80? Is that what I'm informed by? 2? This is 80. I wonder what chestnuts sell for, because it's $70 for 1 seed. It's $70 for a seed. I guess maybe whenever you harvest them, you get more seeds back. Maybe this is just to get you started. So maybe you only buy a few of them and then you get more seeds back? What are the stats on my farming? What are my farming stats? Oi! Oafsy, I thought that you were streaming right now, I'm gonna be honest. I thought that you were streaming. How are you doing, Opsy? Did you sleep good? I'm sorry that I missed your invite last night. I definitely would have played games with y'all. I got some plant upgrades over here. So 10% more crops from the harvest. I still need to upgrade that, don't I? But the growth of crops is sped up by 10%. Get 10% more from the harvest. And then it's another 10? But shouldn't that be changed to 20? Wouldn't that be... Doesn't it normally, like, increase it? No, I guess it just means in addition to level 2's 10%. But it seems like it should say 20%. But, whatever. No worries. I think we both might have catching up to do in Maple. Maple Story, and WoW. Those are two games that I'd like to play a little bit more of. I'm buying the chestnut seeds. Frick it. I'm paying the cash. Also, can I buy fertilizer? Let's buy fertilizer too. Let's test it out. We're gonna test out fertilizer and we're gonna water them well, and we're gonna see what these chestnuts do. We're gonna see what they do. I'm still trying to understand this game, Obst. I'm trying my best. It's early access, but I paid $25 for this game. I must harvest enjoyment out of it. There's a fun game in here somewhere. 8th told me it gets good. 8th said it gets good. I'm relying on 8th. 8th said. 8th said it, I believe. Oh, wait. I can teleport. I forgot about that. Let's just teleport back to my house. Who needs hopping and rolling? Yahoo! Yahoo! Teleport. For 15 bucks. That is very Final Fantasy like 14 of this game to be like just makes you pay depending on how far you are away from the teleporting station. This game does feel like it's an MMO. This game feels like it's a free-to-play MMO that you can pay to win. And it just has like grindy combat. It really does. It feels like a free-to-play MMO. Let's harvest this with like weird caps on what you can do so that you have to pay to speed up things. That's what this game feels like. It feels free to play. Okay, let's do some planting. Bonk. There's definitely a lot of like weird artificial timers that I don't understand why they're in this game. And it seems like you would be able to pay to refill your stamina for the day. That definitely feels like it should be a mechanic. Because the stamina is so ridiculous. We do have these sand-dry seeds. I think that you do get some seeds back. Okay, we're going to plant these 3 chestnuts. Oh, it requires a large area, hey? Is this like a tree? What the frick? Okay, well, it looks like we're going to need some more space. I don't think that I bought enough of this hay stuff for that. Ooh. Wonder if you have to fertilize every single one of these circles or if you just have to do the middle. Guess we're going to find out now. Okay, it looks like it's just a little plant in the middle. A little plant. Oh, the fertilizer works for the whole zone? Huh. I'm learning so much. Let's grab, I guess, 3 waters. Because I think that's the max that you can water something. Well, I can maybe understand why this chestnut's so dang expensive now. Huh, it's so weird that you can water all the... But it doesn't look like it watered it enough. Yeah, I'm looking down at the bottom. It looks like you can fertilize and water to different levels. I wonder if that speeds up the development of the plant or gives you different qualities or gives you different... I know that you can't see it behind me. I'm sorry that I'm blocking the, I'm kind of blocking it, but there's like a little bar. Like right now it's at like 1/10 of the bar. Like 1/10 watered, 1/10 fertilized. And I guess these are not watered at all. Yeah. But we need like a lot more water to make this But it does have a little smiley face next to the plant, so I guess it's relatively happy. I can actually let me just move myself up a little bit. Yeah, let's see. Can y'all see that now? Yes, you can. Okay, yeah. It says that it's happy and it's got like it's kind of loaded. These are meh. They're meh. They have no fertilizer, no water. Guess I could always buy more water, but I feel like we need to figure out better ways to either harvest the dew or something. It seems silly that water's so hard to come by. It seems like there should be a way to do this. Maybe there is a way to automate the dew. We do have a lot of dew. If I remember properly, the construction area only lets you build your house bigger and lets you build a barn, a coop, and like one other building. I think a stable. So I don't think that the solution is upgrading at the town center. I feel like you have to make the stuff on the assembly machine, I guess. Well, I'm almost done with this. What do I need? Marble bricks? Oh, I forgot about that. Oops. I have a new thing to build here. Did I already make them all? We might have to go get some more marble. Oh yes, we do. But we have full stamina. That's good. Let's go try to find some marble. They're in the hard rocks that are all scattered around here. Yeah, this one here. I need more marble. We'll finish that. I'm trying to think. The research center doesn't have anything that looks like it'll help with water. You can just buy it, so I guess one solution is making enough money that you can just buy tons of water. Another one, I guess, is making an obscene amount of dew collectors. There's got to be a way to... Maybe I need to open the dew collector and see if there's like an option to upgrade it, but I don't remember it having a sub-menu that I could open. I don't know if you can upgrade them. I guess that wouldn't make a lot of sense. You have to create a giant magnet so that the dew is attracted to them. And I got another knowledge upgrade. Oh, it's the one that can upgrade plants. Nice. That's exactly what I need. It looks like I need to actually go back and empty my pockets. We can schmack some hard rocks on the way back, so we can get that marble. There's a lot of hard rocks over here. This is the spot. This is Marble Town, USA. My pockets, they're full. You can also get dew in the wild, but I don't feel like that's a sustainable way of getting water. I want everything to be automated and unlimited. I want to tame the environment. It'd be cool to have like, I tell you what we really need is some stinking solar panels. It's so freaking bright out here. You could harvest so much energy from the sun. Grab some of them blood diamonds out here. Or what are they called? Bloodstones, pardon. The bloodstones. Maybe we can find a way to sell those. I feel like we have a lot of money that we're just sitting on because I haven't figured out how to sell the stuff yet. But I don't want to waste it because they could be components to more expensive items. So building the tram cart is a way to unlock like the abandoned mall that we live next to. And I still don't know why we'd want to go over there. It looks like it'd be another... It would just be another, what's it called? Like dungeon. That's what it looks like. Fluffy Giraffe. It's going pretty good. It's going pretty good. I'm still trying to understand this game. I'm trying to understand it. I built a bajillion dew harvesters, but I don't think I fully understand how this game works. I don't understand like the core loop of this game yet. This game's very, very squirrely about giving you developments, but I am learning how to farm. They finally gave me the opportunity to farm, so I'm trying to figure out how to get more water. Because I got this chestnut that I'm trying to grow, but it takes so much water. It takes water to run the machinery. It takes water to plant. And the plants take so much of it. I honestly don't know what to do. Don't know what to do. You've been listening while doing paint by number. Ooh. Some of my family members used to do paint by number. I think my sister Katie used to. Paint by number is cool. She would do paint by number. She would do origami, and she would knit while we would like listen to my mom read at night. My mom used to read to us before we went to sleep. We just took up like little things to do while she did that. Let's see, we could make some. Let's make a little bit of glass. Might as well. We got the furnaces for it. We might as well be cooking up something. I've seen a lot of missions for ceramic plates, too. Let's make some of those. And... Let's see. What else can we make? This is marble, but we'll have those bricks in a minute. And we need to empty our pockets. We're definitely full up right now. And I think we're gonna go discover around town and see if there's some things that I missed. Because I have a feeling that there's some goodies in this game that I haven't realized are here yet. Gotta empty my pockets in case we need to pick up stuff. Put some of this food stuff away. We really need to make another. Can I make another box for foodstuffs? Yes, I can. We'll put a chest right next to the food thing. Can I auto put them in there? There we go. These are all herbs. Oop, leather's not something to eat. Don't eat leather. There's water. There's some pre-made food. Grab these ingredients out, and we're gonna either wear that hat or we got a machine upgrade kit. That's cool. Put all this food in here. Yeah, so these things, you interact with them, but you can't upgrade them because they don't have like a sub menu. But like the apprentice station, you can upgrade these. You can make their queue bigger. You just have to have like a bunch of fancy stuff and an upgrade kit apparently. So you have to buy the diagram, and maybe you can upgrade it instead of just rebuilding it. That's what I probably should have done with my work table. Or it looks like this work table's maxed out though, and I thought that there was another level to it. The processor can be turned into a civil processor. We just need 2 engines, a copper gear, bloodstone saws, steel bars, and the diagram for it. But I don't even know what we'd get. I wish that we could make better dew collectors, but that's all in the assembly station. There are a lot of unfilled slots in the assembly station, though. It's possible there's a fancier dew collector that you get later, but all of it just has question marks, and I don't know how to unlock them. I hope they're not hidden behind missions. That'd be a real shame. We could pick up... Oh, we can't pick up another commission because I think we have one already. Right? No, we don't. Nice. We'll pick up a commission then. Do. Make some more money. Because it looks like we gotta buy a bunch of water. We can make some copper pots. That's easy. And we get 400 bucks for it. Could also make glass lenses for Chi. I kind of want to... I'm going to do this mission because I want to help Chi anyway. Chi is dateable. He's looking submissive and dateable. Meow, 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 meow. Guessing those lenses are mostly going to be... I guess they'll be copper and glass? Is that what it said? We could do that. We can do that. Glass and bronze pipes. Bronze. Uh-oh. About to be in Trouble Town. Trouble Town, USA. I hate living here. To the Blue Moon Saloon. Owen, you got anything for me to do, mister?
Hey, drop
I'm
by
one of the
my
hottest
saloon.
guys in town.
Hey, see you around.
I just want to say hi. Mion's just standing over here in the corner.
How's it going?
I was just talking to this couch. No worries, Mion. We all have those sorts of days where we just talk to the furniture. But what other kind of... I guess everything's going to be shut down now. That's too bad. There's a clothing store. I guess I haven't been to the general store in a while. Maybe there's some goodies for sale. Oh, well, I guess it's not night yet. Maybe it'll still be open. Well, yeah, and the barber shop just opened. Pablo's a new member of society.
Hey, you must be the builder.
Pablo's got
Allow
a
me to
freaking
extend a warm
sweet
welcome to
hairdo.
Sandrock on behalf of Pablo's Parlor. I've been staying at Walnut Group.
Pablo doesn't
I
have
didn't
the
know we
exact
were
voice that I
related,
was
too. That's
expecting,
where I
but
come
that's
from.
okay.
Hello.
I won't judge you for your name, Pablo.
Catch you later.
Your accent is unplaceable. I cannot tell from what part of the world you're from. Sounds half British, half Texan, like some of these characters. I wanted to just see if there was other hair options, but it looks like it's just the same options. It looks like it's just like a redo. You can just redo your hair if you want to. But I already look perfect. I don't know why I'd ever want to change anything. Yep. That's too bad. I was kind of expecting that they might give you some new options for coming here, but it's just to reset your appearance or change it. It called it home editing mode. Your body's just a home for your soul after all. Speaking of home editing though, we should swing by the house building service and see if there's some like extra goodies that I forgot about. There may indeed be some upgrades that would help a lot. I want to make sure that I'm not like working my buns off. And then later I'm like, oh no, if only I'd known. I didn't know that you could just buy that. It's got the Construction Junction catalog. Let's go into build mode and see what kind of shenanigans we can make at our farm. I know for a fact that we have not dipped into... we haven't dipped into raising animals yet. I know that. How do I rotate? I know how to zoom. Oh, there we go. Okay. Here's our house. So we can make stone house or wooden house. And that's just that's just exactly like this house. You just make it, I could make it bigger. I could make the house like go out back. And then you have to put roof on it, I guess. It's for home expansion. You can then put windows and another type of window. Then you can accessorize with sunshades, chimneys, lights, ventilation signs, pipes. Not particularly important, I don't think. And then you can make multiple assembly stations, which is cool. You can make chicken coops, barns, and hutches. Hutches are for the like little fluffy rabbit creatures. You need iron plates, bronze frames, and hardwood planks for that. And it also costs money. So I guess you just have to come here with the components. Looks like it's the same components for everyone. I think I remembered that. A hutch is the most tempting upgrade because I want rabbits. I want cute little fluffy rabbits. They're the cutest creature. Then the last one is just already owned things. So, okay, so this is basically what I thought I had. You can expand straight from here, which we don't have money for yet. But a hutch, do we know how big it would be? It'd be kind of nice to see the size. It looks like we may be able to fit it right in here. Might be able to fit a hutch if we move those. Can we move stuff around here? Redo decorations. How do I move this water thing? Oh, okay. Well, that's easy enough. You can just slap it anywhere? Doesn't have to be attached to the house? Okay, we can definitely fit a hutch in here then. What is it to rotate? It's Q to rotate? In what world is Q rotate? I guess we could just move it over here for now. I kind of want to move this thing. Are we allowed to move? Yeah, we can just move everything here. Nice. Can I move the... Let's see, we'll move this rack. Maybe just over here for now. And I want to see if we can move the assembly station. Won't let me click on it. Can I not move this? I guess not. Yeah, I just want to back. I'm clicking on the assembly station. It's not letting me move it. I wanted to make it so that I could line up all these dew collectors, but I guess they're not going to let me. Could move... I guess we could move this there. We move this out the way. I still feel like there'll be an automation option for the dew collectors eventually. See, like, there's room behind the assembly thing. I wonder why it won't let me move it. Maybe you can't be making something for it to move it. Maybe it has to be empty. That wouldn't make any sense, though. So if we line this up and just bring it forward, maybe like this. It's probably the most symmetrical way that we can do this right now. Then we got room for a couple more dew collectors. Put the water thing there, and then the hutch will go here eventually. Maybe we'll put... Where are we going to put our inventory? Guess we could put it over here? Hey, where'd it go? Did I just delete it? No, I like put it in a temporary storage, I think. Q to rotate. Oh, how that upsets me. And then, how do I find my... There we go, I just put it... I just stored it for later. Put that there. That there. And I guess I can kind of combine these boxes, I suppose. Oops, I picked it up again. Okay, let's put these right here. This right here. Maybe put this here? That's where the rack was originally. Oh, I just moved it so that I could maybe move this thing. Why? Why what? What? This whole game is a why. You're gonna have to be more specific, Calico. Can you move the house? I guess you can't move the house either. Maybe that's like a different dialogue thing. See, like, what? Now you can... Oh, you have to click on it. Oh, you have to click on it to do that. Okay. Okay, so I can move it. Why is the Q button so annoying? Oh, because, like, nothing rotates with Q. It should be R. R is rotate, I is inventory. But in this game, B is inventory, and Q is what is normally R. It's weird. Quit building mode? No, I don't want to quit. I want to move this thing. Yeah, so it's WASD to move around, and then right-click rotates, so that's good. Both of those are normal, but... Okay, it's in the already owned section, but R is always rotate. R here is redo decorations. What the frick does that even mean? What do you mean redo decorations? Like place them again? Like delete them all and restart? What the flip-flop? Like Q is never rotate as far as I can remember. But okay, so we've upgraded our land a little bit. Can I move this this chimney? How would I move this? Maybe it's in the house options? Home expansion? Change size, destroy, change appearance, or material. No, I want to move that, the chimney thing. I guess you could rotate it so that the chimney's not there. Destroy, change size. You can make it smaller and earn money. You can make your house smaller for money. They give you $400 for making it smaller. The house, the door disappeared. Oh no! We kind of need the door. Uh-oh. Have I messed up something? Can I just say like undo? Can I say like undo? I think I just made the house bigger. Ah! Where's the door? There's no door. There's no way in. No way in, no way out. And the roof is like a set size, so you can't make it smaller without the roof looking super weird. What about this? Can you do this? I just got an achievement called Financially Secure. I can't wait to get that achievement in real life. The house looks horrible. Ah. Okay, that's better. Let's see. And also, I am definitely breaking the law. I'm breaking the law by expanding past my property line. My roof is so big that I'm stealing land. Confirm. Yes. Where's my door? Do I just not have a door anymore? Okay, there we go. There's a door. All right. I guess we'll see if I tore my property to shreds. Let's go take a look. Let's see if it worked. Oh my gosh, a bunch of stuff just went out of my pocket and into my pocket. Is that from me picking up the chests? This is scary. Yeah, maybe you can buy some... Nope. Nope. You can't buy anything interesting. You can buy a home editing toolkit so that you can do the editing at your house. Okay, well, at least you wouldn't have to walk all the way here. Ugh. Yuck. What a yucky building system. Yucky, yucky. It tastes sour. It tastes sour. It leaves a gross taste in my mouth. Speaking of gross taste, I think I might go get some more cold coffee. But it's getting kind of late. It's almost 9 p.m. Ah. Maybe no more coffee. Maybe I'll just go get some water. Ooh, let's go to the general store. Now I have some extra money because I made my house smaller. Tee-hee. Yeah, what do you got for sale there, Steve? And then they got fireworks. Ooh, I think the salt's cheaper here. That's good to know. They also have pigment so that you can change the color of stuff around your house. Sunscreen. Apply a thick layer to prevent sunburns. What? There's sunburns in this game? Also, this is just normal wooden storage. I already have that. Wall lamp. This is stuff that you can place inside of your house. Wait, you need a recipe to buy something? You need the recipe for a single bed to purchase one? What? What? It says need recipe. Okay, maybe that must be a dialogue. That must be just a dialogue error. It must be that the single bed that's here and the single bed that's in the actual like crafting stations, that the pop-up is the same. That's got to be it. It's got to just be that they're using the same pop-up. So it's just telling you you can get it from work table, by the stairs, but you need a recipe if you want to craft it. That's got to be the crafting window. This increases your attack, nothing like a rustic cabinet to teach you how to do hand-to-hand combat. But what about this facial cream? And concealer? Oh, these have got to be gifts. These have got to be gifts, right? It doesn't say that they're gifts, but I think that these are just for gifting to people because they don't seem to have a use in the game. But this is everything that they have. They've only got one page of stuff. A very big variety of items there. There's no stores down this way. This is just the core and water and a house. We already went to the construction center. There's the museum. I don't think that there's any other stores. There are the ranch, homestead, and ranch store, but I guess we need to do mining so that we get enough materials so that we can make a hutch. I suppose that's like the next thing, right? Yahoo! It's called downsizing. You can just like sell parts of your house. No, you can't. You can sell things that are in your house, but you can't shrink your house in real life for money. That is not how that works. No. I refuse. Due to changes in your home, some items had to be moved to storage. Oh no! These were from the chests. No! The chests that I moved in the editor. It emptied them. Oh wait, not that one though. It did this one. No, and they sent it to me in the mail. This is a crappy way of fixing it. No. We're gonna need that lens. No. Now I have to get it all out of the mail. No. Those were from the inside of my house. No, the stuff inside of my house whenever I moved the house, it also sent me that stuff. No! I'm never editing another thing. They're punishing me. They're punishing me for learning. No. Okay, let's go back inside. Scott, I'm suffering. Ooh, I want to put on this cool hat. I want to put on this cool hat if I can. Although this hat, see, look at this. They gave us this hat for free, but it's still like, you need the recipe, dude. Buy the recipe. Damage taken goes down, and it's 3 defense and ability power. This one just gives, but it doesn't. Oh, it says a hat to wear that will protect you from the sand. I guess I don't need to keep that on all the time. But you can't even see that I'm wearing a hat because there's a setting to hide the hat. There's a hide hat setting. I mean, at least they give you the option. but that seems to confirm that the way that the hats are handled in this game are not preferable. Oh. Okay, let's... I don't know a way... Maybe there's a way to... I'm looking around... Q. What? Oh, this is for rocks. That's the rock throwing mechanic. Boom. The home assessment board. And now, so if you place things, they have to be in your hotbar, I guess. I kind of figured that out a while ago, but still. It's a big bed for a big boy. Can't go here, but we can turn it this way. Why not? Why? You can't go this way. No. No facing the bed towards the wall. That's against the rules. You need to rotate it with Q. Press Q to rotate. Crotate. Q for crotate, B for inventory. So we've crovated the bed, and of course you can tell that this bed can only work in one direction, because you can only enter the bed from the left side. Otherwise you would have bad luck for a week. This game's just looking out for you, all right? I'm gonna put a chair next to my bed so that we can have neighbors over and they can watch over me whenever I catch sicknesses. And we're gonna put down this ceramic pot that has no benefit to the interior besides aesthetics. Even though some items that you place will give you HP boosts, this ceramic bottle is entirely worthless. I mean, you can tell just by looking at it. It looks worthless. I think I'm going to make a chest to put inside so that I can put worthless items in the house. Ones that I don't need to access, like the random journals that I found. I found some journals. They gave me a journal for plant care. I definitely don't need those things around. They're not useful for crafting. I can't sell them, but I don't necessarily want to get rid of them. Again, it's so... Okay, so this is a super weird part of the game. So you can literally pick up full chests, which is awesome. However, you can't put full chests in your, like, inventory at the Home Builders Association. Like, why would they make chest movement, like, inconsistent? I don't get it. This water is still perfectly accessible, so this is a good spot for it. But let's make a... I guess we'll make a big chest, might as well. Might as well make a full wooden storage. I'm sure we'll find plenty of worthless items in this game. So let's do a little worthless check. So there's a diary, worthless. Let's see. What else is worthless around here? A stone axe and a pick hammer. I need to sell these, but at the moment they're worthless, and they're only worth $6. They're worth $6? That's not even worth the time that it takes to walk over there. There's another diary. There's a medical poster, and you can't sell it. 1 bottle per customer, free of charge. Okay, I guess I'm gonna hang that up in my room. Might as well. What other worthless items are there? All this stuff looks like crafting stuff. Oh wait, there was that cup. There was that cup. What is up with that cup, yo? What is up with this techno cup? Techno cup is furniture. Okay, there's nothing in this box. Of course, why would there be? There is a camera piece. That sounds worthless, but surely you make something out of that. Sand flower. Okay, I think we actually have all the worthless items. It's mostly just the mostly just diaries, you know, books, worthless. I could make a bookshelf in here though, but I don't think that the bookshelf has any decorative benefit, unfortunately. We shall slappeth the books in here, and we shall place the cup onto the floor where it belongs. There's only one place for a techno cup. And I'll put up this poster like I'm a fan of the medical clinic that I got it from. Man, I'm a big fan. Oh, can you not hang it? Bruh. Bruh. What is this poster? This is an unhangable poster? It's a medical poster. Oh, it's for a mission? What? Am I supposed to like hand these out to people? Is there a mission I'm supposed to do? Excavating the sky. Degigolate. What is the... It's from a mission? Okay, so we got it from a mission. We can't sell it and we can't hang it. Okay, I guess this is worthless. I guess that's another worthless item, I suppose. Can I place the techno cup? No? No? It said it was a decoration. It says furniture. This electronic water cup is said to have been extremely popular with the old world offices. A cup for water probably doesn't have much use in Sandrock, however. But it says it's furniture. But I guess we can't place it. Maybe you can only place things like that on a table. Yeah, well, I guess I'll put the cup in here because it's worthless as well. I'll put the desert hat in here, not because it's worthless, but because we'll never need it anywhere except for literally in this house. Like, this will always be a good place to get it. We should look at what the glass lenses are. It's bronze pipes. It's bronze pipes and glass. We should have plenty of glass, but I'm not sure. Not sure about those bronze pipes. I sure hope that we have enough bronze because I want to get that job done real quick. Not for any good reason, just because I don't like waiting for things. Glass lens. We can only make one of them right now. We need more pipes. As usual, I am at a severe lack of pipe. How do we make... Where do we make that? Is that in the grinder? It takes a grinder to make pipes? Okay, bet. That's gonna take 4 minutes to do. We got a bunch of dew collectors. Maybe we could... I guess we could adjust all this stuff to the left and make 2 more dew machines. That wouldn't take up too much space. Then we can just, like, walk between here. That would be relatively satisfying. And we can move the cooking station and all the food stuff over this direction. This is where we're making plants anyhow. That actually makes more sense now that I think about it. Boop. You said that Poppy has not published the V Rising VOD yet? Oh, I was just gonna watch Poppy's VOD if it was available. I can always watch another stream. I was just gonna watch Poppy so that I could support Poppy, that's all. That I could add another view, you know? You could say that they're dubious machines. Oh my. Is that what you would say, Awkward? Dubious. Dubious to say the least. Dubious little machineries. I do have time set at the lowest, so if you think that these things are like crafting super slow, I'm kind of doing that on purpose so that I have time to get stuff done. So we still need, oh no, more brick. More brick. Need more brick. I'm gonna speed up time. Actually, I'm just gonna go to bed. Twitch has disabled his auto publishing? What? I've never even heard of that before. Why would they disable it? Has he been a bad boy? Has he been a bad boy and Twitch had to give him a little spanking? Dang, Poppy has been too edgy. He's been playing too much copyrighted music, and he's been saying so many naughty words. And the Twitch disciplinarian committee decided to crack down on his naughtiness. Shaking my head. Absolutely. Now that's a dubious creature. Oh my god, are you serious? The one time that I take off my hat. The one time that I take off my hat. It happens to be a snowstorm the very next day. This is hogwash. Hogwash, I say. This game knew that I took off that hat. This game knows everything. It does know everything. Whether or not they'll admit that they did it on purpose is a whole nother matter, but they definitely did it on purpose. I took off the hat the very next day. I need the hat on. But Kenny is always a bad boy and he doesn't get punished, only not paid. Yeah. Twitch took a different tactic with me. They punished me by not paying me for 6 months and then paying me less than I expected. That's how Twitch deals with me. But they're like, oh no, publish the VODs. We need that ad money. Oh, we need more water. We need more water. This land is so crusty. Welcome to Crust Town, USA. Also, it's looking kind of like Dust Town right now. Pick up the plates! Okay, there we go, sorry. Pick up the plates. Thank you. There we go. All right, marble brick building. Marble brick building. Aw, no dew. No dew during the sandstorm? I mean, it makes sense, but I'm still sad. I'm still very sad. I wanted my dew. My dew. Star don't. I guess we're gonna have to go buy some water. We're gonna have to pay the man. Yeah, they're so dusty. These dew collectors. Are you telling me there wasn't even a drop? There wasn't even a drop the whole evening? There we go. Sparkle, sparkle. This seems kind of silly to clean these like during the sandstorm, but I gotta test if it works, you guys. I have to push this game to its limits. I have to like figure out how these systems work exactly. It's a good thing that I wasn't drying any meat out in the sandstorm. I guess today's a good day to do some mining, I suppose. What? Okay, I was about to say, does dusting take stamina? Because I'm about to lose my mind. This boy waving around this feather is like, I'm so tired. Oh yeah, we need to focus on mining a tiny bit too because of the flippity-flopping fee that we have to pay just to make it into here. Okay, we need to do mining while we still have it. Sandy meat. Sounds like cannibalized SpongeBob characters. What do you think about sandy meat, Patrick?
Oh, squirrel meat's delicious.
What are you talking about, sandy meat? Yes, sandy meat for all. What do you think that Krabby Patties are made out of? Squirrel flesh.
Welcome to Ufala Salvage Abandoned Ruins.
Yes. Yes.
Sounds like roadkill if you ask me. Don't be so judgmental. Some people have to eat roadkill. Listen, Awkward, not everybody works at McDonald's and gets the employee discount. I wish I got an employee discount. I'm about to work at McDonald's just so I get a cheaper Big Mac. Are they hiring? Here we go. Your uncle really likes squirrel meat? I know a lot of country people that probably like squirrel meat. That's just the price of living in Texas, Cali. You just know people that eat squirrels. That's the price that we all pay. So maybe the exit is still down below? Maybe we follow this wall. Hey, Sandy's here. Sandy Van Halen. What's up, Sandy? I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to joke about that squirrel getting eaten. I promise I wasn't picking on her just because she was from silly old Texas. Now, which one of you is Pinhead Larry? Which one of you is Dirty Dan? Bonk.
Who are you calling Pinhead?
Oh, wait, where does this lead? This leads nowhere.
Blast it all. Blast it all.
Oh, wait, I pulled out my sword.
Pulled out my sword.
This way? Which way's the way out? How do we get out of here? There must be a way out. And I'm not talking about that co-op story-based game either. Yoey, 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 yoey. Wait, why are those stairs going up? We're trying to go down, baby. We're trying to go down. We don't want peace and love and joy.
Get out of here.
Propaganda. Lefty propaganda of the worst sort. How dare you? The world would never be peaceful.
Maybe we go this way? Where do we go? You said it's not much of a discount? No, because the Krabby Patty is made out of plankton meat, right? Although I think that it's confirmed that it isn't plankton meat in that episode, but it's still funny. You said it's not much of a discount. Half meal if I'm working on shift, 10% anything else? Okay, so you get half a meal? What does that mean? Do they cut the Krabby Patty in half and give you like half a carton of fries? Like the fries are half filled? Well, what do you mean half a meal? Or you have to like save up 2 shifts and get 1 meal? Ooh. That scared me. Oh, a half off meal. I see. Half price meal? Yeah, that's not that good of a discount. Half off if you're on shift and 10% all the rest of the time. Is it worth working at McDonald's for that discount? I feel like places are about to start paying workers more because everybody be quitting their job in the US. I feel like it's putting a lot of pressure on companies. I know some places are already doing it. I hope that they keep raising prices because they need to catch up with inflation. This place is a dead end. It's a dead end job here. There's nothing but a bunch of garbage down here. At least we're getting some discs. Discs. You said priceless. Just... What'd you say? What's priceless? Priceless. Just and your mail. What's so priceless? Listen, spending time together is priceless. Wait a minute. Oh, I just went in a big circle. Blast it all. Where do we go? Where do we go? When we blow up. Oh, good night, Fluffy Giraffe. Thanks for chilling with us. Hope you had a good time. Thanks for hanging out. But we'll see you later. Rest up, Fluffy Giraffe. It's limited. Like it's only the Big Mac, McChicken, Quarter Pounder, Cheeseburger, Filet, and Wraps. That's a lot of options. You said you could choose from it. It has to be under $18. Okay. $18? Are there $18 meals on the McDonald's? On the McDonald's You made so it's like the total purchase is 50% off if you're on shift, and you can only buy $18 total. I mean, I guess that just means that you get like basically 1.5 meals max that you can pay for while on shift. I guess that makes sense unless you're on shift for a long time. That'd be a bummer if you couldn't buy 2 meals, like 2 full meals. I guess 18 is enough for kind of 2 meals, right? Yahoo! Oh, Sandy, thank you for the follow. Oi! Oh, sorry for yelling. Sandy! Thank you for the follow. Hope you're having a splendiferous day. Yeah, you mean that McDonald's has more than the dollar menu? The only thing that I knew that's not on the dollar menu is the breakfast menu. The only thing that I get at McDonald's is breakfast. Breakfast's so good, and sometimes I'll break down and get a Big Mackey. But most of the time, I'd rather go to Whataburger or something. Whataburger's not even that good. Whataburger kind of trash, but better than McDonald's. I'm sorry. But McDonald's is like marginally cheaper. Cheapest burger that you can get around here is In-N-Out. That's a good deal. Oh, there's a bull headpiece. Nice, nice, nice. That's a relic. We'll put that relic together soon enough. Soon enough, no doubt. 10 or... there's so much stuff here at the back of my inventory that I keep forgetting about. We'll try to get this all out of here. This runes token needs to go in the... How do I move it up in my inventory? Oh, there we go. Okay. I need to put this here because I want to keep all my... let's put the Yakmel horn, wood. This pick hammer needs to be sold. And I guess so does that hat, I suppose. And this box, I guess we can put in some of these... this is food. That's food stuff. Nice. Now we got plenty of room. You're going to McDonald's for breakfast tomorrow? Oh, so good. What do you get at McDonald's for breakfast, Callie? I always go for the sausage and egg McMuffin with no cheese. Oh, sausage egg McMuffin, so good. I would die for that sandwich. It's my favorite sandwich in the entire world. Nothing compares. Nothing compares to the McDonald's breakfast. Oh, I got an upgrade hit. Hang on. What do we got here? We got knowledge. Coming in hot. Basic gathering knowledge. Picker upper knowledge. Pickup artist. Herbal knowledge. Get twice as much dew when collecting herbs. That's not exactly what I'm looking for. It says, get twice as many dregs when digging through junk piles. Stamina restored by ordering food increased. Gunpowder finding knowledge. They really phoned it in with some of these names. Disc finding knowledge. I mean, what could this possibly do? I think we'll do the disc finding knowledge. That seems good. Discs are important. Discs are important. So here's the thing. The item has to be individual items. So if you get the Big Mac, medium fries, and a shake, they're all put as individual items, which racks up that price very fast. Like the Big Mac is $7. Medium fries, $4. Shake is $5. What the heck? Are y'all playing with... Are y'all buying stuff with Monopoly money over there? Why is it so expensive? Dude, never mind. Cancel my visit to New Zealand. Good lord. Good lord. Everything is bought with Monopoly money. I think that it costs like $10 max for all that stuff over here. Let's see. We need to make... Oh, wait. It's already processed. We already ground it up into a delicious powder. Now we can make these glass lenses. Okay, we can make our delivery. Nice. To the sandstorm. You like the sausage McGriddle and to hash browns, of course. Hash browns so good. Hash brown, yum. And the McGriddle, I don't know if I've ever tried a McGriddle. Hot off the griddle. Oh. Mushroom Gal, what's up? Oi, oi. We got gardening. We got gardening now. We're gardening in the game. We're trying to have a relationship with players and stuff. Oi, Mushroom Gal. How are you doing? How are you doing? Oh, yeah, I need to go fill up my water. My water appears usable. Oh, thanks. I think Cheese, like, not the worst kind of person ever, you know? He's not, like, the worst ever. He's got the research. Still 3 days worth of research. What if we sped this up? It costs 42 data disks, bruh. I'll be patient. I'll be patient. That's too expensive. Bonehead. Bonehead, how are you doing? Boy. Yo, lots of strange equipment is scattered across the table. There are notes plastered to the walls. Verification of the existence of the multiverse. Attempt number 501. Dark matter and dark energy, 95%. Conversion rate is 1 USD to 1.53 NZD. You know, I used to trade currencies. Actually, the New Zealand dollar is a really good currency to trade. That's actually the USD to New Zealand, I think the New Zealand dollar was traded against the Japanese yen. I think that's the trade that I used to make. But I definitely traded New Zealand dollars against another currency. I think it was the yen, if I'm not mistaken. Back when I was a currency trader, a failed currency trader. What is with the mobile house exclamation point that I see on the map? You see how I was moving around? What the heck was that? Oh, I think it went inside. Come back. Come back, you Damon. Give me that mission. Give me that mission. The McGriddle has whey and buttermilk powder. Oh, no. No way for me. Thank you. No way, no how.
Howdy.
Blue Moon Saloon part-time work. Hey, Giga Chad. We're having a food crisis at the saloon. You mind helping out? Sure. Then could you give me some wheat? It should grow pretty quick this season. Just give it to me by the end of the week.
Long.
Oh no! Well, he's got a timer on it. He wants wheat? Oh my god, I can't disappoint this man. Wait a second, he just gave me wheat seeds? This guy's a maniac. He just gave me... Why didn't you grow them yourself? You got the wheat? You got the wheat seeds. Do you have no land? He should make a garden on the top of his house. It'd probably work even better than planting in the sand. I don't even know why I'm planting in the sand. He should make a little garden up top. So we can make... Yeah, he's too pretty to garden. That's true. Wait, what? But Poppy Palma is a gardener? Bruh. He's supposed to be he's like the living embodiment of Palma. He's Palma mixed with Markiplier. Boing, boing, boing. La 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 la. So I guess... What time is it? It's not even evening yet, but we're out of stamina. What are we gonna do? We need one more marble brick. Splendid. There's two of them. Poppy is a farmer. Hot, hot farmer man. Hot, hot farmer man. Okay, we made this hammer forging machine thing. This is gonna kind of get in the way, won't it? Maybe we put it to the side of the house for now. We're gonna need room for this wheat dough. That wheat dough. What that wheat doing, though? We can now make a frying pan, bronze daggers, bronze spear, bronze greatsword. So weapons. We can make weapons, including a frying pan. The frying pan is used for creating some assemblies are required for you to have a pan, including the upgrade for the cooking area. But did I never make an oil refinery? Rubber tubes, steel bars. I don't have enough steel bars for this. Steel bars are made from iron scrap, and it says Rocky's got a bunch of new stuff in his scrapyard. Okay, so apparently the scrapyard is where you get iron initially. That's good to know. We need to make sure that we go to the scrapyard every day and get as much iron as possible. But these are mission items. The refinery, yeah, had the steel bars. We can't afford this yet. It might be time to just make another couple of dew collectors. Let's see. We've got enough recyclers and enough furnaces, as far as I can tell. I don't see the benefit of making a sunshade besides for missions. So we've already got the apprentice cooking station. What's up with some of these like locked items? I kind of wish that they'd give me more information about them. Cause I feel like a dum-dum by making like a bajillion dew collectors when I don't know what any of this crap is. Like, surely some of this is actually good. Surely some of this is like an upgraded stuff, but I can't tell. And there's way more stuff here than there are research items at Cheese Workshop, so I guess we just have to suffer. I guess that's what we're here to do anyway. But we could make a, yeah, I guess we'll make more dew collectors. We need at least 2 more so that we can have an even amount. Hey, Ashley Rose! Nice. Thank you for the doggos! Oi, oi! Ashley! How are you doing? How are you doing? Ooh! It's Ashley Rose! With the doggo alert. Doggo alert! I'm gonna make double. We need 6. No! We need more wood! More wood! Nice sandstorm. I didn't cause this. This isn't my sandstorm. Don't blame me for this. This is nature. This is nature unleashed. Nature unleashed. But I have a hat. I have an invisible hat on. Don't worry. I won't get any dust in my eyes. When the sun hits your eye like a big apple pie, that's amore. What's the, we have $2,000. I do wish to have an upgraded land. However, I don't actually need more space at the moment. No eye dust. Nice. Yeah, I'm wearing a little wedding veil. Here, I'll show it to y'all for just a second, okay? But don't tell anybody that I did this. See? Hidden hat. But now it's time to put it away before any strangers show up in the chat and see me with my hat on. Okay, there we go. Now we're all good. That's a good way to exfoliate. No! That's what? Oh no, I touched the water. If you touch the water, then it... Uh-oh. Uh-oh. It just teleports you around until you get away from the water. I'm going to the water world. We're gonna spend some money on nature's precious resource. Nature. Future. We also need straw. I think we need straw so that we can plant that wheat. We need at least 10 straws. We also kind of need straw to be able to plant more than parsnips or whatever we bought. Maybe I'll just spend big money, big money, big money. Let's buy some water. It's all quite expensive. I'll just buy all of his water. Wait, what the frick? Can I only buy it in like sets of 9? Oh, I think it's more expensive now. The market price is up. Okay, we got 8 do. What that 8 do though? Okay, now we shall walk back to our property, and maybe we will go to Betty. Do I have a commission running right now? I just turned in those goggles, right? We gotta do this. We gotta get some wheat. We need some delicious wheat so that Evan can make some bread or something. And that tree is impenetrable. We'll go to the commission board and see if we can get some cheap labor. We are the cheap labor in this town. I've been so low on my guild commission leaderboard. I've been at the bottom for weeks. Look, oh what? I got ahead of Big Head Wang. Thank goodness. Yeah, suck it, Wang. I'm now level 4. We gotta beat up Mion though. Hang on. And also, who's Slack? I've never met Big Head or Slack. I don't even think they exist, to be honest. We could make copper pot. I probably have copper. I probably have enough copper for that. We also need wood. Are these actual players? I don't know. Some of these are not players. Yan is not a player. Mion is not a player. But I'm not sure about Slack and Big Head Wang. GigaChat is me. So I'm not sure. Maybe they do mix in some real players. I kind of feel like they do, because those don't look like names of NPCs. But there are some NPCs that we haven't met yet. There are a few. And they're slowly like showing up. Like Pablo wasn't in town this entire time and then just showed up a random day. It doesn't sound Spanish whatsoever. They sound like they have an English accent and a Texas accent mixed together. It's a very weird, awkward accent that they have. This character, Pablo, and who's the other one? That sounds weird as heck. The other one is the wee lad. This one. This guy's accent is really whack. Really whack and odd. But let's go make some pot. Let's go back to our garden and make some pot. Yeah, Big Head Wang. Yeah, that does sound like a custom made username. That doesn't sound like that would pass the R&D department. There you go, boom. Made a couple of copper pots. And it's instantaneous. We can just run straight back. La 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 la. These are the best commissions. If you make it on that workbench, then you can make them immediately. And I get a 5% bonus if I turn in the commission the day of accepting it. I wonder if I can get more commissions today, or if it's going to be one of those days where they don't allow me to. I can't wait to find out. She's hiding. Come here, Grace.
Hello.
Hello, I got you 2 pots. Good stuff, Builder. Thanks for your help.
Bye.
Bye, indeed.
Howdy.
Sandstorm formations rely on 2 main things: strong convective? Convective? I've never seen this word in my life. Strong convective thermal conditions and a natural environment full of wind and sand. Sandrock really is a prime candidate for sandstorms. Convective.
Bye.
Meaning convects? What the heck is convecting? Did you play off stream to get more money? No, I didn't. I didn't do any off stream mining. We've just played this game for a ridiculous amount of time, Mushroom Gal. I played for 7 hours yesterday. We've already played for 5 hours today. Even though it's pretty clear that nobody likes this game but me. And I don't even like this game. We played 17 hours in 3 days. Shucks. And no, I haven't played at all without y'all. La 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 la. I did launch it for like 1 minute while I was trying to see if the stream was making it have bad frame rate. And no, it has bad frame rate even offline. You get $100 for this? That sucks, bruv. Bronze bars for $500? Wooden sticks. The only shame is that we kind of need wooden sticks. This thick rope's so easy to make, though. And we would get 7 things and experience, and people like our house better. Let's just do this crappy commission. This Garbaggio $100 peanuts thick rope delivery service DoorDash Grubhub. So what's up with this dog character that's like chasing the tumbleweed in the loading animation? I've never seen that dog before. Whenever we get to be higher level, we can walk down these train tracks and beat up some coyotes. Oh yeah, that reminds me that I saw a coyote whenever I was walking last night. That's what I get for like walking in the middle of the night. I was walking at like 3 a.m. in our park that's kind of close to me. And I saw a coyote walk in front of me and slither off into the bushes. It kind of scared me at first, but I just remained calm and kept walking and ignored it, and it ignored me too. What's the dog doing? Shut up. Shut up, awkward. No memes. It unlocks plastic scrap and iron scrap. Shucks, dude. When do we get the food scraps? When do I get to do the food scrap? What's the dog doing? Where's the food? There's scraps of food that I still can't figure out how to process yet. Where the food at? Butter on the dog. Dog with the butter. We need it. Where's my food scraps? Where's my scraps? There they are. food scraps. Organic residue that could be fermented into fertilizer. Interesting. Interesting. Well. What do we have here? A frick ton of water. I forgot I was carrying this. Oh yeah, we were supposed to do planting things. Oh yes. Land development. Oh land, why are you so difficult to manage? There we go, gridded grass. Everybody needs their grass gridded. La, 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 la. Memes are your only comfort? Oh my god. Awkward, that's very dramatic, but I feel you there. Plant. Wait, where's our plant? There we go. We must put wheat in the ground for that sussy saloon owner. There we go. Meow, 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 meow. There's plenty of room, but there's not enough water. There's not nearly enough water for all these bloody plants. 'Cause I think it uses like 3... I don't know how to adjust how much water it uses, because it uses like freaking 3 waters. 25, it went down to 20... Oh, okay, so it just uses 2 waters. I guess it's kind of doable, but 2... That means that it's 20 total. It's going to use like all my water, bruv. La, 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 la. It is odd that they won't let you pick how much water to water it with, though. Oh, it's only because you're sick. Stupid COVID got me on my buns. Your poor buns. That's not nearly enough water. Aw, I'm out of water. Shucks. I should have done the cheaper waters first. I didn't know that this thing was going to be so needy. Chestnuts are needy, and that's why you shouldn't trust them. Never trust a chestnut. Clean off the chestnuts. But at least we got the wheat rolling, so at least we won't get in big trouble with our boyfriend, guy, fellow. I don't even think that he knows that we exist. How many hearts do we have with this guy? Like 2? No, we don't even have 2. We have like half a heart. Max. Not even half a heart. He doesn't know we exist. There's no hearts. The most hearts we've got is with Chi, and we don't even have 1. Bruh, this town doesn't even know I exist. I hate this city. It's a city where nobody knows your name. Wow. Let's make some bronze. Ooh, yes. Oh, yes. And then we shall make some copper. Copernicus. And I don't think we need anything else. Stone. Oh, we already got the stone troughs done. Nice. We need some wooden sticks. Sticky sticks. Yeah, we need to go kill animals tomorrow and get some wood. Getting some wood. Oh, heck. Yeah, I'm going to go get some more water in a second. Sounds like you need to get to flirting. All right, Corey. We're going to do it. We're going to freaking do it. You know what would be nice to know is what he likes. In fact, I'm going to let my character go to bed really quick. And I'm going to go fill up my water really quick. And I'm going to come back with my phone as well. And we're going to look up what kind of present that guy wants. Okay? I'll be right back. Let me just fill up my water. 1 moment. Also, hi, Corey. Much love. right. We've got the data. Okay. We've done the research. Now we know. Also, good night, Callie. You said, you're gonna go to sleep and hope nobody calls me at 3 a.m.? Oh, no. They better not. They better not. Shut up, Scotland. I'm sleeping. Oi, oi. Callie, get some good rest. Thanks for chilling with us. Hope you have fun with the mods whenever y'all hang out. I hope that I will be well enough to be able to hang out with y'all too. It says here that you can marry characters in this game. And you can marry Evan specifically. Some of these items that he loves, I definitely can make. He loves frying. He loves a frying pan. I mean, who wouldn't? So he loves frying pans and he loves copper pots. So we'll make him a copper pot and give him as a gift, and we'll see how much relationship points we get for that. You apparently, there is an item that you have to give them, just like in Stardew. You have to give them a heart knot. You gotta give them a heart knot to make them know that you're super serious. That's actually how you engage in serious relationships in real life too. You have to buy them a present. I'm gonna fill up the water so that we can keep doing stuff. Thankfully, we're actually getting dew now that the stupid sandstorm's over. We get 7% for a couple of these. I think that this little drip farm is gonna be good. You've been giving Owen water and sand trap nets. Blueberry Lalafell, what's up? I didn't know that you were playing this game. Nice. Oi, oi. Let's see. You've been making water and sand trap nets. I'm definitely not giving him water. He said the nets. That doesn't look. I don't see that on his loved list. Is that on his? He likes water. He doesn't love it, by the way. So that might be a slower way to romance him. And you said that you're giving him sand trap nets? Sand trap. I don't see that on the list. Where is it? Sand trap nets he loves, I think. No, I don't see them in the love or the like category. Is he neutral? To the nets? Let me see. I don't sand trap nets. I don't see sand trap nets. He likes sauce. Actually, he's benevolent towards sauce. I'm gonna give him. He apparently loves agave leaves, animal skin carpet, arm stretcher, around the world in however many days, barbell, a copper pot, eel jerky, frying pan. He loves a lot of things. All right. He's a man of many tastes. We're gonna give him something that he loves. Bone apple teeth. Actually, I'm gonna make a few of them. I don't know if you can gift them multiple things in a day. It says he can only be given one gift per day. Giving the same gift every day for several days may result in diminishing rewards. Okay, that's important to know. Leather belt, gloves. He likes a painting. Okay, so it's probably a good idea to even give him like something that he only likes instead of just spamming his love gift. Love gift. Dear Giga Chad, got some new seeds I want to give you. Stop by the moisture farm. Okay, you better give them for free, Zeke. Don't play games with my heart. Zeke's gonna give us some free loot. We need to make thick rope still. We definitely have the materials for it, but if I can help it, I won't make any more. Did I? Because I already made some of it. Did I make enough for this mission? Where the frick is my rope? Where the frick is my rope? Maybe I didn't make any. Maybe I spent it all. Oh, there it is. Thick rope. 8. That's enough. Nice. Okay, so we're gonna give that guy a pot. And let's see. We already got the dew. We need to make more dew. Marble bricks. Nice. Hopefully we can make. Okay, so we need wood and leather today. And we should also go to the mines if we have any extra moosh. And can we make more marble bricks, please? Nice. Make 3 more. I think that's enough for another one. I guess I can kind of see where making these like autofill all the time would be nice. I guess. I just don't have that many items yet. Zeke is super nice. He's actually super nice. You're getting very tired from pride bombing across Twitch? Kato, you just go into every Every chat and spamming pride. Hey, that's a good way to weed out the sucky people. Good job, Kato. Kato's hard at work spamming. You're the hardest working spammer I've ever met, Kato. Let's see. We need to finish. Let's finish this mission. Look for our boy. He could have been upstairs. I should have double checked. Oh, Owen. Oh, Owen, where are you? There's Grace. She's not working today. Yeah, let's finish this mission. Maybe Evan's like at a group in town or something. Oh, he's probably at church. Praying to Jeebus. Is it Jeebus Day here? Yeah, looks like one person's up here in the church, so he's probably up there too. Evan's a very devout Catholic. To the temple. This is where we're gonna get married. Actually, I'm still not even set on Evan. I'm not even set yet because there's still a few other good options around here. Here, small child. I guess this isn't a child because you can marry them. They just look and act like a child. Oh, Owen, would you like... wait, Owen, speak with me. I want to give you a gift of a pot. One pot. He says, you know, they say it's the chef, not the tools that makes a good meal, but this looks so good, I reckon it might prove them wrong. How much did Owen love me for that? Did y'all see what it said? I was not paying good enough attention and I missed it. I was too focused. I was staring deeply into his eyes. Oh, he seemed to love it quite a lot, because now we're almost up to a half heart. Dang, boy. Maybe we should figure out what Chi likes. Let's see. Elsie looks a bit too young for me. Yeah, Elsie's kind of sussy. Kind of sussed up. I don't like it. I don't like it. Even Mion is looking a little sussy. She looks like she's 18 at the oldest, and if she was in an anime, she'd be like 13. If I'm being honest. Let's look up Key. Though then again, a character like this in anime could also be 1,000 years old. It's always one or the other. They're either like, oh, this is my first year of high school. Or they're like, oh, I'm 1,000 years old. I'm an ancient deity. I just take on the appearance of a child because it's totally convenient. I can crawl under things and through things with ease. He likes a bunch of complicated stuff. He likes a compact motor. Yeah, Chi, I think everyone likes like really high quality, expensive items. That's no surprise, buddy. He likes a bunch of models. He likes a pro gaming chair. That's an option. He likes a techno locker, techno box spacesuit. This guy is a lot of work. But he likes gold. He likes gold, eh? He likes simple circuits. He likes sweet pancake. Sugar-fried chestnuts, tea leaves, tartary buckwater tea. He likes water as well. He likes DNA model. Okay, just give him gold. He doesn't even love gold. He only likes it. He doesn't even love it. This is bullcrap. Cooper goes to church? You better listen up, mister. You're a little demon. Ooh, I'll take a sweat pancake. Oh my. Mushroom gal. Is that where the well, I guess you don't make pancakes with water. Could you put sweat in pancakes? What would that replace? Milk? I don't feel like you could replace milk with... I guess sweat could be put instead of salt, right? You have to put salt in pancake mix and waffle mix, so I guess you could just put sweat instead. I wonder if you can synthesize sweat into like a salt texture. I mean, it is salty in and of itself, but I'm not sure if you can like turn it into a powder. And I need another commission. Let's go. Let's go. Commerce Guild. Level up, baby. I'm sorry, Mushroom Gal. It's your fault. You said you gave him one, it's like 15 plus. Dang. That's a lot of love. That's a lot of love for a pot. Bloodstone saws. I've never even made these. Hey! Mushroom Gal, it's not my fault. It's your fault. Hey! Don't blame me. None of these. Oh, well, I guess you can romance this person. I saw the sun go down and I thought to myself, the only thing a more beautiful sight than this would be a rubber ring. You can get the rubber rings from Grindr. I love the sun. I saw the sun going down and I thought to myself, the only more beautiful sight than this would be a rubber ring. This guy is certifiable. I am so scared of this man. I don't think that we can marry somebody that thinks the sight of a rubber ring is more beautiful than the sunset. Those dialogue options are giving me big Animal Crossing vibes where all of the peppy villagers say the exact same thing. To the sweat zone! Also, my character model, I don't think that it updates with, like, levels that you make. Oh, you like RVO? He's lazy and makes you do all the deliveries and you get a discount for, like, a week. The only thing that I don't like about him is the voice acting. His accent is so weird, I can't place it. He sounds like he's got 3 different accents, like, running at the same time, and it makes me want to throw up. It's yucky. Maybe there are people that actually sound like him in real life, and I'm giving, like, a big insult, which would be not good. Also, I get a lot of... So whenever I do this harvesting, I get Yakmel milk. So maybe I can make something with that milk. I also get hair and horns. I'm sure that these things will be useful eventually. But I'm mostly just attacking them for the leather. I need leather and normal wood. I don't need fancy wood. We also need to check the scrapyard and make sure that there's no iron scrap. I need to keep my eyes peeled for that at all times. But we actually can't process iron scrap at the moment. We need a fancier recycler, which I think is what I'm researching. I can't remember. Need to make that rubber ring in a bit. Is this iron? Oh, it's a metal junk. That might be what we need. We got copper bars, copper scrap, and come on, iron scrap. Gimme iron scrap. Gimme iron scrap. No, only copper. Poop. Oh, poop. Maybe it's in the mixed junk pile. There's data discs in here? I didn't know that you could do that. That's awesome. This scrap's got everything in it. You live for the day that your workshop passes Yan on the board? Oh man, someday we can all dream. Yan is one of the yuckiest characters in this game. Yan is so stinky. Yan is stinky, and then Cooper is right behind him for crappy people. But Yan definitely takes the cake. He's definitely the most annoying character. Now we need to get some wood. We can get wood from bushes, and I don't think we're supposed to chop down trees or we get in trouble. This just gives you normal wood, right? These are lavender. I don't want to chop down that. Can I not hit this bush? Oh, you can. I was standing in the wrong spot. This game is definitely all about standing in the exact right spot. Like if you go to fishing, you have to like stand in a specific spot where you press E and then you get to fish. There's no free-form fishing, mister. You have to stand in the exact spot, otherwise the fish will be scared of you. Stand too close, fish will be scared. Stand too far away and they won't know that there's any worms around. It doesn't have to make sense. Get some delicious wood. I think I need to come up with like a final mission for this evening. Otherwise, I'm just gonna play it endlessly. Yesterday we played till 2 in the morning, and I need to actually sleep tonight. And And I still have a 1 hour long OVA that I need to watch. And it was way too late last night. Yak thorn. We only get 1 wood from one of these bushes. A singular wood for all of this labor? Maybe we should just be attacking the wood scrap piles. The crap scrap. Crap scrap. Bonk. How much wood do you get from this? 1. But also wood scrap, which you can process in the recycler for some free wudo. For some delicious pseudo-wudo. It's so relaxing to watch you play. Oh, splendid, Mushroom Gal. Then we'll play it for the rest of the evening. We'll just play it until I fall asleep in my chair. Copper scrap. Not too bad. I'll take it. Then we shall murder these cows. Hello, cow. Goodbye, cow. I should check what my level is, what the level of those coyotes are, because I want to see if we can kill them yet. So if you hit them enough times that it like lowers that little yellow balls underneath there. Oh, I'm out of stamina. That sucks. Well, I guess you live for now, Sonny. Killed you halfway and wasted all that stamina. Hopefully we have enough rubber for them rubber rings. Again, we get bonuses if we finish the commission on the same day that we started it. Oh no, the rubber rings have got to be like processed or something, right? No chance that they're made at the processor. No chance. Uh-oh. Yeah. Oh, you can make bombs? We also don't have any shoes yet. We're shoeless. Rubber rings are made out of rubber. Which is from the recycler in the junk pile? Uh-oh. That's not good. We need 9, but we can't even make a single one yet? Even with all the rubber that we've found? And you can't make rubber out of anything? Oh no. Rubber's a base item and I like barely have any of it? Roro Raggy. Well, I don't even know where I got all this rubber scrap. I think you get it from the random junk piles. I think that this commission might be busted, you guys. We might fail this one. Yeah, we still need an upgraded recycler. I wonder if that's what I'm researching. I should probably run by Cheese House and maybe I'll give him like 1 piece of gold. Let's see, what other items does he like? Is there a better one that I can get away with? Bunch of techno stuff, a windmill weather vane. He likes models. He likes a condenser. I don't think I have any spare condensers, buddy. I guess we'll go for something that he likes. He likes data discs. He likes fish fossil. He likes fluorite, microchip. I'm gonna give him something that is not like extremely useful. He likes broken power stones and gold and fluorite and stuff like that. Okay, so maybe I will. He's broken? No, those are just normal power stones. Nice. We could give him fluorite, I guess. Why is there 2 stacks of power stones? Do I need to redo these boxes? I think I do, because apparently some of this stuff is double stacked. That's not good. That's not good. Broken power stones. I have 50 of them. Maybe you can repair power stones at one of these. Maybe that's something that you can upgrade later, but I have a frick ton of them. Might as well make good. Might as well make hay while the sun's shining, as they say. Oh, we could get the leather going. Yeah, we just killed a bunch of animals. Sorry, animals. You can only make 2 leather right now, but that's a salt issue. We need more salt. More salt. More salt. Da, 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 da. Oh, just wooden sticks. Couple of wooden sticks. All we have is wood. We need them in stick form. Boyong. We just need at least one more of these dew collectors so that we can have a perfect amount. We can also leave these things unattended for quite a while, because it would take at least, what, 5 days? At least 5 days for them to fill up properly. Gonna make it very obvious that we need another... oh, wait. Oh, that's in the wrong spot. We're supposed to make, yeah, a little alleyway for us to run through. Nice. Okay, we need one more dew collector. And I still can't make the fancy, still can't make the fancy yet, right? The fancy recycler? I guess we can't. We'll make one final dew collector for now. Talking about your chair reminded me of the stool you used to sit on. I actually still have that stool. It's right over here. Here it is. Still have it. It's just a little bit squished, but it's not too bad. It's still kind of comfy. We still got the stool. Listen, I couldn't get rid of that relic. That's an important relic. Someday that's going to be in a museum, mark my words. Ooh, we already got the marble bricks. We need the wooden sticks. I'm hungry for a Twix. We need to get 2 stone troughs. Nice. We need more wood. We need more wood. Are you still awake, Ahsoka? Oh my god. Oh my god. Ahsoka. You're awake right now? We got marble brick. Bronze bars? No, we can't make any of those. We don't have the tin for it. And we're out of stamina. No more stamina. Boing, boing. We need to go off and buy some salt. We need to buy some salt so we can make leather. I guess you do use salt to make leather, don't you? I forget about that. You're only 1 hour ahead of me. Eh? You're an hour ahead of me? Is it 11? Nice. Nice. That's not too late. By the stairs. Let's purchase some salt. Some sea salt, to be specific. Sea salt, pea salt. Yeah, we'll buy 20 because it's cheaper here. So we got the sea salt. We just ran out of, we just spent some goals. What else can I do? Oh yeah, we should double check what research we're doing. This way. Chi. Oh yeah, and we were gonna give Chi a little gifty. A little gifty poo. A little gifty poo for our cute little researcher man. Oh, Chi, I have a broken crystal for you. You're surprised that I'm still streaming? Oh, well, this game has a tendency to kind of drag on. This game has a tendency, I just want to progress in this game. Oh, dude, he only gave me 5. That's only 5 relationship points, man. That's ridiculous. Still 2 days remaining? Shucks. Well, at least he's making this. He's making the right thing. He's making moves. We're proud of him. Troublesome mutant lizards. Oh, yeah, and I still haven't found a pistol yet. I have pistol ammo, but I don't have a gun. When do I get a gun? When do I get to shoot people? We can't make the rubber rings right now. So, let's see here. What do we need? Hey, Felix! What the heck? What does that mute icon mean? Does that mean that you've been naughty? Why is there a muted icon? Oh, watching without audio. You can see that people are watching without audio now? What? Felix isn't even listening to me. I can hear you, don't worry. What? What do you mean? Now you're not watching it either. Now Felix isn't looking either. Felix won't look at my beautiful beard. You're watching without video? Well, I'm so sorry that my beard offended you that much. That's surprisingly hurtful, Felix. I can't believe you would say these things. Also, hi, Felix. Oi. This is like a few weeks of beard. Boyoyoing, 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 boyoyoing. It's a global badge that you can set up yourself. It's not auto. Huh. That's weird. What a worthless feature. Maybe Twitch should work on making sure that it's paying people well before it focuses on a feature of telling streamers that you're not chatting. It's ridiculous. So true, bestie. Shush! I'm not petty. I'm not petty. Oi, oi. Felix, how are you doing? Good morning, good morning. Well, now I'm glad that I stayed up because I get to see Ahsoka and I get to see Felix. Man, I should stream late more often. Late streamer. Late streamer. Oh no, we don't have any water. Oh, my water's gone. The tank water's empty. We need to buy more. We need to buy more. How much money do I have? Also, I'm level 15 right now. This album? You can take 99 selfies, 99 group photos, 99 scenery. You can take one story picture. The picture of the tree that Nia and I used to climb when we were young. It's now grown shoots and leaves. We have 18 event photos. Oh yes, I remember when this happened. Not long after I arrived in Sandrock, I woke up in time to catch Jasmine delivering my mail, who then offered to take me on a tour. I hoped that everyone in Sandrock would be as friendly as she was. Overwrite the original photo. No. Wait, what the heck? What's happening? You can watch the videos again?
Hi there, Builder. Special delivery.
I remember telling her to go the frick away. I remember her saying, do you want me to show you around town? And I was like, absolutely not. Absolutely not. Get out of my sight. Game looks cute. Don't let it fool you, Felix. Don't get this game. Don't get it. It's so janky. It's such a janky, weird game. Just as an example, it's got so many things going on. It's got dungeon crawling. It's got crafting. It's got fishing. It's got plant making. You can marry people, but all of the systems are so weird. It's got 6 different types of currency in here. It has a bunch of weird timers that you have to wait on for no apparent reason. It's like a mobile game that you have to pay for. It's like a mobile game with no options to skip all of the ridiculous timers and stamina limits that they put on the game for no reason. Like, look, I've got stamina. I can't fight anything today. I can't plant anything today. And it's ridiculous. Your camel can levitate and step on you and kill you. I did spontaneously die. Rubber scrap! Yeah, we need the rubber rings. We're supposed to get rubber rings for this random person that needs help. We could purchase water for $222 for 4 barrels of water. There we go. The money is called goals. So you either have a lot of life goals or no. How many goals do you have, Felix? Can you count how many goals you have? Boing, boing. There we go. Of course we need water to be able to use our recycling machines, so we have to make sure that we have enough water in the tank. There we go. Now that we have water, we can use our forges. Of course. You need water for recycling and forging. And of course you also need fuel. Who could forget? Who could forget the fact that you need both fuel and water to run everything? Also, why would you bother making all these dew collectors whenever they only make 2 dew per day? And you have to craft water out of dew. by using 10 dew for 1 water. This game is ridiculous. We only have 2 rubber. And we need rubber rings. We need 9 rubber rings. I'm totally busted. There's no way we're gonna finish this. Do the do. And of course, every single one of our machines over here has a limited queue. And you can't add more copper bars to this queue. Of course not. You have to remove it from the queue and then add the bars. There we go. You can upgrade them so that they can have more than 1 item in the queue. Again, this seems like free-to-play game nonsense. Like you'd have to pay premium currency to upgrade the quantity of your queue. But you don't, because there's no add-ons to this game. It's so confusing. And you have to pay money to go to the mines and the scrapyard, but it's a weekly fee of like $300. So you literally can't get lots of types of scrap unless you pay for the entrance fee. It's so strange. Also, the story is mostly like happy la-la music where it's like, oh, this town, we're working together to make sure that we're nice and comfy. But there's also an outlaw bandit that shows up randomly and waves a gun around. And they also talk about the Great Calamity and weapons of mass destruction. There are lizard people that talk that you're supposed to kill the lizards. And the lizards are talking about making weapons of mass destruction. And I quote, weapons of mass destruction. There are lizards that are trying to make nukes in my motherfucking Animal Crossing town. It is so strange. I don't understand. There's such tonal shifts in this game. Do you want to do it all, yet do nothing? Buy this game! I mean, look, I can't stop you. I can't stop you. There we go. We collected our dues, so we put it in the water tank. And I guess we, is time going by fast? Also in this game, you're allowed to affect how fast time goes, so that you can make things craft faster. But better look out, because it makes the days go by faster too. So use it with the, oh, here comes a train. I haven't actually figured out why this train comes into town. Like, does it bring items, or does it bring like people that you can talk to? This train just kind of shows up. Come back. I can't enter. This is the forbidden zone. Also, that person just disappeared. I guess that I blocked their way into the train. A crane for moving cargo on and off the train. Huh. So maybe you can like trade cargo on the train? I guess? I don't know. They haven't used this train at all in this game yet, except for one cutscene. So we're supposed to get the rubber. What else were we gonna do today? Now we have a bunch of stamina. So what are some of the final things that I need to do? We need some wooden sticks. Some wooden sticks. We already got the leather, right? Yeah, just wooden sticks to make our final dew collector. And then you make sure that we get the scrap here and maybe go to the mine real quick. I hope I don't have to pay for entrance again. Please let me in. Please don't be the... Oh, no. Is the week already over? Oh, $200 down the toilet. No. Why do I have to pay $200? Let's hit this mixed junk pile. Life simulator. Listen, life is very restrictive in general, okay? This game's like in current pandemic mode. Nobody will look you in the eye. Everyone tries to avoid you. They give you bad deals. Inflation's rampant. La 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 la. Mixed junk. Now let's head down to the mines. We paid $200 for this. We might as well make our money's worth. Also, there's fall damage, but I'm not exactly sure how far you can fall. Now, when you enter these mines for salvaging, you automatically get a jetpack. I don't know why. I don't know who's paying for these jetpacks, but you get to strap on one for free. You also have some fancy goggles that they also give you for free, which is pretty rad, I suppose. So we're gonna go down. I don't remember the way. I think we were mining this way. Yeah, here we go. We gotta make it down to the next level. To the next level. And then we'll be able to teleport down there whenever we want. Oh yeah, we were looking for the door. Oh, no door there. Could be a door right here. Doesn't look like it. It's a wall. Let's see. Bonk. Nice that it saves your progress in the mines. Yeah, it is nice. I mean, of course, it's completely the same as Stardew Valley, but it is a nice feature. It is a good thing to copy. Okay, so it doesn't look like it's in the floor. We already covered most of the walls. Where the heck is this? Oh, here it is. Here's the door. Nice. Ta-da! Is there a bomb in here? Where are the bombs at? There are random bombs that if you walk close to them, they start blowing up. My inventory's full. I need the tin ore. Ah! You can also expand your inventory on the go with money. 20 bucks. 20 bucks for another slot. Give me the upgrade on the go. Are there mine enemies? There are not, Jevy. There are no enemies in the mines, but you can go to... There's like dungeon crawling areas that you can go to. I don't think that we're going to have enough stamina to go today, but you kind of have to go to these, like... And also, you like, whenever you go to the areas where you fight lots of enemies, they just make you pay stamina up front. And then whenever you fight in those areas, it doesn't use stamina. It's very odd. It's a very odd workaround of the stamina system. But here in the mines, the stamina is used. No enemies. There are bombs that are occasionally placed that are honestly more convenient than inconvenient. Because you just step next to them and then they blow up a big area for you. It's quite nice. What do you think is down here? Is that the exit? It says it's 7 meters away. I don't know what that little arrow means. This is the bottom? Ooh. Yeah, it looks like this is the exit. He said, hut, hoot. Get the power stones. Yeah, we mostly need tin. Copper's really easy to get. Yeah, also the mines, if like you wanted to get more tin from this layer, this specific layer, you can reset the mines for $5. Literally like $5, and it'll reset all of the mines so that you can re-dig all the stuff. It is a very strange workaround. Again, I would expect that the game would just make it randomized. Like you can go down to a layer, and then it just gives you a random area, but they... I mean, I guess it lets you keep progress towards the next layers, so that's nice. But it still feels kind of odd. You just pay $5 to reset it. Yeah, wait, is that a jetpack? Yes, they give you a jetpack only whenever you go to the mines. You only have this jetpack when you're in the mines. They also give you these goggles so that you can spy relics, but only in the mines. These aren't actual items that I made or crafted. They just include them in the package, I guess. Whenever you pay for admittance. And also to even get in these mines, you have to pay a weekly fee. You have to pay a weekly fee of $200. So maybe that's your jetpack fee. Let's see. It's power stones. I'll take this. It's such a weird system. So unnecessarily convoluted. Ooh, there's 10 in there. Give me the 10. 10 is all that I need. No! I'm out of stamina. You can eat food to restore stamina, but I ain't about that life. Also, if you want to get more stamina, you can put furniture in your house. You can put furniture in your house, and that gives you more stamina. You can also, so like you can put a lamp in your house and it'll give you more health. You can put a bookshelf in your house and it'll make you do more damage. And you can put items in your house that gives you more stamina. I'm guessing that they're imbued with magical powers that will like, that affect you while you sleep. And then you wake up feeling extra powerful. Not really sure how it works, but yeah, decorating your house will give you significant stat upgrades. It's honestly unexplainable. Let's get these things. Let's get this recycling going, shall we? Feng Shui or something. Yeah, I don't even think that Feng Shui goes that far. But I guess you're right. There's kind of a Feng Shui element to it. But I thought that was just for enlightenment, not for attack power. Thought that just makes you more enlightened and easier to meditate and heals you and stuff, but I guess this game goes a little further. You know, the concept needed a little bonus, a little extra. Oh, I'm out of copper now. I've been hard at work smelting it. I'm glad that I'm actually through it mostly. Good. So, unfortunately, I think again, am not going to be able to make enough rubber rings. Because I can only make one so far. I can make one, and I'm kind of out of rubber scraps. So, I think I'm screwed. But, oh, wooden sticks. I forgot that we needed wooden sticks. Uh-oh. Did I get any wood from all that work? No. No, I didn't. Not even a little bit. Oh, rubber scroll. I need to autofill that. I guess I could go for this wood scrap first. Then I might get lucky and get some sticks. Get some sticks. Get some sticks. Seems like whatever this scrap is, I'd be able to pull wooden sticks out of it by hand, but I guess it's nice to put it in this big grinder. Seems like a grinder like this would just destroy the sticks and turn it into like sawdust, but you know, that's alright. Also, the copper scrap and the wood look extremely similar, but they must be different. What else was I gonna do? I could give out some gifts. I think it's a new day, right? I'm not supposed to give the same gifts over and over though, so maybe I should find another gift to give to Evan. Let's see, another gift that I could give to Chi would be fluorite, gold, milk chestnut, opal, power stones would work. Maybe I'll give him a power stone. And then for Owen, not Evan. Owen, maybe I'll give him a... He likes barbells, frying pans, leather belts, spice racks. I'm just gonna give him something that he kind of likes. He likes gold too. Wow. He likes rib meat. Let's see. Do I have any rib meat on me? Is there any rib meat? No, not there. Come on, rib meat. Yeah, we got rib meat. We'll give this man some ribs. Give him some ribs, and then the other one we can give the power crystals. Oh, Ahsoka, get some rest. Oi, oi, oi. Thanks for chilling with us. Hope you enjoyed the madness. I think tomorrow we're going to play something new. Or something different with us, with friends. I think I might play some Fortnite tomorrow. But yeah. We'll see you later, Ahsoka. Thanks for vibing. The map seems pretty big for this type of game. Well, thankfully it's not too big, as far as I've discovered so far. There's, let's see, our house is out here, and this is the distance to town, and then there's the temple. The highest thing that I've ever found is the moisture farm. It actually, thankfully, isn't too big as far as I can tell, but there might be more places to go. Like, this is the train track, and I haven't made it past here because there's some powerful monsters, and I don't have a pistol. I don't have a boom boom stick. What did I come into town for? Oh yeah, to give gifts. Is that mostly it? Gifts, and I wish I could pick up another commission because I think I fumbled this one. I didn't realize that rubber was so freaking hard to get. I don't even know where you'd, like, get rubber from, naturally. Hey, Owen. How's the job coming along? What? You gave me a job?
Hello.
Forgot about that. You like rib meat. Enjoy. He said, looks good. I reckon I could whip it up into a tasty treat. And that's 6 experience points.
Travelers here always ask.
And that's
Hey,
another 1+ relationship for just talking to him. Nice, nice, nice. So let's go to Chi, give him his gifts, and I think this might be the last day that we'll play. Because it's getting kind of late. It's getting kind of late. Boo-doo-doo-doo. Doo-doo-doo-doo. We've been playing for 6 hours already. This game is... I can't stop complaining about this game, but I also can't stop playing it. So I don't know. I don't know whether that's a recommendation or not. I mean, I definitely like bad games. I definitely like lots of games that I would consider bad. So I think that this is a bad game that I like. I mean, I've already almost gotten 20 hours into this game.
Hey there.
Hey there, chum. Although, my friend Eighth apparently has played 40 hours of this game, and he told me that it gets a lot better. So maybe I just need to keep investing more time into it. It's a sunken cost fallacy, dude.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Well met.
Chi, my boy, how about you have a gift? Have a gift of a power stone. He said exactly what I needed for my next project. Thank you.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. He has 6. We just got 6 love points. He loves us 6 more. We almost got 1 heart with Chi. Am I a bad game? Felix, no, you're not a bad game. You're just a bad streamer. And I love you for it. Are you only 6 hours in? No, I'm almost 20 hours in. Because I've played this 3 days now. Yeah, I've played 18 hours. Also, speaking of Felix being a bad streamer. Oi, y'all should check out my friend Felix Borealis. He's absolutely, he plays absolutely cursed games. He talks about all kinds of gross subjects. And is extremely silly and has a super cute avatar. You should definitely check him out. I mean, look at that adorable little character that he's got right there. You can also dress him up as a squirrel or dress him up as a maid. It's definitely an 18+ stream. But I still recommend it. I like hanging over at Felix's streams. And Felix plays different games than me too. Squirrel! I know! Felix has a purple squirrel. Felix totally stole my purple squirrel idea. And you know what? I'm not even mad. Yet. Let's see, we got copper scrap going. We got bricks going. Yeah, I kind of hit like a little bit of a wall here, I guess. This game feels like I kind of hit a wall, but I guess there's always stuff to do. Like on the daily. I suppose. Oh yeah, this is the blue moon thing. Was the wheat? Yeah, we need to work on the wheat. And where do we even get this from? Abandoned ruins? Salvage abandoned ruins. That's the place that we just came from, right? Yeah, so maybe we need to focus on getting relics so that we can finish that mission here. And then we also need to make the tram cart, eh? We don't have wooden sticks. Let's see. We finished this. Hopefully there's a stick in there. Yeah, there's 1 stick. It wasn't even your idea? Whose idea was it then? Whose idea was it then? Felix Borealis is talking some mad baloney. Who told you to do it? Admit it. You came up with it. Don't believe a word that boy says. I'm going to... What does it cost to make a suspended tram car? Oh, bronze frames, bruh! Oh, mamma mia. The bronze frames, that's how we make like a hatch. I need a hatch. Yeah. I want to make the bunny hatch because you can keep bunnies in this game. But we need bronze rivets. Oh, shucks. We got to buy the recipe. See, this is the other thing. You have to buy recipes to craft things. And it doesn't even cost that much, but you still have to, like, spend... Like, what is it going to cost for me to... Why don't they just tell me how to make bronze rivets? It's for the good of the city, dude. How is this a guild? I didn't have to even pay membership. They just make me pay for stuff. It's not even a guild. Everyone's invited. There's no membership. But you still have to pay for stuff. Why am I paying $30 for this rivet? Just make it so that I know how to do it. Why am I paying for this? I'm fixing their stuff. Yeah, why are they not paying me? They should be giving me these blueprints. I'm building a tram car. I'm doing main missions. It doesn't make any sense. The game is some of the elements in this game are not fun and make no physical sense. Both at the same time. Not only, it doesn't even make sense from like a universe perspective. Okay, where do I make these? I make these at the grinder. Okay, so we go to the grinder and then we say bronze rivets. You get 2 rivets per thing. So I need to make how many? How many? Finishes in 5 minutes. Okay. For the suspended, I don't actually want to make the suspended tram car. Not the grinder. It is Pride Month now, Felix. Don't be too shy. I was gonna make... Wait. I need rivets to make the bronze frame. What do I do to... How many of those hutches do I need? So it's 8. It's 8 for 2 of these, so I think I need 16 of these little buggers. And this makes 2 at a time. And make 22. To make 8, but it says times 2. So if I do 8 times 2, that should be 16. But it's only making 8 of them. Why is it times 2? Why does it say times 2? What the heck? What the heck? Hey, Whizzle Nizzle, what's up? Hello, Earl Kinney, as I think you're called. You can call me either one. It doesn't matter. My username's Earl of Suds. So you can call me Earl. You can call me Suds. But my real name is Kenny, and my even realer name is Kenneth. If you call me Kenneth, you get an insta-ban, though, so just be careful of that one. The end goal is to make Kenny rage quit this game. Oh, I think that one is definitely a goal that this game is going to succeed at. Because y'all are going to call it a rage quit, even if I play this for an obscene amount of time. Your real name is Kenny? Kenneth? Yeah, but it doesn't matter. I write Kenny on, like... real legal documents. Like, I think that my driver's license says Kenny. Nobody calls me that name. That's just what's on my birth certificate. And I don't even know if I was properly born yet. I still have half of my umbilical cord left, so... We need to... Let's see. We still... Now we need copper more than 10. What the flip? What the flip? We need to go get... We need copper? I want to go to bed right now. Can I just skip time? How soon can you sleep in this game? I'm going home. I'm going to bed. I don't care what time it is. I'm going to bed at 2 p.m. This is real life now. This is real life. This is real life. We shall sleep. Looks like you can sleep whenever you want. That's rad. As far as I've played this game, I've seen no negative effects from skipping days. I see no negative effects from sleeping early. And also, I see no negative effects from, like, missing events and stuff. Because I've, like, missed every event so far. And it really has not, like, affected anything. Nobody gets mad at you. And I don't really see, like, the benefit of... Let's see. Oh, research center's done. Sweet. Thank you, Chi. Thank you. Now we can make a civil recycler. Finally. Finally, these recyclers are getting more civil. We can choose to upgrade our recycler, or we can choose to make a new one. And I think I'm going to go ahead and make a new one so that I can have 3 recyclers at the same time. Which means that I need to remove this tram car, which I'm not going to build anyway because it's far too expensive. And we will just start the civil recycler, which requires bloodstone saws, 2 bronze frames, bronze bars, and bearings. We got the bronze bars for sure, for sure. Wow, that's like everything. The rest of this is just hogwash. We got the bearings, easy McPeasy. So we need frame and a couple of bloodstone saws. Let's see if we got some blood. Do we have any blood? Does anybody in the chat have any spare blood? No blood here. We can make pistol bullets, but we have no pistol. Blood. Oh, it takes rubber to make bloodstone saws? Oh, frick. Oh, bless my bitty. Inventory's full? So what? Oh. Oh, it makes things automatically. I forgot about that. This is instantaneous crafting for no apparent reason. The rest of them are like really, really long timers, but that specific thing processes things immediately. The work table does. It's very random. And we shall put ceramic plate. And we shall also put in old part. And oh wait. We need to make sure that we do the autofill first, otherwise I'm gonna start like doubling up my stacks. Yeah, cause surely I've got old parts, right? Where the old parts at? Maybe they don't exist. Oh, no, there's old parts right here. Thank goodness. You think that you have some blood? You don't know how good it is, though. Does everybody know their blood type? I do not know my blood type. I'm Pride Ferried out. You're gonna chill with some Kinney content. Oh heck yeah, Kato. Oh heck yeah. You have red paint, Felix? Nice. No, it's all my blood. You have roughly a pint of spare blood. Spare blood? You just let blood go like that? Dang. I've actually never donated blood either. That's probably why I don't know my blood type. You're O positive? I'm not surprised that you're a positive person, Kato, so I'm not surprised too much. We need more fire. Yes! After the stream, I'm gonna watch OT's new vid. You support all your favorite peeps. Awkward, you're so supportive. Thank you for supporting my friends. I know you're a fan of OT's, but OT's also my friend, so I appreciate it. Dust, dust. Dust, dust. Dusty dust. It didn't make it sparkle. I'm so upset. You can't donate due to past and current guidelines of gay men donating blood. What? Gay guys can't donate blood? What about bi guys? Can't they just check your blood and make sure that you don't have any diseases? What the heck? Do blood tests not exist? What the frick? I didn't know that. That's crazy. All right, nobody's getting my blood now. My blood is my own. You can't have it. I've got bloodstone saw. We need 2 bronze frames, and we can make them instantaneously. Although I was going to use these frames for building a chicken coop, but you know, whatever, dude. Ta-da! Look at this much more civil recycling machine. Finally, a recycling machine that has a bit of class. Boop. And this can process some extra things that the other one can't, like iron scrap and plastic scrap. But I don't have either one of those anyway, so it's worthless, basically, is what I'm saying. Basically, what I'm trying to explain to you, also because it's civil, I can run 2 things at a time, bruv. It's got a double Q, dude. Double Q. You wonder if OT's blood type is O positive because it's basically O and a T? That's true. That's more like OX, but I know what you mean. Are you into the blood type thing like the Japanese? The what? Blood type thing? What are you talking about? Japanese blood type thing? You have to pay to get your blood type from the doctor? Dang. I ain't paying nothing. I don't want to know what my blood type is. My blood type is red. The rules are a lot less stringent than they used to be. It's still stupid. I mean, I just want to get free money for my blood. I just want to get free blood money. Okay, and now we're gonna donate the water. And we should also go see how much the coop costs. How much the coop costs? There we go, 62%. Nice, nice, nice. Oh, you get paid for plasma? Oh, you don't get paid for blood anyway. Well, good. Then I can keep all of mine. Don't they love having manga and such with characters saying their blood type? I guess that is one of the descriptors for characters sometimes, Mushroom Gal. I've never heard of whatever you're talking about. I mean, I guess, like, I feel like they would want to know, like, other measurements before they knew blood type, but maybe you're right. I don't know. I guess I'm the wrong person to ask that question. Let's see how much it costs for us to get a rabbit hutch, because I want to get some little fluffy critters. Get some little fluffy demons. I don't even think that they give you that useful of a material, but I still want them very badly. Over here, there's a hutch. It's only 2 bronze frames. It's 2 bronze frames, 5 hardwood planks, and 5 iron plates. That's the problem. The iron plates is going to be the thing that we can't make yet. So I guess we have to find iron, but it's only 2 bronze frames. That's basically what I need to remember. Yeah, so you got to walk all the way over to that construction counter, and then you can, like, design your place and, like, move everything. But be careful, because if you pick up those treasure chests, then you'll have to receive all the items that were in the treasure chest via the mail. Blood type is kind of like zodiac sign over there. Ooh, I didn't know that. So, like, are blood types that match compatible, or is it like a complicated web and array? See, Tayaki knows about Japanese culture better than I do. I just watch anime, that's all. We're still probably not going to get this rubber ring commission done. That's probably not going to happen. We can go to the scrapyard, look for iron scrap. And I wonder if I can find, like, let's see. If I press B, I go over to my encyclopedia. I go to maybe items. Where can we find iron? Because we have had iron scrap before, I'm pretty sure. No, we haven't, because it's not in our thing. So we've never gotten iron scrap before. We can probably buy iron, but I don't want to do that. Machines. Let's see, steel. A heavy bar of steel. Steel is much stronger than iron. Oh, so steel and iron are different? Well, we don't need steel for that building, I don't think. We need iron, right? So we need two of these bronze baddies. We can only make one. Oh, we're short on bronze here. So I think for the bronze, pretty sure that we need to go get some more copper, oddly enough. I've always been short on tin, but it looks like it's a copper situation now. Yeah, so let's go get some copper from the mines, which there is a absolute bounty of. And if we see any iron scrap, we'll grab it. It might be just laying around too, come to think of it. Yeah, like over here, what is this? This is just metal. Metal junk! Is that copper? Yeah, last time I only got copper scrap out of this. Copper scrap and dregs. Got a straight up bronze bar out of that. Nice. Sweet. Okay, well, Maybe it's better to schmack this stuff first, because there's some real goodies in these junk piles, man. Got mechanical scrap, copper scrap. Looks like we can just get straight up bars out here, you guys. Bars. Rubber, nice. We need more rubber-dub-dub. Rubber-dub-dub, rubber in the tub. You want a ferret, but you can't have it as a pet? It's an invasive species and it could affect natural native wildlife? Okay, then maybe don't get a ferret. Awkward. maybe ferret's not a good choice then. Surely there's another animal that you'd like, right? Oh wait, is that a ferret? Is that why you mentioned it? Is that a ferret emote? I just thought that they were just cute little munchkins. Cute little baby munchkins. Art museum model. So if I wanted to get a specific relic, it resets the relics whenever you redo that too. So you can get engines towards the bottom, but I don't see anything else. It is illegal? Well, maybe don't do it then. Then again, pet ownership is like somewhat dubiously legal. Some things like technically you're not allowed to have a squirrel as a pet. You're not allowed to have like most wildlife, like skunks and raccoons. I don't think you're supposed to have those as pets. I think it's technically illegal, even though lots of people have them as pets. Yeah, we just need that sweet copper. That's the easiest thing to find in these mines. Maybe we can find our way down to the next layer as well. We should be using our glasses. Our fancy schmancy glasses. Yeah, so it like shows the closest door to you, which is nice. And it shows where relics are hidden. There's one like right here. Did I get it? I think I got it, whatever it was. Good enough. Slither our way down here. Yeah, this... Maybe we'll go for like the most convenient relics. There's one up here. You cannot hit while you're flying. Don't know if I can reach up that high. Ooh. I got Niter? Is that how you say that? Yeah, okay, so apparently that counts as a relic. Nice. It's only illegal because of the threat to the native wildlife. Yeah, you could kill all of the wildlife. What would happen? The freaking capybaras. Actually, I don't think that... I only know Australian animals. Are there any, like... Besides the kiwi, are there any, like, exclusive animals that y'all are known by? I know, like, a bajillion Australian animals, but I don't think I can think of any from New Zealand besides the kiwi. And kiwis don't even look like real kiwis. They just like look like birds with a funny beak. Long beak darlings is what they should have been called. They look like a Pokemon, to be honest. Kiwis should be the next Pokemon. I want it as my starter. Oops. Also, something else weird is that it even remembers the stamina that you expended upon like ore and stuff like that. So we can come back to that specific ore and hit it the rest of the way. Okay, well, I don't know where the exit is, so I'll just give my free exit. Free exit! You can just teleport out of there if you feel like it. You don't have to stay in there. Most birds, to be honest. Some reptiles. Then there's the Weta. I thought that the Weta was a company. I thought that Weta was that company that made Hobbit feet. Yeah, Weta is the name of that New Zealand company that created Hobbit feet and made like a bunch of the props for Lord of the Rings. I don't know what you call that. It's kind of like practical special effects. They're the ones that made the masks for the orcs and stuff like that. Ooh, looks like our crops are ready. We should harvest our crops and give them to Blevin. It's also a massive grasshopper-type insect. Yuck! Giant grasshoppers, no thanks. Grasshoppers are big enough as it is, thank you very much. I already don't like the size of grasshoppers in America. And if you're calling them giant, that's a no for me. That's a no for me, bud. No thanks. No freaking thanks. Keep your little grasshoppers to yourself. See, if you had a ferret, it might eat grasshoppers. That'd be horrible. What if we lost our precious native grasshoppers? Ooh. All right, make some bronze. More bronze. Dude, we can make so much. Oh my god. We're gonna become a bronze god. Look at all those bars. We got all these dew masters. We got the dew masters. We got the intermediate work table. We got the forger machine. What else were we gonna do today? So we're out of stamina. The next thing that we were gonna make was the hutch, which requires a few more. Oh, it doesn't actually take rivets. We just need one more, two more pure bars for that, and then we need an iron. Let's see, there's a steel frame here, so maybe you don't make that here. Where would you make that, like, iron sheet or whatever it is? Might be in here. You make marble brick here. Maybe you need a fancier... Maybe we need to upgrade the furnace and make a better one. This is a better one, right? Yeah, a civil furnace. So that should be our next... That should be our next research item. And I think we just got a research item done, right? So we should go back. We need to get a civil furnace so that we can smelt iron. And make an iron... make the iron panels or whatever. Then we should be pretty close to making a hutch. Actually, all three of those buildings, all three of the animal buildings require the exact same components, which makes it very convenient. Yeah, I think we were done with research. And there's nothing else that's like super important for us to research right now. Hello, Chi, my good fellow.
I'm not interested.
Look,
well met.
Our relationship is better. We need a civil furnace. Bazinga. It takes 4 days to research? Goodness. It's a lot of work, Chi. Are you sure you can handle it? Alright. I think that we're gonna go ahead and save our game. And find somebody to raid. Maybe I've got a friend online. But I'm gonna go get some food. I'm gonna get some food. I might make some waffles tonight. Last night I only ate chicken nuggets against Brad's protestations. Brad was constantly saying, "Don't just eat chicken nuggets, eat your damn vegetables." But I think I might end up just eating chicken nuggets tonight again. La 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 la. Okay, well, we're making a bunch of bronze bars. It looks like we may be able to make a hutch very soon. But this game's been fun. Thanks for chilling with me, you guys. Playing this janky game for so freaking long. Again, can I really say that I dislike this game whenever I played it so much? But I do feel like there's some interesting stuff that could happen later. I'm not sure. Maybe the game will pick up. Nobody can be sure. But tomorrow, I think we might play Fortnite with some friends. I'm not sure. We shall see. We shall see. Just keep your eyes on the Discord. It's totally open Discord if you just want to pop over there. I try to put notifications every day. I actually remembered to put a notification today. But thanks so much for the support and chilling with me, you guys. Again, this game is definitely a million times more fun with y'all playing it along with me. So thank you. I'll make my camera a little bit bigger while I search for somebody to raid. I definitely want to focus a little bit on raiding my fellow friendos that are playing. What's it called? Not playing, but my stream team. I keep forgetting what the name of that is. But yeah, I want to raid stream team members as much as possible. Maybe we should raid... Ooh, Minoko Adobo's online, and it says last stream before hiatus. Oh, but Brad's also online. I wanna raid Brad, but I also want to raid our chicken friend. I think we're going to raid our chicken friend because it looks like it's their last stream for a little while. They have a funny chicken avatar. They're playing Super Mario Galaxy, which is super fun. We might play Mario Galaxy again. I still haven't played Galaxy 2. Maybe I'll play Galaxy 2 at some point. But we're going to go say hi to Manok Adobo. They have, like I said, they got a cool chicken. They play lots of RPGs. They're a really cool, chill person. They play lots of older games, too. Let's go say hi to them. And again, thanks for hanging out, you guys. I hope y'all have a wonderful evening and a wonderful day tomorrow if I don't get to see y'all. Thanks for sticking with me while I'm playing this goofy frickin' game. And let's give this chicken a raid, shall we? We'll give him, let's see. We'll give him some Eevee dances and we'll say, let's see. What should we say? Is there a chicken joke in there somewhere? Let's see. This, I could say this chicken marches to the beat of their own drumstick. That's a really long message. This chicken marches to the beat of his own drumstick. That's such a long message, though. This chicken marches to the beat of his own drumstick. That's such a... Well, I guess that's not too long of a message. This is an awful raid message. I openly invite everybody to copy paste this into their chat and just horrify them with this awful message. A good raid message is one that either makes them laugh or cringe, and this one should be both. So I'll see you guys over there. Let's go say hi to the chicken. Thanks for hanging out. Love you guys. And again, hope y'all have a wonderful rest of your evening. We're gonna go say hi to Manoko. How do I say this? Adobo. There we go. Playing some Super Mario Galaxy. We'll give them some love. They got their chicken avatar with a Mario mustache. Listen, it don't get any better than this. It don't get any better than a chicken with a mustache. Let's be honest. Thank you so much for my mods that were watching over the chat. I think only Die was here tonight because the rest of the mods are visiting Texas right now. Not sure if I'm going to be well enough to say hi to them, which is a shame. They flew all this way. And I have COVID, so that's great. But yeah. Thanks for hanging out, Taiyaki. Good night, Mushroom Gal. It was fun to hang out with y'all. Thanks for being here, Awkward. Hope you had a good time. Glad that I could offer you some entertainment, some distraction while you're feeling sick. I hope you feel better soon. Taiyaki, love your emotes. Thank you, VIPs that are hiding in the background. Lemonberry, Felix, Kim, Kuri, Mushroom Gal, Taiyaki, the Crane Couple, and the King of Squirrel. I appreciate y'all. Thank y'all so much for the follows that happened during the stream. Thank you for the raids. And if you stuck in here with this raid for this long, my goodness, thanks for being here. Love y'all. All right. Take care of yourselves. Bye-bye. Ah! Okay, let's go check out this chicken. Thanks for watching videos and stuff, baby.